beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Time for 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome everybody to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I am of course Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberian. Jake, this is day 2 of the Round of 8, and yesterday we had some brilliant matchups. What would you say you got out of what we saw first up?
Yeah, so we started with a really David and Goliath type matchup between CMS and Immunity, where unfortunately CMS were a little bit behind and weren't able to take a game off Immunity, who took it quite handily in the end in a 2-game series. And then we moved on to, of course, the really good games of the night, which was Curse versus Avant-Garde Redemption.
Much closer, yeah.
Yeah, so much closer. We got to see Boat and King going really massive in those games, as well as Colo really carrying some weight through on the top lane. In a team fight where Avant-Garde Redemption really tried to focus on that late game and team fight oriented comms, as opposed to Curse, who really focused on some map control and really good awareness there.
Yeah, no, it's true, and I'm glad that you mentioned the second matchup, just because it seemed like Avant-Garde Redemption had these plans but didn't manage to get them out. Of course, their first comp really looked really late game. They had the Jinx, they of course had the LeBlanc and the Jax as well, so they were really wanting to scale through to that game, but it was just finished out so handily by Curse. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They used the Elise and the Renekton just to really power that one through. And then the second time, they had this team fight composition that just really didn't manage to get off the ground. So we'll see whether they can turn it around for their next matchup, because, of course, they're not out of it yet. They're just down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, this tournament is double elimination, so we do get to see them play again next weekend. Yeah,
double elimination. The top 2 teams from each of the groups, Group A and Group B, will be going through to the round of 4 at the Perth Supernova, which is going to be happening next month. And, of course, the winner of the round of 4, this is the exciting bit. They will be heading over to Cologne, Germany to participate in the wildcard tournament with their chance to represent the Oceanic region at the Season 4 World Championships. So this is where everything is on the line. This is the fantastic opportunity that Immunity had last year in order to go over and just demonstrate that Oceania is a powerful region. We can really put our stamp on the map.
Yeah, definitely. Oceanic region, of course, coming through quite strong. And we have another couple of really good games for you tonight.
Oh, we do.
Starting, of course, with UTS, the team that qualified through the Collegiate League, against one of the older teams, you would say, that Avant-Garde Ascension, that have been together and have a couple of those veterans like Minky Whale in the top lane.
Yeah, it's a bit similar to the David and Goliath situation that we had with CMS versus Team Immunity. I think it's a little bit closer this time because there are some familiar faces on the side of UTS. Chenny Boy, of course, used to play for that X5 quite a while ago. It's about a year ago now. He's sort of been out of the scene. I think he's obviously been studying, of course, UTS being the University of Technology Sydney team. So he's going to be studying, making sure that he gets all of his qualifications done. Then he's going to concentrate on League of Legends exactly like he should. And, of course, as well, Chuffer, who everyone has so much to talk about.
Yeah, so Chuffer, that really, really solid AD pick that's in the bottom lane, been around the scene for, as you said, a really long time. Famous for that Caitlyn play, and he's really, really good positioning and how well he can control that lane single-handedly nearly.
Yeah, his Caitlyn seems to do more damage than most other Caitlyn's, to be perfectly honest. So we'll see whether he can bring that to the bottom lane. Has been playing a lot of Lucian recently.
Yeah, so the other matchup that we would like to take a look at is, of course, Minky Whale versus Sora in that top lane. Minky Whale being one of the really big veterans of the scene, plays a lot of Trundle, brought out that Olaf in Autumn Regionals as well, I believe.
He certainly did.
First is Sora, who is reasonably unknown, but has been playing a lot of Jarvan, maybe to couple with a Yasuo pick in these games, maybe steal that one away from Choo Choo's. And, of course, plays a lot of standard picks as well, such as the Renekton's, the Shyvanas, and the Mundos in the top lane.
Yeah, and the Ryze pickup as well in that top lane is another exciting pick that we have seen a fair bit of, but it isn't really the sort of standard pickup like a Renekton Shyvana would otherwise be. So it'll be interesting to see how things go in that top lane, especially when you've got Minky Whale, who's sort of known for, he was known as the Victor player of Oceania, which is a little bit interesting, but he does bring a sort of different skill set to that top lane. We'll see whether he's got any other picks up his sleeve.
Yeah, definitely, and a wealth of experience. So he has dealt with these hyper carries in the past, these Ryzes and these Jacks that were popular, and now are making a really big resurgence into the top lane.
Yeah, it's true. So we'll see whether they can cope. Of course, Chennyboy versus Choo Choo's. This is a lane that I'm incredibly excited about, mostly because Choo Choo's is probably the best Yasuo player here in Oceania, and Yasuo is just so much fun to watch. Has been getting so much more attention as players have sort of really got used to his kit and learned how to play him. That wind wall was a little bit difficult to manage early on just because no one really had that much experience. Of course, he's just really, really fun to watch. So hopefully we'll be able to see him play that, but I really doubt it'll get through the ban phase.
Yeah, and the other thing is we do know Chennyboy has been playing a lot of Yasuo himself as we are jumping through into the pick ban phase now. So if it does get through, it might be for this first game whereby they do have something in store for it because he has been playing it a lot himself.
He has, of course, Morgana being the first ban away and Lee Sin being taken out as well. So I think that's one of the first Lee Sin bans we've seen. He's been picked up almost every single game, but now completely banned away. They do not want Carbon on that champion, of course. In the Autumn Round of 8, he played a lot of Evelynn and Elise, so we'll see whether they get through. Nocturne has actually been taken away from Mascot, so that's pretty interesting, to be honest, because I didn't see him on that, that Nocturne all that often.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen many of those Nocturne picks up by Mascot, so maybe this is something that we actually don't know a little bit about, something that came out in scrims in a couple of private games. The Kayle pick being taken away in the second ban for UTS, of course, a really strong mid laner, exerting a lot of that control that we see at the moment with this Hurricane build, and also that game-changing ult that can just impact a fight from nearly a whole screen away.
And even if she's completely out of mana, of course, it's been changed so that you can do that on 0 mana now as well. Evelynn being taken away here on Avant-Garde Ascension's side. So a lot of sort of slightly unconventional picks. I mean, you don't see many Kayle or Lee Sin bans, and of course Nocturne and Evelynn aren't often taken away. So things like the Kha'Zix, there are so many massive picks available. So you've got Yasuo that we were talking about. We've got Kassadin, we've got LeBlanc, we've got so many things, and I think UTS are going, can we just have 4 bans for our last ban? They do take away the Kassadin, which is intelligent. But we'll see what the first pick's going to be, because UTS, they definitely have 2 massive picks that they can follow this up with.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really interesting that the Evelynn and the Lee Sin got taken away, because that just leaves the Elise and the Kha'Zix up, and they're both strong junglers in their own right. So interesting that the Yasuo didn't get picked away. There is a Kha'Zix pick, of course, not locked in yet, but being hovered over by Minky Whale. Can be seen in the top lane. It is locked in now, but I would expect that to be taken into the jungle, given the bans that have been placed, thrown at the jungle this game.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, this isn't necessarily an EG matchup over in North America, where Inox has been playing a lot of that top lane Kha'Zix, but you wouldn't put it past Minky Whale. I mean, Minky Whale is known to play all sorts of different things, but we could imagine that would be on Carbon in the jungle, just considering the fact that this Kha'Zix is such a strong pickup. That being said, we're now over to UTS, and there are just so many strong picks still available. Yeah,
still so many of those strong picks. And they have a lot of options here, so it really depends how they want to base their comp. We have seen a lot of top lane Jarvan. Maybe not something you want to pick early.
Oh my goodness, a Vi pickup.
So Vi lends itself really, really well if there is going to be a Yasuo pickup. And of course Thresh, just that king of the bot lane supports, does everything really, really well. Is a good engaged support, a really good peeling support, so just a jack of all trades.
And this is Mascot's actual... one of his signature champions as well, the Wukong. He's been playing that a lot in their ranked games that they've been performing together as a team, and that Thresh being taken away as well, Ludwig picking that one up, and taking that away from Gymnast is intelligent, but Gymnast has a lot to fall back on. I mean, the Morgana is banned, but Choo Choo's, he's got his Yasuo.
hovering over this Yasuo. Of course, the interesting thing about the Wukong pick is we saw a couple of slight nerfs to Wukong's Q, which kind of knocked him out of favor in the jungle and hurt his top lane dueling potential. But Mascot doesn't seem to really mind about those and keeps taking him back into the jungle. So a nice comfort pick there for UTS. Yasuo and Lulu, you would assume that is going to be Gymnast on that Lulu in support, or potentially a top lane.
Yeah, it's Lulu. It can go anywhere.
Such a diverse pick and doesn't really give away the hand and offers one of those really critical knockups for Choo Choo's on that Yasuo that he has locked in.
Oh, that Wild Growth Last Breath combination is absolutely ridiculous if they manage to get that in a team fight. And that can definitely, I mean, once the Last Breath gets everybody low and you've got Choo Choo's just rocketing around that fight, killing everybody, you've got a Kha'Zix in there as well, just resetting on everyone's faces. Even with just these 3 champions, Avant-Garde Ascension's lineup looks really, really devastating for UTS. So we'll see what they pick up in response to that. And it's going to have to be something pretty monstrous, I think. Yeah. There are AD carry picks that are still available.
Definitely still all the AD carry picks up on the board. Maybe a Lucian pick just because Lucian is really good at getting out of all these tricky situations that AV looks like they're going to be throwing at Chuffer in that bottom lane. Interestingly enough, a LeBlanc pickup in the mid. I say interesting just because can mitigate a lot of that burst with that wind wall if timed correctly.
Yeah, true.
And we have seen Shyvana locked in that top lane. Really, really strong pick for Sora. We've seen Shyvana all the time, just a really good all-round top laner.
That's true, and we do have some interesting pickups here. If Gymnast does go with his signature Leona pick, which is he's very aggressive on that champion. We haven't seen Kardred on Corki either. This is a definitely completely new pick for me. I haven't seen him play this one. But it does mean that we're going to have the Lulu in the top lane as well, so that's really, really exciting. Unless there's going to be a Lulu jungle and a Kha'Zix top, but I doubt that's really what's going to come through, and I really like the lineup that's coming through so far from Avant-Garde.
Yeah, definitely, and we touch briefly on Gymnast playing that Leona, a really big comfort pick, even into the Thresh that can stop some of those engages up until level 6, whereby Leona can just throw out that solo player and it doesn't even really matter if it gets played back. But Kardred on this Lucian pickup has been swapped over, not Corki, able to get away from a lot of these tricky situations, and maybe that's just because of a little bit more wave clear. Of course, Lulu being taken in the top lane will offer a lot of wave clear, but if the Shyvana split pushes and they have to send the Yasuo after it, having that second wave clear champion in the Lucian just really helps these anti-siege situations.
Yeah, that's true. We're just waiting on UTS to pick up their last champion here. They do have 15 seconds left to go, but they're taking their time. I think they're trying to work out exactly what AD carry to pick up. They're hovering over the Caitlyn, and I actually quite like the Caitlyn pick just because, ooh, actually, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Twitch, which is a little bit more dangerous, according to me. Yeah,
definitely a little bit more dangerous, especially because there's no way he can reposition himself, with the exception of the Thresh Lantern. So there's just so much dive potential here onto this Twitch that without really good positioning, which we did give Chuffer a lot of credit for. He positions fantastically in team fights, but he's going to have to really be on point with this lineup all in his face, especially with this Kha'Zix that is just so good at disrupting AD carries from fights.
Yeah, although if we look on the side of UTS, I mean, they have a lot of explosion potential. You've got the Cyclone, you've got the Spray and Pray, and you've got the Mimic Distortion coming out of Jenny Boy. That's a lot of sort of AoE damage and a lot of dive potential that's coming through on the side of UTS, especially with that Dragon Descent and the box as well. So it's sort of a really all-in comp. But with the Wild Growth on the side, especially of on Minky Well, I mean, that's going to make things really, really difficult for them. Do you think that UTS is going to have enough dive in order to take care of this team comp?
I think UTS have a really good amount of catch, and they have a very good 4-man team fight. So they can send Sora into the top lane with his Shyvana pickup. It's going to take Choo Choo's a long time to get up to the point where he can 1v1 Sora. He's going to have to get his Static Shiv. He's going to have to complete his Blade of the Ruined King. Otherwise, no one on their team is going to be able to match his Shyvana in the top lane. And maybe be able to create enough match pressure whereby UTS can get a couple of picks during the mid game to really try and get themselves into a position to close out early. I think the later this game goes, the more Avant-Garde Ascension will really start taking control with this Lulu pick and with this Yasuo.
Yeah, and if they've got even Kha'Zix just jumping into that backline and then getting Wild Growth into the Last Breath, it's going to be a ridiculous amount of surprise damage, especially considering the fact that Kha'Zix can be stealthed up when he goes into that fight. So we'll see whether they manage to get any of these combinations off or whether that's going to be a little bit of a struggle for them. I like the Twitch pickup, though, for the damage. I mean, that Spray and Pray or the Rat-a-tat-tat. I apologize. It's so hard for a cast. You know, you've been used to saying Spray and Pray, and then it all of a sudden changes to Rat-a-tat-tat, and things get a little bit confusing. But of course, Chuffer on that champion is going to have so much extra damage, and with the lockup potential that UTS does have, they might be able to keep him safe just by diving heavily and making sure that they get the Cyclones in the right positions.
Yeah, and the other thing that Twitch brings to a team, of course, is being able to go into another lane and split push a little bit by himself during the mid game, because he does go that Blade of the Ruin King build, which lends itself very well to 1v1. So look for him to try and maybe catch Choo-Choo's out of position, maybe couple it with a LeBlanc, who is, of course, a highly mobile assassin, and start to get these picks rolling, because LeBlanc and Twitch lends itself really, really well to a pick comp.
Yeah, the thing that I'm a little bit worried about, though, about the LeBlanc pick is just the fact that Choo-Choo's is so incredibly good at Yasuo. And I could imagine that he's just going to farm up an absolute storm in that mid lane and potentially just go around the map and kill anybody that he sees. Once he gets those items, once that static shiv's complete, I could imagine that things are going to get very, very scary for UTS.
Yeah, Chenny Boy is, of course, one of those really solid mid laners, however, so maybe look for him to go for a more farm-heavy build, maybe rush that Chalice into the Athenes, get the Seeker's Arm Guard for some early armor, because there is a lot of physical damage on the side of Avant Ascension, only that Lulu really bringing any magical damage or AP, which is,
it's true.
As a top Lulu, might not be that much. So
Sunlight procs are actually magic damage, though, as well, Spawn, so, you know, that could be the magic damage that they need.
Yeah, so Gymnast just locking down the LeBlanc over and over again might be possible, but as I said, this highly mobile LeBlanc, I think, will just look to wave clear and look to roam, as I said. I don't expect many 1v1 outplay potentials in the mid lane, just because they're both relatively safe players and will try and look to roam and get their teams ahead. That's what they're very much about.
Yeah, and you could imagine after a distortion as well, it might be a little bit easier to outplay that wind wall as well, which is just so powerful at mitigating all of LeBlanc's damage. But if you jump through the wind wall and then get down your combo, it might be a little bit easier for Chenny Boy to make some magic happen in that middle lane against the Yasuo, which is just so much damage.
Yeah, and I think that the most important thing here for Chenny Boy is that he has to go aggressive level 1 and 2. I think that if he can go aggressive 1 and 2 before Choo-Choo's even has a chance to pick up that wind wall, maybe try and get some early game damage, being that ranged carry versus a melee carry in that mid lane. Try and really make that lane difficult. It might be able to propel him to a place where he can get an early back out of Yasuo and turn the lane into a much safer place for him. I think if Choo-Choo's dictates the pace of this lane, it's going to be very, very hard for this LeBlanc to stand up.
Yeah, it's true. And another thing that we've got to talk about based on that as well is we're talking about the mid lane matchup and whether or not that's going to work out, but that could definitely be impacted by the junglers here as well. Could we see Mascot wanting to come into this mid lane and really try and give Chenny Boy a hand?
So typically Wukongs like to farm up until level 6, where they go for their first really impactful gank, generally on the bottom lane, because then you can get the double person knock up and really try and propel Chuffer ahead. As opposed to Kha'Zix, who brings burst damage from level 3 onwards. Obviously has that reliable gap closer on his E. Doesn't have to even be a target, it's just a jump.
Just jump it somewhere, you're fine.
Especially in an isolated target, LeBlanc might be able to be forced back a little bit off her wave, and look for that to really bring some high burst damage from the Yasuo Kha'Zix combination.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can make that work and whether or not that's going to draw Mascot out of his jungle, maybe out of his comfort zone where he wants to be, just up until that level 6 point. You might be able to stop him from getting to that Cyclone impact stage as early as he otherwise would like. But talking about this sort of 3v2 bottom lane, I mean, Kardred and Gymnast, incredibly seasoned players as well, and having Kardred on that Lucian with the Relentless Pursuit can get out of a lot of bad situations. Do you reckon it's going to be enough for them to be able to lock someone down, or are they going to be relying on that death sentence?
They're going to be really relying on that death sentence. And of course, the death sentence with the Thresh Lantern in, ride the Thresh train.
Aptly named death sentence as well, isn't it?
So look to get that Wukong really in close. Of course, the stealth can really help with that. Just sneak into a bush, get the Thresh Lantern, and look for the ultimate, that Cyclone that just brings so much damage potential at level 6. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how aggressive Kardred and Gymnast can go in this lane, because they are known to want to push their advantage a lot early with their really, really good initiations from Gymnast on this Leona, who is really comfortable playing.
Yeah, and that's the other terrifying thing as well, is the fact that Lucian and Leona just offers such an incredibly powerful level 2 as well. So maybe it's just not even going to get to that 3v2 potential stage. But we are going to be getting into the game very, very soon, guys. We'll be back in a couple of seconds. All right, we are into the game. Game 1 here for day 2 of the winter round of 8. We've got Avant-Garde Ascension here on your blue side, and as we can see now, it's UTS on our red side, fresh from the winter arena. And Jake, we're going to have a potential, looks like, invade situation maybe coming out of Avant-Garde.
Yeah, so Avant-Garde are rushing towards this bottom lane, not even taking time to ward their blue, so looks like a super aggressive start early from Avant-Garde, and it looks like it is actually being mirrored by the UTS.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of pretty interesting trinket pickups here as well, Spawn.
Yeah, so looking at Avant-Garde's build, they actually do have 2 of those scrying orbs.
That's UTS actually with the scrying orbs.
Oh, it's UTS with the scrying orbs, apologies. So it looks like they might actually know that Avant-Garde like to early invade and do want to cover a lot more vision without having to go close. Maybe a little bit scared of this Leona and Lulu pickups, which do bring a lot of catch potential in a level 1 situation.
Yeah, and they've got very aggressive wards as well. I mean, well, not necessarily aggressive, but really quickly put out. UTS managed to get to that red buff and defensively warded their own red and blue buffs really, really early on in this game. But the issue that I'm seeing here is the fact that those trinket wards, they do not last for very long at all in these early stages of the game. And if the late invade comes through from Avant-Garde, they're probably going to have dissolved already. Yeah,
so Minky has picked up that teleport also, so he can get to the top lane relatively quickly. So maybe they are looking for a delayed invade here. As Choo Choo's looks like he is actually running towards the mid lane, but it looks like Avant-Garde will be going in for a delayed invade here on UTS's blue buff.
See whether UTS can respond quickly enough. We do, of course, have Chenny Boy coming around, although he's headed back mid now, and this mascot is just going to get the heck out of there. They do not want any part of this, and that could be blue buff going straight over to Avant-Garde.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that's blue buff straight over to Avant-Garde. Carbon's going to be happy to pick that up and get his level 2. Minky Whale, of course, teleporting straight into that top lane, and we do have Choo Choo's going really aggressive on Chenny Boy early.
Yeah, he stacked up that E almost straight away as well and made sure that he got the pressure down. Doesn't have that level 2 just yet, but as soon as that Steel Tempest is available, it's going to be so hard for Chenny Boy, because as you can see, it just doesn't look like he's got any armor at all.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Choo Choo's was expecting this matchup and is really, really comfortable in it. So Chenny Boy, it looks like he might be pushed into his tower early, but of course, as his passive is also popped, so Choo Choo's just going super aggressive. LeBlanc doesn't have much trouble farming under her turret early, however, so might not be much doing unless Choo Choo's can really pick up an early kill.
Yeah, and I think that if he was going to dive at this early stage in the game, there is a chance that he might get return killed as well, which doesn't make it quite as worth it, even though it is a little bit of first blood gold. But as it stands, Chenny Boy is just going to be cowering under his turret at this stage. In the top lane, however, very even on that CS. Minky Whale blowing that teleport in order to get back to lane has been fine for him, so still just hanging out there, no worries at all. Maybe a little bit of a level advantage there for Sora, but nothing to write home about. And in this bottom lane, Avant-Garde, as we were saying before, has pushed up really, really far. Yeah,
so Avant-Garde pushing up really far, exploiting that better level 2 out of Gymnast and Cowdred on this Leona and Lucian pickup. Interesting to note is Sora's actually picked up that Doran shield as a starting item on his Shyvana, just because of that auto attack harass that comes out of that Lulu pickup, so that's a nice pickup there. And of course still has his teleport available, so might look for an early back just to stock up on those potions because of how much harass this Lulu can put out.
Yeah, it really does give him a little bit of breathing room here, doesn't it? The fact that he can head back to base if he needs to. Erect Gymnast getting in the face of Ludwig here as well, getting that sunlight down. And Carbon has found his way to this top lane, jumps in, that's a slow one to Sora, the red buff is ticking, there's Pix doing some extra damage, and wow, there's the kill. First blood going to Minky Whale with the Glitter Lance.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about with Carbon just doing so much surprise damage as we have Gymnast growing.
Yeah, the Death Sentence actually landing onto Cartridge there as well, but he has done the piercing light damage, has to pop the heal, is going down relatively low. It's actually going to be Chuffa picking up that kill, so strong on this, and he is going to be able to manage to find a kill here as Erect Gymnast, managing to finish off Chuffa, trading 80 carries here in the bottom lane, as we do have another fight in mid as well. I'm not going to be able to breathe. Mascot coming in for the follow-up, though, does chase down the clone. Very, very unfortunate. Outplayed by Chenny Boy.
Chenny Boy with expert use of this. LeBlanc in the mid lane actually running away from, as we have an engrave from Gymnast onto Ludwig in the bottom lane. Support battles are always fun to watch. But as we saw, that Clone Juke was just amazing there from Chenny Boy.
It was brilliant.
I called it wrong. Mascot doesn't want to farm until level 6, there to give his mid laner support also, which is always nice to see.
I think he was just on his way to the Wolves and just decided, I'm going to come in, maybe pick up a kill, easy peasy. So it has evened out the kills and the gold as well. So that massive display of incredible action straight up there. And now we've got everything settling down, people making their way back into these lanes. Of course, the bottom lane very, very even. Berserker's Greaves actually being picked up on the first back here by Chuffer. Did pick up that little bit of extra gold from the kill. Gymnast picking up the kill for the rest of it. And Carbon coming through into this bottom lane, but Ambush going to be enough to get Chuffer the heck out of dodge. Yeah,
so it looks like Chuffer just wanted a little bit more of that mobility, doesn't want anything to do with this Leona Zenith Blade, so electing to go for tier 2 boots straight up, as Chenny Boy goes a little bit aggressive onto Choo Choo's just for some harass. Looks like even though Minky Whale was able to pick up that first blood, the teleport getting Sora back into the top lane is actually giving him quite a significant minion lead, up 14 in this lane already.
Yeah, doing pretty well. As we saw as well, Carbon coming into that mid lane, managing to get Chenny Boy down relatively low. He's going to wander around and possibly try and clear out this pink ward before heading possibly back to base or back to lane. It might be difficult for him to actually make any headway here in the mid lane with a low health bar like that, especially against the really, really confident Choo Choos on this Yasuo.
Yeah, definitely. Choo Choos are interesting. Chenny Boy's actually elected to go for the looks like it's going to be a rush and get some wave clear as we have a 2v2 in the river.
Boy. The chains have landed. We'll see whether Chenny Boy manages to stay up there. Choo Choos takes him down before the snare lands. And Mascot's just forced to leave with his tail between his legs. Nice kill being picked up there, and that's the first one on the Choo Choos train, I think.
And this is just showing how dominant this and how much burst potential is between this Yasuo and this Kha'Zix pick. Unfortunately, LeBlanc and Wukong not able to stand up in a 2v2 skirmish and just really, really making this mid lane even more difficult with a big CS lead also coming from this.
Yeah, and actually Choo Choos electing to pick up the Zeal instead of the Avarice Blade there as well. Often you'd like to pick up that Avarice Blade early, get it ticking for a bit of extra gold, but that Zeal giving you the extra movement speed and, of course, the extra crit damage as well, which Yasuo does get double effectiveness out of.
Yeah, so Yasuo with that really interesting passive that allows him to really stack this crit early and really start bringing some burst damage. Generally bringing 5% crit on his rune page, just so with that Static Shiv and the Infinity Ev gets him up to 100% crit rating with only 2 items.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've actually always been thinking about Yasuo, thinking Ghostblade could be a good idea, but probably not going to be happening, especially not this game, because there's sort of that one build, isn't there, for Yasuo? Make sure that you get the Infinity Edge, the Blade of the Rune King, and that Static Shiv, and then once you're there, I mean, you can even just forego the Last Whisper just because you do get so much of that armor penetration from your ultimate.
Yeah, that ultimate, of course, bringing 50% armor penetration on the targets that are hit with it.
It's ridiculous.
Bottom lane has started to equalize here with Twitch falling slightly behind, 10 CS lead, but that's not to be unexpected with the aggression that does come out of this Leona. And top lane, Minky Whale has managed to push himself back up in this lane and get a little bit of a CS lead with this harass that this Lulu brings, of course.
Yeah, just such a frustrating champion to deal with. Pix just offering so much extra damage there as well, and it's just so difficult to handle the mixture of the damages.
Yeah, that auto attack harass coming through, of course, with that help picks and that glitter lance, that slow that's available. As we had a whiffed hook in the bot lane from Ludwig, trying to get a little bit aggressive, but the buffs have respawned, and it looks like we have an invade from the side of Avant-Garde Ascension with...
yeah, Carbon coming through. The Cyclone comes down, and Carbon's doing his best. The hook does land, and that's Ludwig right in the middle of everything. They finish him off, although... My goodness, actually, Carbon made it out of there somehow. Oh, nice dodge of that Solar Flare, and Ludwig makes it out of the way. Choo Choos is here, though. He's managed to make his way around the side. The Ignite's ticking onto Chenny Boy. We'll see if he can get his fancy footwork back. There's the distortion, and there's the kill. Choo Choos going a little bit too deep.
Yeah, Choo Choos flashing over that wall, looking for a kill. Unfortunately, bumps into Chenny Boy, who once again, a really nice clone juke, sends a clone up and sends himself back towards the team, and able to pick up a nice second kill for himself. So maybe this LeBlanc can get going in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, 2-1-0 now, making up for that slight CS deficit. Minky Whale now in a little bit of trouble here in this top lane. Does have the wild growth, so not going to be too worried about that one. And we'll see whether Ludwig does decide to get excited in this bottom lane. The death sentence is available, although Khajiit and Gymnast very high health. It might be a little bit of a death sentence for himself if he does let that ability go.
Yeah, so Carbon unfortunately not able to steal away this blue buff, so it does get picked up over onto Chenny Boy as we have the replay coming through with what happened here. So we have Mascot trying to fight Carbon out of his jungle. Unfortunately, so much damage mitigation from that Kha'Zix's ultimate. This is where Ludwig jukes into the bush and then runs back away from the solar flare, flashing over the wall. Choo Choo's goes super aggressive onto Chenny Boy, gets locked up with double chains here. And once again, this juke with sending the clone back and then jumping back onto Choo Choo's for an easy secured kill.
Yeah, Chenny Boy has just been utilizing that clone probably the best that I have seen so far. So really, really well played by UTS so far, even though it is still 4-3 on that kill score. Choo Choo's utilizing that wind wall, but as we said, Distortion going to ignore that one completely. Yeah,
so Chenny Boy making sure he jumps through that wind wall onto Choo Choo's, and with these 2 kills, looks like is gaining a lot of control back in this mid lane, so called in Carbon for a little bit of help.
Yeah, the chains do land as well, so he's going to get locked up. The double chain, and there's the Cyclone. Carbon now in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to get the heck out of there. Does unleash a Q just to show that he can do a bit of damage back, and Chenny Boy is low. He might be baiting a little bit here, but Carbon not going to be able to go in.
Yeah, so another kill picked up in these 2v2 mid lanes. As we said, that power spike that comes out of this Wukong at level 6 with the ultimate, that Cyclone doing so much damage. Also with the AoE knock-up, able to once again turn around on Choo Choo's and maybe getting a little bit overconfident now that he has this Yasuo pick. Only 1 and 3.
Yeah, 1 and 3 on Choo Choo's is not how we were expecting this one to go. He is still 11 CS in the lead. So you're going to have some gold under his belt. Does have that 1 kill that he managed to pick up earlier on. But 2-1-1 on this LeBlanc, and it's just really, really scary. When a LeBlanc can delete your whole team, you know that things are going to be a problem.
Yeah, if LeBlanc gets going, especially in this relatively squishy mid-game team that Avant-Garde Ascension has brought to the table, it could really spell trouble because you don't want the fight to straight away be that 4v5.
You don't. Carbon actually jumping over the wall here. Does get the slowdown, but Sora just going to be happy under his turret. And the Little Ant's not going to be causing any troubles either, so he's just going to wander around. That's going to be fine. And Mascot's here for the defense if that happens to come through. But only 500 gold the difference. And I was expecting, you know, a little bit of a more difficult game for UTS here, but they are staying up so well with Avant-Garde Ascension right now.
Yeah, and such an aggressive early game. As we see Gymnast go in just on cue, not much happening. Ludwig dropping that chain. Hits the death sentence, however.
Yeah, death sentence goes through. The boxes come down as well. Hasn't managed to hit anyone. There's the solar flare onto Chuffer. That is not what UTS wanted. He is very low. The Zenith Blade landing as well, forcing the flash out. There's the sunlight. There's the piercing light as well. Cardred picking up that one. Death sentence down onto Gymnast, trying to get something as Ludwig back into his favor, but not going to be able to pick it up.
And this is what we're talking about with the mobile AD carry that is Lucian on Cardred versus the immobile Twitch. Once that stealth was burnt, not really much he could do. As Sora's really getting pushed in now in this middle lane, and Carbon's going aggressive.
Really
on
nice
Boy.
Distortion. Popping back there. He has tried to juke around, but not going to fall for it this time is Choo Choo's, and he manages to pick up Chenny Boy.
Yeah, Carbon lucky to survive there, trying to heal up a little bit off those awful spikes. Looks like the first tower of the game has been picked up in the top lane by Minky Whale. Of course, we were talking about how much harass and poke this Lulu does bring against the melee Shyvana, and able to just continue to push in and take that early objective for his team.
Yeah, we do have the Spectre's Cowl being picked up by Sora, so not going to be taking as much damage there. Of course, you get a little bit of that regen every time you're hit by an enemy champion, so that's going to really, really help him out, especially considering the constant harass here that we can see coming out from Minky Whale right now. But as far as this matchup continues going on, I mean, is Minky Whale going to be this force for Sora to deal with, or is Sora going to outscale him towards the end of this game?
I think 1v1 in a split foot situation, Sora is definitely going to be a little bit too much for Minky Whale to handle, just because Lulu brings so much more team utility than what a Shyvana brings.
Yep.
Shyvana being a really, really good duelist, being able to clear these waves out and move around the map extremely quickly, and of course, maybe looking towards a Blade of the Ruling King, which does give that offensive potential as well.
Yeah, I think when he picks up an offensive item like that, it might make his life a little bit better.
As we do have an interesting pickup coming through from Minky Whale. He's actually picked up the Magi's Soul Stealer.
I thought you pointed to the screen just then, and I thought maybe it was a bug. The Magi's Soul Stealer coming through from Minky Whale, very, very confident. As they pick up this uncontested dragon here as well, we have Chenny Boy coming around, a ward going down very, very late, but it's going to be Carbon securing that one, first dragon of the game, going down at 14 minutes to Avant-Garde Ascension.
Yeah, and it looks like a nice rotation also coming into the mid lane. UTS going to try and get this top lane as a return, but what they don't want to do is give away even more map control with this mid lane going down.
Yeah, the Whimsy going on to Chenny Boy as well. He's not going to be able to get too much down. There's the chain. There's the Wild Growth actually onto Carbon. Last Breath didn't want to be used. They wanted to focus that turret, and I think it might have been intelligent because here comes Ludwig as well. The box comes down. That's a fair bit of damage, and there's Chuffer getting the damage after getting a little bit taken down as well. So going to be trading 1-for-1 there is Choo Choo's and Chuffa, but having Carbon go down there as well. I mean, in trade for the turret, is that still worth it?
So really well recognized from Chuffa as Minky Wow gets a little bit caught out with that ethereal chain, has to flash away, that he wasn't going to get away from this really highly mobile LeBlanc, so went back in for that kill.
Yeah.
So at least he goes 1-for-1 in this situation. As UTS try and regain some map control and push this mid lane out.
Oh, completely whipped Solar Flare there by Erect Gymnast, so Chenny Boy not going to worry too much about that one. Does have a red buff now as well, so can offer a little bit more augmented auto attacks to his burst combination. And Minky Wow going to head back to that top lane, but I think he needs to start killing some champions. Make sure this Mejai's Soul Stealer pickup is going to be worth his money. Does have 1 stack already, so managed to pick up an assist after he built that item, so not too bad.
Not too bad, and he's actually rushed it before he's even got boots, just relying, of course, on that W to give him some extra movement speed around the map. Maybe looking to power himself up early. He does take the blue buff also, just so he can stay up with this Shyvana, who has Rust the Spirit Visage, so now has some of that MR that we were talking about that needed to be picked up.
Yeah, and when he gets that Blade of the Ruined King as well, it's going to give him a little bit more health back from that lifesteal as well, so a little bit of synergy there coming through with the Spirit Visage, but not quite as much as you'd see on something with a little bit of more natural regen like a Mundo or a Renekton. But, oh, failed leap there. We'll tell Carbon that we didn't see that one.
Headbutting the wall at the Wraith camp.
He just hates that tree, man. That tree just said something to him. Yeah, not a Maokai fan. But Chuffa going to be taking away this white. And then looking for more in the jungle, but it's completely empty, of course. Mascot doing his best to try and farm that one up. 72 to 64 as far as our jungle matchup is concerned. The Hex Drinker being finished off here from Carbon. Pretty common on these guys. As Ludwig actually gets caught out a little bit. There's the Zenith Blade, and there's the Culling coming through. Chenny Boy tanking that one up for Ludwig as well. Good teammate, but there's Choo Choo's, finishes him up. Has that E stacked up really, really high. Chenny Boy forced out of this, and that's the inner turret in the mid lane possibly going down here.
Yeah, so really, really good recognition from Avantgarde that Chuffa was unfortunately bottom trying to clear out that wave and get his farm up because he is being hurt a lot by the lack of map control from his team. Choo Choo's on this Yasuo, able to get through the team fight and deal out a really high amount of burst damage and once again pick up another kill, bringing his score back to 4-4, and he has that 40 CS lead. This Yasuo is really starting to scale up nicely into the mid game.
Yeah, and Yasuo just so strong once he gets a few of those items. Decides not to use that last breath to try and get into that fight. The chain does land onto Gymnast, and there's the distortion. Kadra just gets absolutely obliterated. The Cyclone coming through as well. There's the last breath actually taking everyone's health bars down really low. This is where UTS tries to turn this fight around. Carbon going very, very deep. Unfortunately, a little bit too deep for him. Gymnast now being the next target, and Chuffa just able to sit in the back line and just do so much damage. 1 for 4 in favor of UTS.
Yeah, so UTS really going into that fight strong, and this shows the advantage of having that mid-game tank that is the Shyvana, able to get into Avantgarde's face and really disrupt the team fight. We had Choo Choo's going really, really deep to get that last breath off, and unfortunately the rest of the team wasn't able to follow. Chuffa dealt out so much damage with that Rat-a-tat-tat and able to sway the fight for UTS.
Yeah, and actually Minky Well didn't go down in that one, so the Mejai's report is on 3 stacks at this stage, so managing to actually come out ahead as far as the Mejai's is concerned, so maybe a little bit of a worthwhile situation. Chuffa actually getting caught out here a little bit. The Culling trying to be used, Kadra not going to be able to effectively utilize that one as Chuffa does walk around the corner.
But what that does is that gets rid of this Twitch's flash, so there's a small window of opportunity whereby if Choo Choo's or Carbon can get on top of this Twitch, there's really, really no mobility to get out of it unless Ludwig's really on point with these Thresh Lanterns.
Yeah, that's true. Another thing that I'd really like to mention is the Bloodthirster pickup here for Chuffa. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Blade of the Ruined Kings being picked up by Twitch. Why do you think he's gone for this Bloodthirster? So
this is a build that I first saw from Blue90, who was one of the original Twitch players in Oceania.
Goodness.
So he used to go BT into the Zeal and then into the Last Whisper.
He was the best Tristana I've ever seen play, by the way, Blue90.
That just gives so much mid-game power from the Rat-a-tat, and we mentioned how strong this mid-game team fight is with the Cyclone, with the LeBlanc, who's really, really good at assassinating in the mid-game. So maybe just looking to get to a power spike a little bit earlier than the expensive Blade of the Ruined King into the Phantom Dancer, into the IE build that we normally see from the Twitches at the moment.
Yeah, and there's the fact that UTS are going for this teamfight composition as well, so they don't necessarily need Twitch to be this sort of split pusher, the assassination type submarine Twitch that we've been seeing a lot, just wanting to ambush targets and maybe just wanting to get as much bang for his buck out of this item as far as auto attack's concerned. So I like the pickup as well. Phage being picked up on the other side after the Bloodthirster here by Cardred, just going for the standard Trinity Force after his Bloodthirster build. So nothing to really write home about there. Now 5 deaths onto this Choo Choos. Has picked up an extra assist, but almost has the Blade of the Ruined King. And once he has that and the Infinity Edge, I mean, it's going to be, regardless of his score, he's just going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah, and that means that at that point, this Shyvana really needs to start prioritizing armor. As we see the map control really coming out of Avant here, trying to put a stranglehold on the resources of UTS. Carbon actually going in with the jump.
Leap. That was a very, very aggressive one, but we do have the last breath coming through as well. Ludwig actually flashes away as quickly as possible, but Choo Choos has been caught out. There's the Cyclone, has managed to get out with that. He does have the shield as well. Sora finally going down. I think that was an auto attack from the blue buff that managed to almost finish him off. Going 1 for 0 here on the side of Avant Garde, but that could have been so much worse for them, and they get a dragon.
Yeah, so perfectly timed team fight, able to rotate straight away to that dragon. A really nice flash there from Ludwig to get Choo Choos away from the rest of his team. But unfortunately, just not enough armor picked up on Sora at the moment, not able to tank out the team. And really, really devastating combination in that corridor that we just saw from Avant Garde Ascension.
Yeah, you think that... do you think Chuffer was maybe a little bit out of position there, didn't manage to get enough damage down because he didn't even pop that spray and pray? Do you think that could have been an opportunity? Because looking at this corridor situation that they were in, as Minky Well takes a fair bit of damage from a QR combination from Chennyboy, but going to be able to get out of there. And do you think that in that corridor it could have been a much better situation for Twitch?
I think that was just a lack of vision from UTS in that situation and an extremely aggressive play from Carbon that might have caught them off guard. I think that Avant really wanted to fight before the Dragon came up so they could secure that objective, and it's really starting to show on the scoreboard just how good Avant's objective control has been, even though the kills are equal.
Yeah, as Cardred goes very aggressive onto Ludwig, going to walk out of that flay as well, and Ludwig forced to wander back to his base. We do have Chuffer in this bottom lane split pushing, so he's going to be trying to get to that monstrous Twitch stage that he's likely to get to towards the later ends of the game, but Avant Garde doing the best that they possibly can in order to stop that one from happening. 2-0-2 now, of course, on the Minky Well Magi's count. Does have 4 stacks there.
And finally has picked up Boots 1. Looks like rushing towards that death cap. Really, really confident build out of Minky Well in the top lane.
Severely confident.
There's not enough map vision here for UTS on the map. It looks like they want to fall into a 1-3-1 split push. However, unfortunately, it doesn't really look like that can be the case.
Yeah, as we do have a couple of things coming up onto the screen. Fortunately, as we can see, Chennyboy hasn't actually disconnected from this game, so no worries there. And we are going to get back into this one. We do have a grouping up here of UTS wanting to get some pressure down onto this mid lane. Of course, that turret has been brought down to about half health. But Avant Garde are here in response, and Chennyboy copping a little bit of an Ardent Blaze to the face, but he's not going to worry about that one too much.
Yeah, so Chennyboy just trying to clear out one of the wards, trying to get some map control back for his team. We have Carbon just walking through the jungle, taking all the resources for himself. So really look for UTS to maybe even swap back over to some blue trinkets, because they really need to figure out where Avant Garde Ascension is in this jungle. Otherwise, they might get ambushed again.
Yeah, we've got 5 strong of both teams here, and Avant Garde out-rotating UTS, getting to this inner turret first, and it's going down low incredibly quickly. Sora actually popping that Dragon's Ascent, is on his own in this fight. The culling comes through just to try and get some damage onto that dragon, but they are going to disengage quite effectively. But that's one of the ultimates down here, and Chuffer actually getting hit up. Oh, we've got the leap coming through the hook instantly, though. There's the Solar Flare doing a lot of work trying to lock down this team. UTS is just a bunch of flashing health bars. Mascot going to be the first one to go down, and Carbon again survives.
So Carbon once again super aggressive, popping that flash, as we do have Cardred aggressing onto Chuffer, who just stealths away, of course getting that boost in movement speed, but just playing super aggressive.
Chennyboy has discovered Minky Well, gets the heck out of there, is going to trade 1-for-1 with Cardred, and my goodness, Minky Well just didn't know that there was going to be a very low health Chennyboy just waiting to take him out of this matchup.
So Chennyboy, of course, just wanting to hit that Magi's stacks, get a little bit of power off that Minky Well, but really, really well played and rotated here from Avant Ascension. We're just seeing how superior their map control is, and they're just beating UTS around the map at the moment.
They certainly are, and picking up an inhibitor turret as well. So that is just massive here, especially at the 24-minute mark. Making sure that that one's down. Even creeps are hitting that one right now. So we do need to have UTS play a little bit more defensively in order to try and make sure that that one happens. As some more little artifacts come up there. But there's a large wave in the bottom lane that Avant Garde do need to deal with. as UTS are really putting some pressure down here in the middle lane.
Yeah, so UTS trying to race, as we do have a pause coming through. That's fine. So UTS using their little bit of a minion advantage in the bottom lane to rush down that middle, pick up an objective for themselves. So getting one back. However, there is a large gold discrepancy still in the favor of Avant-Garde Ascension, who are roughly still 7k ahead.
Yeah, roughly about 7k ahead, although I think UTS would still have a fair bit of confidence. I mean, looking at this scoreboard, I mean, it is 6 turrets to 3, but it's only 13 to 11 in kills. They know that there are some team fights, especially when Chuffa manages to get that rat-a-tat-tat off effectively, that they can definitely win. So you could imagine it's not going to be a similar situation than it was yesterday with IM versus CMS. It's largely to do with, you know, we've got Chuffa here, and he does have so much damage potential, so we know that he's definitely going to be able to get some work done. So we'll see what they can manage to do and whether or not UTS can really pull it up for this game.
Yeah, so a really important item coming through from Carbon on this Kha'Zix that I just want to talk about briefly. Yeah? That is the Randuin's Omen that just slows down so much of Twitch's mid-game damage because, of course, that Rat-a-tat shoots through most people.
I'd be interested about the Randuin's pickup because as Rat-a-tat-tat, it does go through champions. If that goes through his target and hits Carbon, does that slow his attack speed?
Yeah, it gets the attack speed slow, which is why it's such a really good pickup against this Twitch pick. So, of course, this Kha'Zix really popular, going with this tanky build that has a lot of shields, a lot of damage mitigation through his ultimate, going to be even more of a nightmare for this team to deal with now.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard for them, of course. Might be going for a little bit of damage after this. I've seen a lot of Kha'Zix go for things like a Last Whisper after this particular build path, but having that Randuin's, as you said, is just so massive. And what do you think about the Hex Drinker as well? Because I could imagine that would really help him against Chenny Boy.
Yeah, so that's just against Chenny Boy. It brings a lot of damage mitigation, and of course that shield with the ultimate on doubles the effectiveness of the shield. So it really makes it a money-efficient buy, which is already a really money-efficient buy. Those mid-game tier buys generally are very, very gold-efficient. So it just is great for a jungler because they do tend to get a little bit more gold-starved in this game. Carbon actually has a really high kill participation in this game. He's part of 8 of the 13 kills, so he's really dictating the flow from Avant-Garde Ascension.
And he's just been almost killed in so many of these fights as well. We've been seeing him run away with such tiny health, just popping that ultimate, making sure that he can be stealthed up, get the heck out of there as well. And considering the fact that that ultimate's gone from 1 second to 2 second delay between your stealths, he's been making use of whatever he can and getting the heck out of dodge after initiating these fights with the leaps, which is just so aggressive but so decisive as well, and Avant-Garde have been following up fantastically.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a really good way of adapting to that change, which is popping the ult before he actually goes into his jump, which means that he can get in there a little bit more unseen, and of course makes it available earlier for when he needs to get out of dodge afterwards. Even when Ludwig landed that really clutch death sentence
in the middle of the leap,
still able to not get blown up and able to survive the cyclone, survive all the damage, AoE damage that was coming out of UTS, and still able to live through the fight. So really impressive play so far by Carbon on this Kha'Zix. Yeah,
Carbon's Kha'Zix. Almost a little bit of an alliteration, but it is going to be different letters, so we can't actually say that. Of course, Minky Whale still does have that Maji's Soul Stealer. Sitting down at about 2 stacks now. He did fall down. Oh, is that 2 or is that 7? I think it might actually be 7. Their spawn. So he's died once. He did have them taken down a little bit by Chenny Boy, but of course going to be getting back into this game as well. So 165 to 165 actually as far as the CS in that top lane as well. So it's been okay for Sora, and as you were saying, once he gets to that split pushing stage, things are going to look a little bit better here for UTS.
Yeah, especially with that top inhibitor turret going down early. Maybe look to get Sora back up in this top lane as we are going into the game, just to make sure that that lane's continually pushed and Avant can't target that open exposed inhibitor so early in the game.
Yeah, it's true. We do have a lot of wards here in the river for UTS, but the warding that's aggressive in the red side jungle coming out from Avant-Garde Ascension just after that push in the top lane is fantastic, especially now that we're at the 25-minute mark. Baron is coming up as more of a contentious position, and Chuffa manages to get his red buff, which is a little bit dangerous considering the vision that's on the side of Avant-Garde, but they do manage to make short work of that. And Minky Whale in this bottom lane with the teleport available is just going to split push his heart out as the rest of his team does make some moves around Baron. So they are trying to solidify the area with this vision.
Yeah, so sending Minky bot lane really does show how much map control they want to seize with this teleport available. That will have to, of course, be mirrored by Sora. maybe lending itself for AV to go for the top inhibitor. Also, it's interesting to note just how many wards they have so deep in the top side of the jungle. It really shows how focused they are on that area, and such great Baron control for only 26 minutes into the game. With that Blade of the Ruin King being completed on this Yasuo, really do have a quick Baron as it looks like they're starting it up.
Yeah, Carbon utilizing the fact that he can get a little bit of, instantly flashed out of the way. Ludwig actually, I think that was an intelligent move because he didn't want to have anything to do with that potential fight.
Yeah, so AV really moving in here as Cartridge gets a little bit caught and gets Cyclone.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how he didn't die there. Does manage to flash over the wall. We do have Ludwig, everyone from UTS just crashing into that Baron pit. The last breath does go down. Choo Choo's is trying to get as much damage down. Does pick up 2 kills here as well as Minky Well, and they are cleaning up this fight. Sora's down. That's the tank. He's out of there. Chuffer's trying to make as much damage happen, but he can't get it down, and that's a 2 for 5 ace here for Avant-Garde Ascension.
Yeah, Carbon really cleaning up towards the end of that fight. Choo Choo's with a massive last breath over the wall, able to do so much damage to the carries of UTS. Chuffer trying his best to kite out the rest of that fight, but not able to do enough damage. Really, really well played there by AV.
Yeah, I just don't know how Sora got eliminated from that fight so early on as well. I mean, Choo Choo's just has got to the point now he's got that BF sword. The extra pickaxe now has just been completed. They didn't pick up the Baron, but that was just, that last breath did so much damage.
And just showing how dominant they are in this mid game now. Sora really unfortunate that he had to prioritize this magic damage in what is a relatively low magic damage team, as we said, going into that lane against Minky Whale and just getting absolutely demolished by this Yasuo and Lucian double combo.
Yeah, not to mention Carbon as well, doing a lot of physical damage on top of that. Has now got the longsword, has finished up also those Mercury's treads, so not going to be able to get locked down too much by these ethereal chains and other things of that nature. Of course, the knock-up from Cyclone not going to get mitigated by the tenacity just because knock-ups do not get changed. So that's not too bad on the side of UTS. They're going to be able to get through a bit of that tenacity issue. But it was an interesting situation at the fact that Cardred, he had to have everything used on him. He had to have the wild growth and then eventually flashed over into that Baron pit. But even after they blew everything on him, he didn't die.
Yeah, still able to stay alive. Really good awareness of where the rest of his team was. Able to run through that Baron pit. AV do once again rotate over to this Dragon. UTS not going to contest this. 8k gold down. They don't really want much to do with that. So that's another objective picked up by AV, pushing their gold lead out to over 10k now. So looking really, really grim for UTS in this game one.
Yeah, Carbon leaping in, doing as much as he can. He has actually popped that ultimate as well. The box goes down, but Ludwig, you are not going anywhere, mate. I do apologize, but you're going to get taken off the face of this map by Carbon, and they're going to start up this Baron again. It's only the support down. They do have Mascot available to come in, potentially try and get some work done, but it's going to be very, very hard. Chenny Boy standing over to the side. We'll see whether a Brave Steel can come through, but I think that they're just going to focus Chenny Boy down. It is Minky Whale that does finish that one off, and nice wind wall just to make sure that none of these skill shots could come through.
Unfortunately, the teleport from Sora was down and he was caught in that bottom lane, so he had to make the best of the situation, just pushing it out. Didn't want to get involved in that 3v5, and I think really, really smart from UTS to let that Baron go. Unfortunately, we do have another DC, so we
a little bit of a pause, a little bit of
pause.
connection issues here on the side of Avant-Garde Ascension. Minky Whale's just struggling there a little bit, was a little bit upset about falling over. He didn't actually die in that last team fight, so I don't know why I was upset at all. So it's a bit silly.
Don't know why the Rage Quit came out.
I think it was just the internet.
Just the internet. So the map control from Avant-Garde Ascension is just phenomenal at the moment. Their wards are so deep into the red side of UTS's jungle that they just have complete control, and they can see exactly when they're approaching that Baron buff. Also, knowing that that teleport was down from Sora just led to the really, really effective Baron call after that kill was picked up on Ludwig. So really, really smart play there, and really good map rotations coming out of Avant-Garde.
Yeah, and of course, having an 11,000 gold lead as well. I mean, having these dragons that they've picked up one after the other, that's 3 dragons to nothing in this game as well. So Avant-Garde just moving around as a team, except when they need to clear a lane. And then Minky Whale's there. He does have the teleport, so they're safe at all times so far. So their vision control, as you said, has been fantastic, not to mention the fact that they've been rotating around this map just too quickly for UTS.
Yeah, and it shows the advantage of going for these objectives over the kills, because the kills have been relatively even the whole game. Chenny Boy, of course, picking up a lot of these kills on this LeBlanc, starting to power up. But unfortunately, UTS just seem a little bit off step when it comes to these objectives, and Avantgarde are really beating them to the punch. I think it's through the superior ward control, because UTS cannot approach these objectives without having to potentially run through a whole bush that is being camped by an Avantgarde team.
Yeah, and it's just going to be really, really hard, especially when there's this pick potential coming out from Avantgarde. At the same time, I mean, they land that solar flare, someone's going to die. They just have so much burst on their side. So we'll see whether they can make something happen and try and pull their way back into this game. But it's looking to me like maybe they need to consolidate their feelings about this game and move on to what they need to change and what they need to bring into the next game. Because at an 11,000 gold deficit at the 29-minute mark, things are looking very grim for UTS.
Yeah, looking very grim, and I think it shows the importance of getting Choo Choo's off this Yasuo. He looks, even though he's having a 7-6-7 game,
I've never seen him be able to play it.
It's not a fantastic game, but he just looks so comfortable. And looks like he knows exactly what he needs to do and knows exactly how much damage he can deal. So he's really getting in the face and causing a lot of trouble. And Yasuo in a pick comp, especially this far into the game, is only going to get scarier and scarier with the amount of damage that he can bring on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and the fact that they have that wild growth as well, so they can just leap Carbon in and then get him wild growth, and that's almost a free last breath on everybody on UTS if they do happen to group up. And they want to do that with the fact that they have the Cyclone, the Dragon's Descent, all of these ultimates that really need you to be right in amongst this fight, not to mention the box. So it's just going to be really hard for that ultimate ability to be mitigated if UTS want to get off what their game plan is in a team fight.
Yeah, so UTS has just fallen a little bit too far behind for their team fight to actually be effective at this part of the game. I really feel like they need to get Sora into a solo lane and start pushing really, really hard, almost obnoxiously split pushing. A little bit of solo queue there, just to the point where he is in this
He needs to
bottom
build a
lane.
Ravenous Hydra, just make sure that he's even more wave clear.
Yeah, just so he has so much wave clear that he can really start trying to drag Avantgarde around the map to him. Even if he gets caught a couple of times, it's just going to let Chuffer on this Twitch get a little bit more farmed. And once that happens, maybe they can start looking for team fights again and start equalizing on that footing. Because unfortunately, at the moment, the team fight just doesn't seem to be working for UTS.
Yeah, it's always fantastic to have a Shyvana dragging people around the map. I really like that rhyme. That was very, very well placed and really subtle as well. I thought I'd just bring air to it because I don't think people really got how hilarious you are there, Spawn.
The other
just ignore it. Just completely ignore it.
I'm just ignoring that part. That was horrible.
You're the one that did it. No, man, I'm just shedding light on it. It's fine.
So it looks like this Lulu next is going to pick up the Lichbane with the new Aether Wisp item that does give that movement speed.
Yeah, I was actually trying to remember what the name of the Aether Wisp just because it's been, you know, only recently added, but thank you very much. It does have the move speed and ability power, which is a cool combination of stats.
Yeah, really, really unique item, and I think a really niche pickup here. Although there is a fair amount of magic resistance coming out of this Shyvana, of course, with the passive, with the ultimate, and with that Spirit's Visage being picked up early. So maybe look towards more of a Void Staff if we're going to see Minky Whale continue to try and mirror the Shyvana around the map. I think the better option at this point is to actually send Choo Choos after Shyvana, because only got that one Chain Vest and the, of course, Ninja Tabo, which is a really popular pickup on the boots there, in the way of armor. And of course, that last breath just taking away so much of that armor, the 50% armor, as well as the Blade of the Ruin King just going to be able to stick to that Shyvana a little bit more.
Yeah.
So maybe we see a switch in the roles of who actually gets to chase Sora around the map now.
Yeah, the other option, I guess, is to build that Lichbane and just split push in the opposite lane to Sora and just hope that you can do a little bit more damage to these turrets because you do have the access to a little bit more burst damage, but I doubt that would really be the option that would come through. It would give him a little bit more damage in these team fights, though.
Yeah, it does bring a lot of damage, and as we said, if anything, Minky Whale seems really, really confident on this
Well,
Lulu
that's true.
pick
There is a
because
Machia's Soul Stealer
he's
there.
just going Machia's Rabadon. He just looks like he's really, really looking to get as much damage down as possible.
Yeah.
Maybe because he is the only AP threat on his team.
There's the other point to mention as well is that when Minky Whale was playing in that mid lane, there wasn't one game, I think, he just every single time, whenever he could, would build Rabadons into Void Staff on everyone that he played all the time. There weren't any Hourglass rushes. There was nothing that could make him not do his full damage build. So it's like he's going back to his roots. Now that he's able to play this AP champion in the top lane, he's just going completely man mode.
Yeah, completely man mode, really, really aggressive build. And so far this game with a 4-1-9 score, we have to say
it's
that it
working
is
out.
really, really working out for his team. So, of course, giving so much more health and so much more utility to this Karzik as jumping in. So maybe not playing the role of the tank himself, but providing a tank to his team just through the amount of shields and extra health he's giving out.
Yeah, the extra help picks that he's applying to the rest of his team. The other thing I'd like to mention as well, Mascot, he's sort of trying to build a Randuin's and a Black Cleaver both at the same time. I really like the Black Cleaver, especially in combination with the Rat-a-tat-tat, just because his Cyclone's going to be proccing it over and over again, and then you're going to have so much extra damage coming through from that Rat-a-tat-tat. What do you think's the more important item for him to build, though, at this stage?
I think at this stage, because of the severe lack of damage, it really does need to go towards that Cleaver.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he has been caught between 2 item builds. Maybe that giant belt will give him enough health to survive the initial burst coming out. I don't think they are targeting him in any way. So, and maybe he just needs to rely on Sora, on the Shyvana, to maybe, as I said, power up a little bit and provide the main tank for this team fight.
Yeah, well, he definitely needs to get a little bit more power here. As we can see, actually, currently he's in that bottom lane trying to split push here. He's on the inner turret and doesn't actually have anyone here answering this one, but we have the entirety of Avant-Garde Ascension in the top lane trying to push down to that open inhibitor. And that's what I think I'm quite scared about, is the fact that Avant-Garde Ascension have been so decisive that if they do these pushes, even with Sora in that bottom lane split pushing, because Avant-Garde Ascension know exactly what they want, they're just going to go straight to that inhibitor and take that one down. There's not going to be any ability for the enemy team to be able to do anything. Like, UTS are just going to sort of wander around, but they're just not being as decisive as Avant-Garde Ascension.
I actually don't think it's a bad thing if Avant get this first inhibitor. As they can't push through, it will mean that the minion waves will push into the base. I actually thought it had already gone down after the Baron buff. Obviously, it has not. That will just allow Chuffer to be able to farm a free wave, because it's going to continually push into the base.
Yeah.
So it generally, at this point of the game, may not be such a bad thing if it does go down. It does become a bad thing if they can decisively push through, which I don't think will currently be the case.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to. I think this inner turret's going to go down from Sora, and he's going to potentially run at the enemy team once he does get back to base. So hopefully they can get him back there in time after taking this objective as well, and maybe try and even out this gold. But as it stands, 12,000, I mean, it's not a small amount, and it might be quite difficult for UTS to get back into here. But if we're looking from a next game standpoint, say this one does go the way of Avant-Garde Ascension, what are UTS looking to ban out this time, or is this something that they can counter with picks?
I think this is something that they can definitely look to counter with a little bit more of a smart champion select. I think that, however, the Yasuo does need to get taken off the field as we are actually back into the game, and we see Avant-Garde Ascension rushing down this top lane.
Yeah, as we were saying, they're trying to move around here as soon as possible. Shennyboy actually forced it back, and they're going to get a lot of free damage here on this inhibitor. It's going to go down. That just went down so quickly. The attack speed coming out from Choo Choo's is just monstrous on this Yasuo. Yeah,
monstrous on this Yasuo. And also, this is what I said, that all they got is the inhibitor. So now this gives a free lane to Chuffer to hopefully get some farm up, get a little bit more fed on this Twitch through some waves, and potentially be able to do enough damage in these late game team fights where he can hopefully put his team on his back.
Yeah, as we can see, the Sheen does get finished off here by Minky Well, so he wants to go for that Lich Bane, try and get a little bit of damage down. But the inner turret here coming through, nice culling, just clearing this wave out. Chennyboy actually taking a lot of damage from that one too. And they're not going to be able to pick up this objective here. So as the super creeps are pushing into the top lane, we've got UTS being very aggressive here on the red side jungle of Avant-Garde Ascension.
Yeah, I think UTS has now gone to the point where they will start to maybe camp some brushes and hopefully get that critical pick that will allow them into the game. Unfortunately, Avant-Garde Ascension wants none of that, and they're really pushing down this mid lane really quickly.
Yeah, it's just the out rotations coming through here from Avant-Garde Ascension, just forcing UTS to make the decisions that they don't necessarily want to. I mean, having to go back to base and defend is not what you want to do. You want to be in the driver's seat, making them play your game, as this inhibitor turret does go down so incredibly handedly.
And these double AD comps with this Lulu hitting these turrets are just making sure that they're dropping extremely fast as we have Carbon going in.
Yeah, there's the leap. Wild Growth hasn't come through yet. The Ethereal Chains is there as he gets stunned up. Box is in a really nice position. That's a nice Cyclone as well. Choo Choo's gets evaporated really early on. Carbon, as usual, is at low health in the back line, but Sora goes down. That's the tank gone. Chennyboy now is on the hunt for these Avant-Garde Ascension members, and that's 1 for 2 coming through in favor of UTS, even though this inhibitors going down quite quickly. Cardred trying to do some work. The Ethereal Chains land and is going to be able to take that one down. Minky-Well with the last auto attack.
Great reposition in that fight from Chuffer. Got a little bit caught out at the start, but was able to stealth away, come around the back for a really nice rat-a-tat-tat, doing so much damage on this Twitch now that he has that last Whisper picked up. Really showing the force of what happens when the Black Cleaver comes through for the Wukong with the Cyclone, able to really start shredding the tanks on the team.
Yeah, and you were exactly right. Picking up that Black Cleaver was fantastic. Managing to have that team fight go in the favor of UTS, I think came down to how effective that Rat-a-tat-tat was, and we know that Chuffer has fantastic positioning, but making sure that all the stacks were up of that Black Cleaver were just instrumental as well. So really intelligent from Mascot.
Yeah, Mascot here has a really easy job because all the carries are jumping in that last breath, so he literally has a place to plant his Cyclone. The enemy is diving onto him at the moment, so really smart pick up there with that Black Cleaver, able to get so many stacks off that Cyclone. And Avant-Garde Ascension, however, just rushing through to this bottom lane, the last lane that does have some towers up, looking to go for the 3 inhibitors down, which may lead to the end of the game.
Well, that's the thing as well. I mean, Avant-Garde, they may have lost that team fight, and that's what we've been talking about, but they did take down the inhibitor. They already had the inhibitor down in the top lane. Their objective game has been almost flawless this game. They've known exactly what they want to get, and they're so confident that they're not letting anything stop them from getting it.
Yeah, so the calls to rotate have been really on point, as you're saying. And unfortunately, with these 2 inhibitors down, it's going to be really hard to protect the last turret of the game. You would think that if UTS are going to fight, they have to go really early before this turret goes down. Yeah,
as you can see, the culling coming through as well, just to clear out that creep wave as quickly as possible. And we've got Gymnast just coming through here. They just face tank the turret, take that one down. Carbon going to get a last hit there. Death Sentence does land. There's the Dragon's Descent, but we've got Carbon right into that backline, tanking everyone up as much as possible. Box is up there too. Carbon now trying to come back and do a little bit of kite, but Choo Choo's is down. That's a lot of damage. Dead for the side of Avant-Garde Ascension, but that's not going to be enough to mitigate what is a bloodbath. UTS is melting left, right, and center. Mascot, the only one left, and that's going to be the Nexus going down here. Game 1 victory to Avant-Garde Ascension.
So Avant-Garde Ascension with a really decisive last team fight in that game. Of course, UTS had to pick a moment to go. So before the turret went down, Sora did try and dive in with that Dragon's Ascent. Unfortunately, a little bit too far behind and not able to get the fight they were looking for and getting picked up in what was a 5-0. Yeah,
it was a little bit unfortunate because at the end there, UTS was showing some real signs of life. They managed to get a lot of their ultimates off at the right times. They managed to get a lot of the rat-a-tat-tats going and getting a lot of this damage down. But unfortunately, it was just the objective control that Avant-Garde had, and they just had so much money built up from the fact that they were taking all of these dragons and the Barons. So really well played by Avant-Garde Ascension, but it seemed to me like it was more of a game of chess. They just moved around the map correctly. It wasn't necessarily mechanical skill that won that one out for them.
Yeah, there wasn't many 1v1 outplays. There was a couple of really good skirmishes at the start of the game.
That's true, yeah.
Thinking of the couple of the 2v2s early that unfortunately were a little bit back and forth, so we didn't see what was coming out. But as soon as we saw this Yasuo start to really power up and Minky-Well join his team on this Lulu pick in the top lane, just showed how strong their mid-game team fight was with that Karzik and with that Lulu. Yeah, and
we noted the fact that Minky-Well picked up that Magi's Soul Stealer early on in this game. That can often be a little bit of a hindrance. If you don't manage to pick up those kills, things can go wrong. As we have potential replay coming through, we did have the little thing. And as this is going to be the last team fight here, Jake, take us through.
So this is a deciding team fight whereby UTS really need to start a fight before the super minions stream into their base. So what we have really smart play by Cardred here is cleaning out this wave. Minky-Well actually taking up the turret with his shield, and Sora at this point says, you know what, if there's a time, I just have to go right now. So pops a Dragon Descent after a nice death sentence onto Carbon. Unfortunately able to get into the middle of the team. Mascot not hitting anyone with that Cyclone, and it just goes from bad to worse as Cardred at the back just able to clean up the whole team fight, picking up kill after kill and able to come through. Actually, Choo Choo's did go down in that fight, so it was just a little bit of a too little, too late effort from UTS, but they did have to go at some point. Otherwise, the Super Minions would have won the game by themselves.
Yeah, and I think it might have been a lot of sort of tunnel vision onto getting Choo Choo's out of this fight just because his Yasuo was so incredibly dangerous. There was that one team fight where his last breath was just magnanimous and just really eliminated the members of UTS, so they needed to focus him down, but I think in doing that, they let Cardred do heaps of damage. They let Carbon do a lot of damage as well, so there are way more threats on this team, not to mention Minky-Well, who ended the game on on 8, 1, and 10. A monstrous score, which is what I was going to get to as far as that Magi Soul Stealer was concerned. He would have been up there towards that 20 stack mark.
Yeah, I think he finished on about 18 in the end. So really, really massive coming through on this top lane Lulu, just showing how much comfort he has on these AP picks. As you said, a mid lane player in the past. So really, really good game here from Avant Ascension, and just really impressive map control and objective control, really beating UTS to the punch with a lot of these deep wards.
Yeah, the thing that I'd like to mention in favor of UTS, though, is that mechanically and in these skirmishes, they looked really, really strong. So if they can try and tighten up their rotations, make sure that they can get the vision down exactly where they need it, we could have a really, really exciting Game 2 and potentially a Game 3. But stick around, everyone. We're going to go to a slight break here, and we'll be back for Game 2 very, very soon.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I'm, of course, Atlas, and this is Spawn, and we're going to take you through, hopefully, Game 2 here between Avant-Garde Ascension and UTS. Avant-Garde Ascension playing fantastically in Game 1, though, even though UTS had some decent teamfights in there.
Yeah, so they had some really good early game movements around the map. A couple of one skirmishes in that mid lane with
Although
one.
Chenny Boy having that incredible play with the clone.
Yeah, so a really nice juke from Chenny Boy, as you were mentioning. A couple of good plays in the bot lane as well, with Chuffer getting a little bit ahead as well. But the real story of the game was how dominant Minky Whale was in that top lane and how far ahead this Lulu was able to get by the end of the game. We said that they didn't really have an answer for Sora's Shyvana, and apparently the answer to that is just never split push against it and always team fight. So
Yeah.
working out really well. Minky Whale able to draw Sora all over the map and really help out his team with a support-heavy top lane Lulu.
Yeah, it seemed to me after about the 15-minute mark, Minky was never against Sora 1v1 ever again. They were just either together as a team or he was split pushing faster in a separate lane and just making sure that he never got that matchup, which, as you were saying, in the fact that it was going to be difficult for Minky Whale to split push against this Shyvana, just taking that out of the equation was just really intelligent.
Yeah, really, really smart play there from Minky Whale, and also allowed Carbon to really have a high impact on these mid-game team fights by grouping up early in the first Dragon, able to make sure that there wasn't even a chance for UTS to rotate down because of just how quickly he came from that top lane after taking that turret. And then, of course, the knock-up with Carbon jumping into the team so aggressively on that Karzik just led to some really, really sweet Yasuo plays and some really, really good team fights.
Yeah, really, really nice last breaths. And even though Choo Choo's got focused a bit towards the later ends of that game, it was the fact that Cardred was doing so much damage and the other carries on the team were just able to pull that one out and pull it through and make sure that they took the win there against UTS. But does UTS have some decisions to make as far as the banning phase is concerned? I mean, that's the big deal.
Yeah, so Cardred, as we said, got that Lucian. I think that is something that they may look to take away just because how comfortable he was to sit back and do damage from afar with that culling. Chuffer, of course, had a reasonably strong game on that Twitch, able to do a lot of damage. But
Twitch is really strong at the moment as well.
Yeah, really, really strong AD carry, but maybe look for him to go back to that Caitlyn, that comfort pick, and try and get some fast objectives for his team, because what that game showed was that without Chuffer on that Caitlyn, they were unable to really siege turrets and really able to push out some lanes, which that Caitlyn does really, really nicely.
Yeah, and Chuffer's just such a powerful player on these sort of objective control champions as well. So seeing him on this Caitlyn will be really, really good, I could imagine, especially considering the fact that she always wants to be hitting a turret. So that might help UTS as far as getting them into this objective game that they just basically weren't present for in the last matchup. Yeah,
they just were beaten around the map quite considerably. I think the other move that they have to look to make on UTS is either pick up that Yasuo for Chenny Boy or get it off the map. If Chenny Boy doesn't want to play it, they really need to ban it here just because of how comfortable Choo Choo's is on that character.
Yeah, they're going to pick that one up as soon as they possibly can. Do you think that maybe they were leaving it open to try and get it in a third round pick in the last game? Because we know that Chenny Boy and Choo Choo's both play that Yasuo a lot. And was it maybe a lack of research done? And maybe that UTS didn't even know that Choo Choo's really, really loved playing Yasuo?
I think it was more that Choo Choo's will play Yasuo into anything, whereas Chenny Boy may only play it into particular matchups. As we see the Lucian getting taken off the field, as we hinted on maybe, and the Yasuo being taken off the field by UTS. On the other side, we have the Morgana ban, which we did see last game as well as the Kassadin.
Yeah, Kassadin not going to be seen in this this first match here between Avant Garde Ascension and UTS, and Erect Gymnast not going to play as Morgana. And I actually really, really respect that ban, because Erect Gymnast was one of the first players here in Oceania, at least, to pick up that Morgana and really show its effectiveness. I think it was the first time that I got really impressed was, I think, in getting a triple kill at a Dragon Steal that was attempting to happen early on, or just at least a Dragon Sneak that was happening. So good to have him not on that champion. Lee Sin going to be banned away as well, so not going to want Carbon on that champion. And we do have blue side here. Sora does have the opportunity to first pick away something, and the Lulu is available again from Minky Whale.
Yeah, so Minky Whale's Lulu is still up. AV really respecting that Karzik pick, showed how powerful it was in the last game, taking that off the field last. So now this is up to UTS to really see what they want to dictate the game with. I think it might be a Caitlyn pick.
Yeah, Kaylin is an option here as well. I mean, Kayle has got through the banning phase. I mean, I'm not entirely sure who they are banning that against, because we haven't really seen that one come through. And Mascot, actually, that Nocturne ban last game by Avant Garde Ascension, what seems to be a really targeted ban, because Mascot wants to pick that one up first pick.
Okay, so once again, Mascot taking a jungler that really likes to farm until level 6.
Yeah.
And we saw that didn't do a great amount for his team last game, even though he did come for a mid lane gank and pick up a kill early. We did see Carbon able to dictate the pace in that top lane, really starting to get Minky Whale going with that early first blood. So maybe a little bit of an interesting pick here with Mascot really liking these farm heavy junglers.
Yeah, and we've got Minky Whale taking away the Shyvana here from Sora. Of course, we were mentioning before that Ryze and that Jarvan 4 in the top lane as well are going to be picks that Sora is going to be interested in, but was playing that Shyvana last game and was fairly comfortable, even though he got harassed a fair bit by Minky Well, but a Lulu-Shyvana matchup is never really going to go into the favor of Shyvana early on.
Definitely not early game, and they have also picked up the Lulu pick, so maybe it is actually a jungle Shyvana.
Oh my goodness, and this is really looking for perhaps Choo Choo's to pick up his Orianna as well, which he's really, really strong at. Choo Choo's excels at these sort of poke champions and these assassination champions as well, and Orianna's sort of the way he gets in between it with a bit more utility added on the side of that one, and with the Wild Growth, with the Command Protect and Shyvana, that's going to be a monstrous combo.
Yeah, so maybe look for this Shyvana to get into the middle of the team, pop up from Lulu once again, maybe Minky Well taking that one.
Yep.
And as you said, maybe an Orianna pick or something like that in the middle. We have Mascot actually taking away Gymnast Leona. Really, really smart move here. And
Super intelligent.
looks like a potential Jinx pick. I would be quite surprised because once again, a really low mobility AD unless she gets excited with that passive.
Yeah.
But they have both. Okay, so it's been swapped over to the Thresh. So looks like Ludwig really comfortable on that Thresh pick. Happy to pick it up again. He did have a fairly good game with a couple of death sentences.
Ooh.
And it looks like we're going to have a Miss Fortune pickup.
This is pretty interesting. Like the Choo Choo's, he might just be trolling us there a little bit, but Miss Fortune has been hovered over for quite some time. We've been seeing her a little bit more, especially over in Korea, but Cardred happy to swap out as well. So I think we're just pretty unsure as to what's going on.
Okay, so Graves Leona, really, really strong all-in level 2 coming from these guys once again. Graves has got a really similar kit to Lucian. So a lot of the times when Lucian's taken off the field, you default to a Grave pickup. If that's
and
the kind
Graves
of AD.
pick up into Lucian's as well, just because he's a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, so early game a lot more aggressive than Lucian, just has that passive that allows him to bully the lane. And this Leona Graves is going to be really, really strong, as I said, for the first 4 levels, whereby the Sunlight passive plus the Buckshot just does so much damage in all-ins.
So we'll see what they have to answer this one. Of course, that bottom lane is going to be Leona Graves versus that Jinx and Thresh. Of course, Jinx Thresh has a lot of CC for itself as well, so it could be a bloodbath in that bottom lane. But Chuffer is thinking about this Trundle for Sora, and Trundle versus Shyvana is something that we've seen a lot, and of course Minky Well has a lot of experience on that one as well, and Ludwig very decisively picks up that Kayle that was banned away last time.
So UTS think that this is going to be a top Shyvana because Trundle does really well against the Shyvana matchup and really, really poor against the Lulu matchup. Just gets kited for days. Obviously, the pick onto Kayle is a really, really strong pick, and it looks like UTS not really going for a specific comp, but more picking their lanes and what they think is going to win lanes. So maybe they're a little bit more worried about getting through the early game and maybe getting a slight advantage, as opposed to really picking what is a really team fight heavy oriented composition from Avant-Garde Ascension.
Yeah, the Elites is going to be picked up here for Carbon, so no funny business with Shyvana jungles, Lulu tops, and something else going into that mid lane. It is going to be Choo Choo's with that mid lane Lulu. So pretty standard. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of mid lane Lulus all across the world at this stage, and Minky Well has played a lot of that Shyvana as well. I mean, especially in the autumn round of 8, he did pick up that champion in a couple of their games. I think, unfortunately, didn't manage to actually take many wins on that Shyvana, but as we've been seeing, top lane is where Shyvana generally tends to go and tends to do quite well regardless of who's playing it.
Yeah, it definitely does the best work up there. Really standard tank. Really, Choo Choo's on this Lulu will do fine against Chenny Boy on this Kayle. Of course, Kayle good against these high burst champions, timing that ult and getting a lot of damage off the board, whereas Lulu goes for more of that consistent damage approach with that health picks and glitter lance and lots of auto attack spam. So look for a reasonably farm heavy mid lane.
Yeah, I think it might just be a bit of a farm fest here. Of course, you have so much ability to stop Chenny Boy from surprising you with that Kayle pickup. I mean, you have the Whimsy that can just turn her into a little bit of a bug and then get the heck out of there. And things like that. So we'll see whether Choo Choo's is going to be able to handle it. But we've been seeing these Kayles doing a lot of work in a lot of these games, especially recently with that Hurricane coming through and being able to do a lot extra splash damage coupled with that Righteous Fury.
Yeah, so the Hurricane pickup with the Righteous Fury, as you said, is a really, really good wave clearing composition, which is helpful because they actually don't have much wave clear in the way of the Trundle in the top lane and only the Jinx in the bottom lane. So really good pick up there from UTS. Will be interesting to see how Mascot does against this Elise. Elise, of course, a really good early game jungler, able to impact lanes with some dives even with that repel. So maybe look for the bottom lane to get really, really aggressive early with that Graves Leona pickup in that bottom lane, really strong level 2. Look to push out that lane against Chuffer's Jinx, which will have a lot of low mobility.
Yeah.
So really, really, I think, strong early game pickups here from Avantgarde.
Yeah, and it might be a little bit of a unfortunate pickup here of this Nocturne as well, just because, as we were saying, Carbon loves playing that Elise. He played her a lot in the last season's tournament and was playing it to great effect as well. Of course, Elise has gone through a few changes, debatably has become a lot stronger than she was previously, but she still has that pick potential. And as we were saying, if you max that Cocoon second, you're still going to have a lot of lockdown potential as well.
Yes, especially with the build that junglers tend to go nowadays, which is the Spirit Golem into the Boots of Lucidity Rush.
Yeah,
which provides a lot of cooldown reduction for that Cocoon. Also, of course, bringing that percentage health damage, always able to do a lot of damage to targets, especially early in the game, with the Q, of course, both in Spider form and human form.
Yeah, she's just a little bit all-round ridiculous, having an extra skill set on her kit as well. And Choo Choo's is a bit the same. I mean, they've got a lot of extra abilities here. But Minky Well back on this Shyvana, and he's against what is arguably his favorite champion here. And there's some interesting sort of things that go on with this Trundle, with the pillar, with the fact that you can block that Dragon's Descent from coming into your backline with that pillar. Is that what Sora was looking to do when he picked up that Trundle?
So Trundle really is good in this matchup across the board. So strips away a lot of those bonus resistances that Minky Whale will get from the passive, can stop the ultimate mid-flight, as you said, and also actually has a way of stopping the teleport without burning the ultimate. So if Minky Whale actually wants to stop Sora's teleport, he has to ult into him, of course, with that Dragon Descent, which means he doesn't get to use it for the team fight. Whereas Sora, of course, if Minky Whale tries to teleport first, can just pop the pillar and then teleport, and will have a lot more of his abilities available. So a really, really smart pickup. Also, with how tanky Shyvanas like to go, it forces them onto a Blade of the Ruin King Rush, because the more tank they build at the start of the game, actually the more it plays into Sora's hands, because the stronger he is going to get in the mid game. So look for this Trundle to be a really big nuisance in the mid game, really get into the face in the middle of the team fight of Ivan Ascension, and maybe try and throw his weight around and take a lot of the resistance away from Minky Whale.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of Trundles actually recently overseas building this sort of Blade of the Ruin King into a Warmogs build, just because you get so many extra resistances from that Subjugate from your ultimate, that you can just have this massive amount of health, and with Subjugate you just get all of these resistances on top of that and become basically unkillable. So it's a little bit hilarious seeing this Warmogs come back into a bit of a flavor on this champion.
Yeah, and specifically on that Trundle pickup, as you said. The other interesting thing about this Trundle pickup is the fact that when he is altered from the Kayle, he's going to be able to absorb so much damage, because Nocturne and Trundle are going to look to get really onto the back line, I feel, of Avantgarde. Of course, with that Lulu, with that Graves, they're a little bit closer range than champions we might be used to seeing, and have to apply that constant damage as opposed to the one-shot dump, which a lot of the mid laners, popular mid laners like the Syndra's, like the LeBlancs are at the moment, whereby they can get their combo out and get out. Look for Lulu and Graves to actually be closer to the team fight.
Yeah, well, Graves definitely has to be with that lower range anyway. But one thing I'd like to ask as well is, Mascot has gone with this Nocturne pick. Nocturne was sort of brought back around the stage that Feral Flare became available. Do you think that he's going to still go for that item, even though it's received a few hits in the last couple of patches?
I would be really surprised if you went for a Feral Flare pickup, just because of the amount of early game pressure that Carbon's already going to exert on this Elise. I think that if he goes for that, it might actually put his team a little bit further behind.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether he decides to go for that one. But right now, we're going to get straight into this game. We'll see you very shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the winter round of 8. Of course, we have UTS picking up the blue side here, and Avantgarde Ascension now on the red side. Avantgarde Ascension now 1 game up in this series. UTS looking to see whether they can pull this one out to a 3-game matchup, but we'll see whether they can make it work. They have a lot of later game potential, but I feel like Avantgarde are going to be very, very strong in this earlier stage of the game. Do you think that there are any things that maybe UTS can do, Spawn, in order to try and get this, get some safety and try and get it to the late game?
I think that UTS will set up really, really standard. As I said, I think they've picked their team comp around the fact that they're comfortable in these champions in lane, and that they really feel like they can go at least even from now on. As we have Carbon trying to ward and getting a little bit caught from Sora. However, I think that Avantgarde in their team also got exactly what they wanted. They got another really team fight heavy comp. As we see the late invade from UTS coming through onto the red side of Avantgarde.
Yeah, and I don't think Avantgarde actually saw all of the members of UTS coming through here. They may actually think that there's a few less. Try and do something about it, but Cardred not going to have any of it. Understands that there might be more members than he expects and just plays it a little bit safely. Of course, none of these interesting lens pickups, and we're just going to have a sweeper start coming out of Carbon.
Yeah, so sweeper, Elise selecting for the sweeper. It looks like both junglers will be starting on the bottom side of the map, potentially rushing to that top side and trying to make an impact. Actually, we're seeing a late invade here from Carbon and Avantgarde.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to find a jungler here, but they might be able to steal away this red buff as well, which might mean a 3-buff start here for Carbon, which could be massively detrimental to Mascot, who really wants to be farming up on this knockdown, as he said.
It's also going to allow Carbon to maybe go for a quick level 2 gank on this Elise into the bottom lane, because I don't think it was spotted at all from Avantgarde, and may look to even put the bot lane further ahead. No, it looks like he is going to be running for his 3-buff start straight away, straight to his blue buff, not even taking another camp. Elise, of course, that really strong jungler, doesn't even need to really get too many more moves because of the way her spiderlings can tank that extra damage from the jungle creeps.
Yeah, she's not too worried about causing any extra issues there, and has left a little lizard up there as well in that camp, so unfortunately not going to be respawning as quickly here on the side of Mascot, and really taking a little bit of trouble there from the jungle. So unfortunate. Has made his way right around to try and counter out this red buff, and we've got Kale Chennyboy coming through here to try and defend this one out. So intelligent discovery that my red buff's probably been stolen, so I'm going to be able to take the enemy red buff.
I think that was Mascot just acknowledging how much stronger, as we have Chennyboy going really aggressive on Choo Choo's in that mid lane, popping the ignite early.
Yeah, he does actually have the Q as well. We do have shield coming through from Choo Choo's, and Carbon's now here as well. He will have that, the ignite goes down, gets the kill, no problem there at all. Carbon didn't even need to use a cocoon.
Didn't even need to use a cocoon. As you said, coming through for a really, really smart gank. Of course, that really clear communication and rotations that we did see from Avant in the first game, looking like it's continuing through. And we have this Elise picking up an early game kill, which is just going to put even more pressure on Mascot in the jungle to make sure that he has an impact on the early game.
Yeah, Hook not quite going to make it onto Cardred there, and he's just going to buckshot back, saying, look, I just don't want you to hit me with that ability. And Chennyboy has been killed, unfortunately, but he was showing a lot of power and strength there in that middle lane against Choo Choo's. Oh, as that Zenith Blade just narrowly misses Ludwig in the bottom lane.
So Chennyboy looking to get really aggressive, as the Hook is also whiffed from Ludwig there. A really even lane so far in the bot lane with a little bit of a CS advantage. Going to, of course, Cardred on that Grave, sorry. Such an aggressive, powerful jungler, but it looks like they're not going to be going for that early engage as we might have suspected coming out of that Leona.
Yeah, Chennyboy with an early roam potentially, but there is a ward here, and Ludwig actually gets stunned up here by the Shield of Daybreak. The Eclipse going to be trying to mitigate as much damage there on the side of Erect Gymnast. And he looks just so at home here on this this Leona pick.
Yeah, really favoring the Leona pickup, and it just allows so much early game, as we do actually have Carbon camping out the top lane for Minky Whale, maybe looking to get aggressive on Sora.
Yeah, we'll see whether Carbon can come through. It does have that repel available to close distance there, and then the cocoon in order to make something happen. It has gone down, but it's hit a minion. And Repel not in range either. It's going to be easily walked out on from Sora, and unfortunately just not able to really make anything happen.
Unfortunately, the Repel wasn't in range. That was one of the older bugs where they took away the fact that if they started within slight range, sometimes it let you go to it. The range indicator was actually slightly off for the older Elise. But as we said, the really early tower dive coming through for Carbon here.
Yeah, the Repel being used quite early though, and Minky Whale's now tanking up this turret, has flashed out of the way, but he is going to die.
Yeah, so really, really potent dive coming through from Elise there. As we saw, the ability to repel really helps those tower dives. Maybe could have taken one tower shot, which would have allowed Minky Whale to survive that, but a really good pickup because it looks like Carbon's also been able to push the wave into the tower, maybe allowing it to reset for Minky Whale in that top lane.
Yeah, teleport was available from Sora, and both him and Minky Whale are going to head back into this top lane. But as you said, I don't think the reset has quite come through effectively, and Sora might have the opportunity to freeze it near his turret this time.
I think it's actually going to reverse push.
Oh,
this is what happens when one of the range creeps is up, as we have Chenny Boy once again getting
Carbon
caught.
using that repel. Chenny Boy only level 5, won't have that intervention. He's going to go down easily. Mascot forced to get the heck out of here. Ludwig and Chuffer now quite low in this bottom lane, although Kardra taking a zap to the face. He's going to be forced just to back the heck off. But Erect Gymnast with quite a large health bar and does land the Zenith Blade, flashes forward into the Shield of Daybreak as well. And there's the buckshot. No collateral damage to come through as level 5s have just been hit here for the bottom lane, but so much aggression.
So this Leona pick is so strong in the early game. Even once the Flay came through, able to flash forward and burn double summoner spells on the side of UTS. So really, really scary moment here as they're getting pushed into the tower. In the mid lane, we saw once again just how much stronger this Elise is before level 6. Of course, not really relying on an ultimate for her ganks like the Nocturne does. Just beating them around the map 3 times in a row now. 2-0-1, really making a massive impact for Avantgarde.
Yeah, and does have those Sorcerer's Shoes built up now as well with the Ruby Crystal and almost having that Spirit Stone. So you're going to go for that that Golem, as you were saying. So just so strong, and those Sorcerer's Shoes so intelligent just because it gives us so much early game damage as well.
Super aggressive build out here. As you said, the Magic Pen adding so much damage. The movement speed is going to help these ganks even more. As we are seeing, Sora actually puts some pressure onto Minky Whale. Does have that level 6, that kill potential now has come through. But Carbon's ganking out the mid lane again.
Yeah, there's the Cocoon landing beautifully and so much burst coming through. The intervention is now available, but they're going to stay on it, and the Repel's going to be used again and just hops out to those minions. So as you said before, the dive coming through from Carbon is just so powerful.
These early game junglers, we're seeing why they are so potent in professional play. This is why it's so hard to play these farm heavy control junglers like the Xin Zhaos, like the Nocturnes, because they just take so much longer to get going than the Elise, who's going in for another gank in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll see whether the Cocoon can land. There is the Repel. He decides just to queue a creep. Try and get some damage down here, taking a bit of lane tax.
But what this does is this is going to force Sora completely off the turret. Just so much pressure being exerted. If he sticks around, look for the dive to come through again.
Subjugate has been used, but he's going to get bursted the heck down, and Carbon just tanking that one up, and it's too easy.
Yeah, Carbon just really showing how good he is on this Elise pickup. Looks so comfortable as the hook lands in the bot lane.
There's a Paranoia as well, coming straight through, flashed out instantly by Cardrid. Mascot unable to pick that one up, but that is a Summoner Spell down.
Summoner Spell down. Good to see they're at least trying to show some dominant, as there's a little bit of a scuffle in the river. Not much doing between Choo Choos and Chenny Boy. Trying to go for a gank on the opposite side of the map. Unfortunately not picked up, and there's already a 3k gold lead starting to eventuate. Yeah,
Cardrid actually taking a fair bit of harass damage here from UTS. Mascot has been hanging around. There is a ward that has spotted him out. We'll see whether they do try to go for a dive. Cardrid's relatively low, but Carbon is in the vicinity, and we'll see whether he can make it around in time to save his team. But that first turret going down, as you said, in that top lane, Minky Whale being able to pick that one up after the dive onto Sora. So unfortunate for UTS, but first blood objective-wise has gone to Avantgarde Ascension again. Yeah,
Avantgarde just showing so much potency with this map control. Looking for an invade now onto Mascot's red again. Carbon just looking so aggressive. There's actually a teleport coming in from Shyvana as well. There's 4 people on the bottom side of this map.
There's the Death Sentence coming through. We've got, brilliant R coming out from Erect Gymnast, and he just gets collapsed upon by everyone. Minky Well just turning into a dragon saying, look, here I am. I wasn't in the top lane anymore. And they're going to be able to transfer this one to a dragon.
Yeah, really fast rotation into the dragon. The teleport was actually cancelled out by Sora in that top lane, maybe just looking to push up and trade objective. But really, really aggressive play from Avantgarde. They look like they want to close this one out really early. They're going to pick themselves up to about a 7k gold lead.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant as well because of the fact that UTS just naturally scaled really effectively into that late game area, and Avantgarde having none of it, they're like, we're going to finish this as quickly as possible, and they're showing that they can do that. 4,000 gold now in the lead at the 10-minute mark, and Chuffer is in so much trouble in this bottom lane. Carbon again tanking up that turret, able to utilize that repel, and gets out of turret range with it as well onto his enemy champion, and unfortunately tanking up that turret Auric Gymnast out of the range. And that's going to be Chuffer picking up a kill in his name as well. Now a little bit of a scuffle, as you said here in the jungle. Chennyboy taking the worst of this one. Really, really nice aggression coming through from Choo-Choo's.
Choo-Choo's being just showing so much awareness of where Chennyboy is at every single stage. The one saving grace for this UTS side is that Chuffer is still equal and did just get that shut down at 500 gold. So able to pick up that BF sword and actually has an item advantage at the moment.
Yeah, Super Mega Death Rocket coming through, but unfortunately not going to find any targets. Was just thinking that someone's going to be backing in that bottom side brush. Minky Well now trying to add some aggression here onto Sora. Sora not with any tanky stats quite yet. Isn't quite able to duel against the extra couple of daggers coming through on the side of Minky.
And Choo-Choo's just pushing out this middle lane. Going back to Bio will be interesting to see what he actually picks up here. Maybe going for that completed Athenes. I don't know if he has enough gold. But the map control coming out of Avant right now is just so strong. Where do you think the next move's going to come from? Because I don't know if UTS have the answer at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm struggling to work out as well with this 4,000 gold lead and the fact that Avantgarde just handled the objective game so effectively last game. It really must be playing on the minds of UTS at this stage, but I could imagine that mid lane turret after all this aggression in the bottom lane. There's the Solar Flare. Chuffer is not long for this world. Does have the Lantern as an option and does manage to get out of there. I think that they wanted to get off that aggression just because there was a mascot in the top lane. We've got Minky Well now getting just completely zoned out of that one by a really nice pillar from Sora, and Sora didn't want to have any of that.
Minky Well saw Sora had no mana whatsoever, but just enough for that pillar, stopped him dead in his tracks, really well placed. Actually looked like Kardred had a little bit of miscommunication with Gymnast there, was about 3 seconds off having his ult up, which would have actually guaranteed a kill in that bottom lane. Looked like he wanted to go back for the farm, but a little bit trigger happy on that Solar Flare from Gymnast there.
It was well aimed, though, you have to admit. I mean, it managed to get Chuffer directly and picked up the stun. Sora has found his way back into that lane, has a couple of daggers, but hasn't finished off that Blade of the Ruined King, which means that he is so, so powerful. Does put down that ground. There is a skirmish here. Repel being forced out here by Carbon. Things are looking a bit dangerous. 3v2 now, and the paranoia has come through. Nice flash from Carbon, instantly answered by Chennyboy. Chennyboy just needs to get a couple more auto attacks down, juking through the brush here. Last hit does come through, that Ignite being taken down, and Minky Well now on the run away from Sora. We'll see whether he can do anything. Mascot in trouble. Choo-Choo's has followed his mid lane opponent around this map. That's a pretty decent pillar, but Minky Well's going to be able to walk around that one. I think they were probably hoping to be able to zone him out of that one a little bit. But Choo-Choo's now trying to sandwich them in from the side, and Minky Well's thinking that he might come back in as there's aggression in the bottom lane as well. Wild Growth comes through. Minky Well massive at this stage. Sora is not long for this world. He's going to go down. Had his flash available, but didn't quite get to the wall. Kardred, Super Mega Death Rocket coming through, but there's the heal to make sure that execute damage isn't enough. And so far, things working out for Avantgarde so, so well across the map. Oh, there's an incredibly deep dive coming through. Instantly bursted from Kardred. Double kill coming through for Gymnast, and that Zenith Blade was fantastic.
So much action all over the map. That Lulu ultimate for the first thing was just so brilliant that it popped Chennyboy up at the exact right time. Not able to ult, so goes down without using that intervention, which could have helped turn that team fight. And such aggressive play coming out of Kardred and Gymnast in this bottom lane. Really, really showing the dominance. And this is a problem with these immobile ADs that don't have dashes. Leona just on point every single time with his Zenith Blade, getting up in their faces and really wreaking havoc.
Yeah, it's a Auric Gymnast. He's just so, so good on this Leona. It's always been his signature champion there in the bottom lane, and he's showing us exactly why, always landing these abilities, making sure he knows exactly what to do in response to what UTS has to offer once he's been in on those, with those really nice flashes into the queues. So really making it work. As we saw just then as well, Minky Well pushing up that top lane, taking that inner turret down. So He's going to go back to buy. He does finish off the distortion enchantment on his Mercury Treads, so trying to make sure that he has that teleport available as often as possible. And if you want to be a split-pushing dragon, it is definitely good to have, as this Glitter Lance is going to take Ludwig down a peg or two. We've got Chennyboy now trying to push up this wave, but he has to be a little bit careful. He does have a turret to fall back on. I did actually think that one was taken down. There is a teleport here in the bottom lane. Sora coming through to try and defend Chuffa here, but Minky Whale's around, and Chuffa's taking a lot of damage. There's the Dragon's Descent. There is the Subjugate as well, and he's going to be able to take the land to try and get the heck out of there, but Chuffa was not going to be able to escape. And
another really well-timed team fight. 45 seconds till Dragon just chasing UTS all the way back from their base.
Well, there's a Death Sentence onto Choo Choo, trying to lock him up a bit. There's the Flay as well, but nice Wild Growth manages to knock up 3 members. And are they going to dive this one? There's the jump in from Erect Gymnast. As we said, he cannot miss a Zenith Blade at this stage, and they're all going to be able to collapse. Avant-Garde Ascension all down here, and this inner turret is not long for this world. They're ignoring the mid lane completely, and they're taking so much of the rest of the map.
Choo Choo's just so on point with his rotations, beating Chennyboy all over the map once again. 5-0-2 on this mid Lulu. So much prowess with these champions, just looks comfortable on whatever he has, and actually has a 3-level advantage on Chennyboy in the mid lane, who you would have to say has arguably stayed home more than Choo Choo's in this lane.
Yeah, it's so true, although he has managed to die 4 times, unfortunately, so I think that's probably where that's come out of. Hasn't managed to finish his Nashor's Tooth just yet. Athene's Unholy Grail is sitting comfortably in the hands of Choo Choo's, though, as they take down their second dragon of the game as well. And we spoke about it yesterday. Now 16 minutes and almost a 12,000 gold lead. This is absolutely ridiculous. Chennyboy now is in a lot of trouble. Minky Whale just going to be able to use that burnout. Actually gets it with the Flame Breath. Finishes off that kill as well, so things just looking horrible for UTS.
4-1-5 Minky Whale on this Shyvana, just looking so strong as AV start pushing down the middle lane now. The only outer turret left on the map has now been taken for AV, and they look to continue their dominance, pushing onto this tier 2 mid turret.
Yeah, pushing that one down. I don't think there's going to be much UTS can do in order to stop that, just because the level numbers are so much higher. As you can see, the burst damage coming through from Sora. He's going to get destroyed. Choo Choo's taking that kill. Death Sentence going to go wide. Logan not going to be able to finish that kill off. There's the Cocoon. Does unfortunately whiff, and we've got Carbon again tanking up the turret. It's exactly what he wants to do. Wild Growth comes through. No knock-up's going to be had, and the inner turret is going to be settled for here. There's, oh, nice. Mascot trying to use that Paranoia to come in. Does manage to pick up the kill. Is Chuffa onto Carbon, but the damage has been done. Inner turret going down after that outer turret as well. So every single outside of base turret has been taken here on the side of Avant-Garde Ascension.
And UTS just slowly being strangled, now trying to push up this mid lane to get a return turret. Doesn't look like much we'll be doing with this Lulu. Choo Choo's full health, full mana on this Lulu. So much wave clear at this early part of the game. Looking really, really grim for UTS. Chuffa is 2-3-0, so maybe able to bring a little bit of power
as the
to
Dragon's Descent comes through, Chennyboy's in a fair bit of trouble here. Does have the intervention, but now he's got 100 health and instantly taken off this map. Chuffa getting a couple of cute auto attacks before taking the Lantern Ride back to Ludwig. But that's just a free kill there again for Avant-Garde Ascension, and even though the intervention was there, Chennyboy just isn't offering enough at this stage.
Minky Whale, meanwhile, ulting on top of Sora, scaring him away. Troll just runs back into his jungle. He doesn't want much to do with that dragon at the moment. 5-1-5 as Chuffa does land.
Oh, and just gets destroyed by all the CC coming through from Erect Gymnast. Oh, very nice Cocoon, almost hitting onto Chuffa, but he's going to be able to run away with his tail between his legs. There's the Q from Carbon after a flash into that repel as well. Cardred is here for the follow-up buckshot onto 4 members. Carbon does have to sacrifice himself for this one, though, maybe going a little bit too deep, but we saw the damage potential from Cardred if he manages to get his abilities off.
Cardred's so huge at the moment. Carbon going a little bit of Shelby there.
Yeah, channeling some Shelby, I think.
Just going so man mode, flashing in for the kill as Chennyboy is getting chunked by Cardred on this
yeah,
grade.
Minky
Whale
comes
comes in with the
nice
engage.
play. Nice play there to try and get him back. He's actually flashing forward. There's the intervention, and Chennyboy on such low health. Minky Whale saying, oh, what the heck? How did he get away? But they are going to be able to try and get some damage down onto this inhibitor turret. Actually, they're not. As I say that, cast a curse, and they get the heck out of dodge. Maybe they might go for a bit of a Baron here now that Carbon is back up, but I think that they just need to keep putting pressure on this map. Avant-Garde are just so far ahead.
So far ahead, but they're at the hard point of the game where they have no easy objectives left, and they don't have a tank that can really tower dive really successfully at the moment. Unfortunately, Carbon going a little bit more Magic Pen on this build, so not much
the Abyssal
armor.
Scepter I sort of missed out on there, but that's an interesting pickup nonetheless.
Nice aggressive pickup, just maybe not what they need at this moment in time, because they might be looking for a couple more tower dives, or even if they do elect for that early Baron, they are going to need someone with some armor. However, saying that, Minky Whale has just gone back and bought a whole Randuin's Omen.
Yeah, outright. So that's 3,000 gold that he had sitting in his back pocket. So maybe if he had have bought that one a little bit sooner, they could have had a little bit more success in some of these team fights and dives. But nevertheless, they are going to be able to do that. Desperation Baron now being attempted here by UTS. They have got a sweeper. They have cleared out a lot of the vision, but as you can see, the collapse from Avant-Garde Ascension is coming through. The paranoia onto Choo Choo's. I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough. Just whimsies himself to get the heck out of there. In the meantime, Minky Whale in the backline. Chenny Boy going down so low. Chuffer is there. Does manage to get a lot of CC down, but as you can see, the health bars are melting. Sora going to be the last one to be taken down. That's a double kill for Minky Whale. And Chuffer running with his tail between his legs, not excited at all, actually getting slowed down here by Minky Whale. There is a godlike Zenith Blade coming through. Erect Gymnast sealing that one out. There's the ace coming through. Cardred, what a monstrous team comp here from Avant-Garde, and they have just been asserting their dominance this whole matchup.
What a freakishly good team fighting team this Avant-Garde Ascension really is. We saw the 3-man knock-up into the Graves ultimate. Just so much raw damage across the whole team. Unfortunately, Chenny Boy took so much damage from that Baron, had to actually ult himself on the way out of the pit, nearly dying by himself. So maybe a little bit of a mix-up on the comps from UTS as well, but just such a good team fight as they now camp this brush.
Yeah, there it is. Chenny Boy just face-checking, and that was just red bars coming through from both Ludwig and Chenny Boy. Unfortunately, I think that is potentially going to seal the deal here. Avant-Garde just knowing that they can hang around there because the wards needed to be put back, although actually they still had a fair bit of vision, unfortunately, but UTS with the face check regardless, and Cardred just going to be auto-attacking this one down, and I think this could definitely be the game for Avant-Garde Ascension.
Yeah, Avant-Garde look like they're pushing in another great Solar Flare and Zenith Blade follow-up. Minky
and
Whale
there's the collateral
Gymnast.
damage as well. Gymnast coming through. There's a really nice wild growth, but it's not going to be enough in order to actually save Erect Gymnast, and maybe Avant-Garde have overstayed their welcome here, even though there is so much damage potential coming through on this Avant-Garde team. Intervention is used again by Chenny Boy. Carbon now quite low, as is Cardred. Mascot coming through to try and get something done. Does finish off Cardred, but that's an open Nexus. Choo Choo's now is the focus. Does go down after letting off a bit of a Glitter Lance. Half health now on the Nexus. We'll see whether enough can happen. Minky Whale does not want to try and go for it, and UTS are going to hang on a little bit longer. Yeah,
just delay the game. Maybe try and force this one to go a little bit longer, try and get some picks, but what a fantastic team fight in the middle of that base from AVA once again. Gymnast is just so on point with this Leona. What a fantastic pickup and just so comfortable. And Cardred on these AD carries just so aggressive, dashing into fights, even trying to go for a little bit of an overkill with that collateral damage, but just outright aggression at the moment from AVA.
Yeah, he's definitely showing some true grit on this match right now. Unfortunately, it does go down, so they're not going to have all of their auto-attack damage in order to take down that Nexus. But Erect Gymnast now here fancies a 1v1 here with Chenny Boy in the mid lane and gets it deleted with that Solar Flare.
Yeah, and just not even a chance for Chenny Boy to once again get off his ultimate, not expecting all that burst to come out of the support player from Avant-Garde. But now with that double buff, Minky Whale actually running in for a little bit of an Xpeke backdoor. Yeah, a little bit of an Xpeke backdoor. Doesn't have the Dragon's Descent, so can't jump over that one just yet. Is now just available, and there he is, launches himself over there. The Paranoia comes down to try and stop this. It's so incredibly low. And it's not going to go... Oh, actually does. There's Gymnast at just above it. And I just missed out seeing that guy. Unfortunately, and for UTS, they didn't manage to defend that one off. But really, really decisive play coming through from Avant-Garde Ascension. Such an aggressive game. And so the communication from Avant-Garde Ascension just seems to be on point. Gymnast and Cardred in that bot lane are absolutely terrifying. They... against a really good AD carry and Chuffer, just looks so dominant. We're able to swing so much of that game in their favor. And Choo Choo's in that mid lane, two really, really solid performances, finishing that game 7-1-11 on that Lulu. Just so aggressive.
And I have to mention as well, Minky Whelp with virtually the same score as last game. 8-2-10 this time, one extra death, but that was when he was trying to backdoor that base. So again, with another really dominating performance, Avant-Garde Ascension are looking fantastic so far this series. You have to mention as well, Carbon, that Elise pickup was instrumental this game.
Just dictated the pace of the whole game from the outset. We mentioned that we thought the Nocturne might be a little bit of a dangerous pickup, needing that farm to get going.
Yeah.
And Carbon just did not give him any time at all. Super aggressive with these tower dives. This Elise with that repel, so good at doing that. And just with the exception of the maybe a little bit of an early repel in the first gank, was just on point for the rest of the game, securing objectives for their team and just really showing the power of that early game jungle pick.
Yeah, and it was just a little bit unfortunate that the Nocturne came through from UTS as well, just because it didn't offer quite as much early game prowess. But congratulations there to Avant-Garde Ascension. That was the first series now done for tonight, but we do have another best of 3 between Team NV and Your Soul Shall Chuffer coming up very soon, which I'm incredibly excited for. It's going to be fantastic to see. Heaven's Curse in that mid lane, of course, little cutie Cheeseroni as well. So everybody stick around. We are going to have our next matchup, and congratulations to Avant-Garde Ascension.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock. Ha. 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Yes, well, welcome back everyone to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. We now have our second series of the evening, and it's going to be Team NV, of course, the runners-up of the Autumn Round of 4 there at Supernova in the Gold Coast, and they are against Your Soul Shell Chuffer. This is a matchup that we've seen before, and Your Soul Shell Chuffer pick up just incredible team comps. Lots of wombo combo, lots of weird picks. Of course, Little Cutie Cheeseroni with that Swain in the mid lane. Of course, Denian with his Ashe in the bottom lane. Zahi loving that Wukong with the Cyclone. We've already seen Wukong today, but not necessarily a conventional top-tier jungle pick, and I'm just really excited for this matchup.
Yeah, really excited to see what Team NV can also bring out here, of course. With
Sorry, I'm just sort of focusing a little bit on the Your Soul Shell Chuffer. It's just fun to say, you know.
Heaven's so good in that mid lane. First Mate's so good in that bottom lane. Just really, two really strong teams, evenly matched, and it's just going to be a really interesting game to see what comes through.
Yeah, of course. Now with the slight change since the round of 8 there in autumn, Coolmog coming over from the Optic Snipers as well, now in that top lane for Team NV. And Coolmog is probably one of the best top laners I've seen playing in a sort of a matchup that puts him behind immediately, playing champions like Shyvana Indirenekton and things like Dr. Mundo into any of these common top lane matchups as well. So really sort of is able just to tank up and be a beast late game and not necessarily fall victim in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. And it actually, Coolmog is so well-rounded that he plays a lot of these tanky top laners, a lot of these team-orientated top laners where he doesn't get a lot of the recognition. And then on the other side, we have Jack Attack, who's known for a couple of his carry top laners. Used to be really famous for that Jason the top lane. Of course, plays that Rumble pickup, as well as a couple of the standard mid laners. But we are going into our first key matchup, which is First Mate versus Denian.
And this is one of my absolute favorite matchups as well. As Denian, we were talking about that, picks up that Ashe, but First Mate is the most incredible Draven player that I have ever seen. Just somehow manages to pull damage out of nowhere and explodes people in that bottom lane, often going Bloodthirster into the Last Whisper, into the Infinity Edge, just for obliteration down there.
Yeah, and of course, super aggressive with Mattress moving back to his support now.
Yeah.
Mattress was the jungler, now moving back to support with BMA actually coming into the jungle for Team NV. So a really comfortable duo lane together and maybe looking to show just how aggressive First Mate can play with a really good support.
Yes, indeed. And we've got BMA, of course, was the manager here for Dignitas before they unfortunately left our shores, so coming back. But he was playing for, I think it was Frenetic Array earlier on, and then moved to more of a managerial role, and they were picked up by Dignitas. And so he has been in this jungle for a long time. One of sort of the original players, was originally named Kowena, actually. But we are into Champion Select here. We'll see whether any of these interesting picks are actually banned away. I'd like to see a Swain ban. Well, actually wouldn't like to see a Swain ban, but it might be intelligent for NV to ban away that Swain, just because it is quite strong. But Kha'Zix and Kassadin, fairly, I guess, standard bans.
Lots of purple bans coming through so far. Kha'Zix, Kassadin, and the Morgana, the purple OP champions, a little bit of a hint of what you should ban out there. But just really standard bans. We've seen Kha'Zix get taken out of so many champion selects, and also that Draven First Mate on that Draven, such a terror. Do not want that to get through.
Yeah, no, you just can't let First Mate have that Draven. And it's just really handy for NV, actually, just because First Mate plays a lot of AD carries really well, but it almost forces your enemy to pick up a different ban. So, I mean, only have 2 bans, basically, because they're forced to ban away that Draven. But Thresh going to be taken away from Flying Dew. That's his signature support. Which
means that Swain has actually gotten through.
Yeah,
the champion
we'll see whether it happens.
So see whether Little Cutie Cheeseroni does pick that up. As you said, Flying Dew so good on that Thresh. Also plays a lot of the other standard supports as well, but just Thresh is something that he is so comfortable on.
Yeah, that's sort of, and he's known as the Flying Jew just because every death sentence he lands, he almost instantly takes as well. Super aggressive on that thresh, wants to get right up in your face. Intrepid instantly locking in for Leona though, so making sure that Mattress gets this really high impact support in the bottom lane, and Morgana has been banned away, so out of they've actually banned 2 supports, and there's sort of this trifecta of monster supports at the moment, so picking away that Leona is really important.
Yeah, especially with the Lulu being taken out as well on the side of Yasuo Shell Shuffer.
Yep.
Just really limiting what they can take into this bottom lane with Denian. Maybe look for a peeling support, something like an Alistair, just so they can vamp him up through the mid game. But we do see that little cutie Cheezeroni is going to be looking in the Ziggs, which he is actually another really key champion for him.
Yeah, and it actually might synergize well with a potential Zyra support pickup as well, just considering the fact that you do have that Stranglethorns to put on the ground, and Ziggs does have so much area control. Okay,
so Zahir here electing for what looks like might be an Elise pickup. Probably looking for BMA to therefore take away Elise Sin, something that can match the early game pressure of Elise, with that Kha'Zix being taken off the board, of course. Will be also very interesting to see what they throw against this Ziggs in the mid lane. I think I'm expecting Heavens to take something like an Orianna into this lane, turn it into a farm matchup. That's where Heavens really excels, hovering over Cassiopeia, however, which is super aggressive.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting pickup. The thing is, like, I reacted like it was going to be a legitimate pickup just because Heaven's Curse does pick up a lot of very, very strange champions. I mean, he went on a roll with AP Corki and just won almost every matchup that he had on that champion as well a little while ago, so you can't put it past him to bring out something that's very, very different here, but I'm not sure whether that'll come through. I think I'm just getting a little bit overexcited, and the switch over here to the Twitch as well.
Yeah, so a really, really aggressive bottom lane with that Leona Twitch. Locking in the Lee Sin Twitch. Okay, so not wanting to pick away Heavens' mid lane matchup, of course, because Little Cutie Cheezeroni has already picked up that Ziggs, so no need to lock in the matchup.
Yeah, that's true.
And getting 2 really priority picks off the board now with this Lee Sin and Twitch.
Yeah, so we'll see what comes through in answer by YSC. I find it interesting that Zahi didn't pick up that Lee Sin just because he really, really does love that champion. Played that one a lot in the autumn round of 8, but Koina or BMA going to be able to pick up this Lee Sin in response, and both early game junglers as well. So we're not going to see a repeat of perhaps our last matchup where Elise just got completely out of control.
Yeah, and with that Twitch pickup, with the Elise pickup, it makes Twitch even more viable because it doesn't have to worry about that Lee Sin revealing him, of course, with that Tempest, and really, really hampering his movement speed. So unless he gets caught outright by the bind, maybe look for First Mate to really focus on his positioning before he pops out of that stealth, and really looking to set up some big rat-a-tat-tats for his team.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested in what the support pickup here is going to be for YSC, because Denian does get his Lucian, which he's very, very, very comfortable on, and Flying Jew opting for a potential Annie here.
So a potential Annie fell out of favor a little bit with the nerf to the range, and just a little bit of the way the meta went with the bot lane pick. Of course, starts extremely squishy. So if they can get onto it with this level 2, look for maybe some early aggression out of Teen Envy's bot lane.
Yeah, and that's what's absolutely terrifying here as well, is because Twitch and Leona, as you've stated many times, is just an incredibly powerful level 2 combination.
Yeah, especially with that expunge coming out of the Twitch that just does so much early game damage with those stacks, and the sunlight procs that come out of Leona, and just how aggressive Mattress was as a support, and how comfortable he was in that bottom lane. Look for some really, really exciting early game stuff coming out of Mattress and First Mate.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, to mention the fact that Mattress was actually jungling here for Envy, has moved back to his support role, which he was really, really high on the ladder in North America when we didn't have our Oceanic servers as a support player for years and years. So he's just so, so experienced. Soraka actually being locked in here from First Mate as well, and that looks to be going to Heaven's Curse.
Yeah, so Heaven's picking up the Soraka. A little bit interesting with the nerfs that have gone through.
Hasn't gone through just yet.
Hasn't gone through
4.8 was when it came through. We're on 4.7 here on the tournament realm, so hasn't actually been nerfed out quite as much.
Well, there we go. Soraka makes a lot more sense in this matchup now. Brings so much wave clear, and a really, really annoying level 1 and 2 with that silence and the Star Call. So look for him to go aggressive really, really early. It looks like all the lanes are going to aim to push up and let BMA really try and invade this Elise and really try and get himself ahead in the early game.
Yeah, and we've got Jack Attack picking up the Trundle as well. Very comfortable on that one. And as we saw last game, I mean, going for that sort of countering out the Shyvana with your various abilities as well, as we were explaining with that Subjugate and the Pillar. So in that 1v1 matchup in the top lane, it's going to be a little bit easier for Jack Attack there. But I'm so terrified, especially for this bottom lane for YSC. Oh my goodness.
So such an aggressive bottom lane coming out, as we have said. Flying Dew, of course, in a little bit of maybe an uncomfortable champion pick.
Yeah.
I don't know how often he has played Annie in the recent patches. Of course, very, very popular at the start of the season.
We did see Aerie playing Annie to great effect earlier on.
Yeah, Aerie, the kill-hungry support, played
yeah, that's
Aerie
true.
really, really well. But Denian on this Lucian pick will be extremely comfortable.
Super comfortable, yeah.
If Flying Dew can keep himself out of harm's way for the first couple of levels, let Denian farm himself up. Such a competent AD carry out there. YSC shouldn't be too disadvantaged in this matchup, I don't think. What I am looking for, though, is BMA to really get aggressive. I think that these lanes will all push up really, really early, as I said. And even though Jack Attack will have the advantage at later stages of the game, I feel that Intrepid can really, really push with Abandon in the early game.
Yeah, that's really, really true. Of course, Intrepid actually coming through and taking the spot of Kulmog this game. So Intrepid actually a sub here for NV, so we'll see whether that's a permanent fixture or whether it's actually just a sub change. I'm not entirely sure what's happened here, but he is on the roster as a sub officially, so we'll see what will happen. But yeah, this top lane matchup could be just so volatile, but having a little bit more early game prowess in both of our junglers might make things a little bit more okay here on the side of YSC.
So Zahir really comfortable, of course, on that Elise. Most junglers are, especially with after the changes came through, a lot of junglers dropped Elise and then picked her back up because of just how her playstyle really changed from this really brawly kind of jungler to a more pick comp heavy jungler with that Cocoon. So bringing a lot of CC out, a little bit more spammable late game. Will be interesting to see how it matches up against the Lee Sin early game, who could be super aggressive.
Yeah, that's true. Both of these junglers really, really capable of early aggression. But the mid lane is another place that I'd really like to look at. Of course, Little Cutie Cheeseroni does also go by the other champion name, Temp Name 507, which he has sometimes competed in tournaments in. So they're not different people. They're just different accounts. And he has played this Ziggs so many times. Ziggs and Swain are sort of what he's known for, which is really interesting considering the fact that Swain, not necessarily the most popular pickup, but a champion that's really, really fun to see, of course, with such a powerful level 2 and 1, with having that Torment augment, even your auto attack damage coming through. But Soraka versus Ziggs. Ziggs, I could imagine, probably has enough range to withstand the Star Call, but how do you feel like it's going to go?
I think it will be a really farm heavy lane because whilst Ziggs can throw out so much harass, Heavens, of course, got that heal, has the heal as the summoner spell as well. As Little Cutie Cheeseroni has gone a little bit more aggressive with the Ignite. But look for Heavens to try and turn this into a farm lane, try and get some early magic resist through that Athene's Unholy Grail, moving into maybe a Rylai's Crystal Scepter to bring some control to team fights and really look to be the kingpin, linchpin of his team to try and really slow down people and not be able to get through to that Twitch with the Rat-a-tat-tat looking to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, there's just a lot of damage potential coming through on the side of NV, on top of the fact that there is magnanimous CC and healing potential. The heal tanking from Heavens on this Soraka, I mean, is something that we've been hearing about a lot, especially over in the All-Star competition. There was a lot of that Soraka being used in these sort of heal comps where the health bars just seem to go up and down, of course, Wish being so strong as that ultimate on a mid lane Soraka that does manage to get some farm. So we'll see whether that comes out. And of course, Heaven's Curse, so proficient on almost every champion he plays. So really going to be comfortable on the Soraka as well.
And Heavens being one of the experienced players in the Oceanic scene, would have gone through the first wave of Soraka mid and Soraka top, and now we'll be able to easily pick it up, I feel, into the second wave of the Soraka mid. So look for him to be really comfortable on this champion. There's not many comfortable champions, as you said, that he isn't comfortable on just because how proficient he is in that mid lane. And look for him to really try and prolong these team fights. I feel that if YSC don't really burst someone down with Flying Dew and potentially Zahir getting a pick, these team fights could really start going in the way of NV the longer they go.
Yeah, that's true. So let's get into this game as soon as possible. We'll be back after this short video. Welcome back to the Rift, everyone, for the winter round of 8. Of course, we are on here now with Team Envy on our blue side and YSSC, or Your Soul Shall Chuffer, on our red side for the first matchup here in our second game of the night. And Spawn, I'm incredibly excited for this matchup just because both of these teams are so interesting in their playstyles.
And Flying Jew has actually elected to start with that W, so not going for the Q harass as we talked about yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
A lot of these supports, Flying Jew actually burning a lot of his mana bar so far as well, trying to get that stun up for level 1. Have been actually going with the Q harass against melee supports like Leona, just so they can try and get some level 1 pressure, because level 2 with Leona is such a scary time for an Annie. Actually going that Ruby Crystal to try and get some health to maybe survive that all in.
Yeah, has that Ruby Crystal, has a Sight Ward as well, so having these Trinket Wards coming up early is not enough here for Flying Jew.
So really looking to get some lane advantage with some maybe early vision, going for a late invade onto this red buff. Was spotted out, however, by Team Envy, and they're just going to look like rotate up to their blue buff. No, looks like they might actually come down to match it. No, they're going for a counter invade. They don't want anything to do with this level 1 from Your Soul Shall Chuffer, just because of how scary that Annie stun can be.
Yeah, and we've got YSC actually waiting around here, but there are 2 wards that are spotting them out as well. And with that Annie, as you were saying, really, really intelligent. Flying Jew now back to half mana, so utilizing his mana regen in order to get that one back up there, so not going to be looking as starved as he was earlier on, which is a little bit dangerous. But it looks to me like everyone's just going to wander back. We're going to have just a general top side of the river jungle start for both of them.
And the lane swap has come through for YSC, so they've started the lane swap. They've sent their bottom lane of Denian and Flying Jew into the top lane, just because of how potent this bottom lane is from Envy. Maybe trying to avoid the level 2 and use their range advantage with 2 range champions to maybe push a fast tower.
Yeah, and there's the fact that Jack Attack is on this Trundle as well, so he can use his passive in order to get a lot of health back. Of course, gets percentage health as anything dies, so if those creeps are dying under the turret, he can get a bit back, but he is going to follow Zai around this jungle, which is what a lot of top laners do in these situations when they're forced into a sort of multi-man against situation. That was very, very poorly worded. I apologize.
And very interesting from Zahir here that he has actually elected for what looks will be actually a tower defense as opposed to a tower push. Generally, if you have 3 ranged champions, you want to be the ones that initiate a fast push, just because of how much advantage you get from having people that can hit the turret without having to get in range of the enemy top laner, because it just allows you to be able to harass from a distance, drop tower aggro whenever you want, especially with this Elise that is so good at tower diving, as we saw last game. Maybe look for him to head top after this and really try and put some pressure on Team Envy's top lane.
Yeah, maybe Elise is going to try and get there sort of once the large stacked wave hits the turret, but it looks to me like he's taking quite a while actually heading over and trying to steal away these wraiths as well. So interesting moves here by YSC. We'll see whether it works out, but large stack of creeps down this bottom lane. Oh, Cocoon is available after the flash was already burnt here by Heavens, but a little bit too far to die.
Really great satchel charge there coming out of Little Cutie Cheeseroni, blowing Heavens back towards his minion wave.
Every time you say that, it just makes me so happy. Little Cutie Cheeseroni, best name, OCA. Oh, the Sonic Wave actually missing on a Little Cutie Cheese in the mid lane here. Does get the slowdown, and there's the auto attacks coming through, but Zahi is now back. The Star Calls are coming down, doing a fair bit of damage. We'll see whether the First Blood does come through, but answered instantly by BMA on the junglers here, but it was Heaven's Curse who went down for that First Blood.
Yeah, Heaven's getting picked up for that First Blood. Little Cutie Cheeseroni, however, able to pick up that kill and only answered back by the jungler BMA, so big advantage here from Little Cutie Cheeseroni, who will be able to stay in this lane, pick up this massive minion wave that will eventually push in. It is actually the tank wave, so it will actually push a little bit slower. So maybe Heavens will be able to get back there, but there's already a 10 CS discrepancy in this middle lane, as well as the First Blood.
Yeah, and considering the fact that Little Cutie Cheeseroni is just so proficient on that Ziggs as well, it really does not bode well on the side of NV, but managing to pick up that kill back did BMA onto Zahi, so refreshing his double buffs at the same time, which is something that is really, really good. Now 17 CS to 9 now that he's taxed that mid lane quite a bit. Heaven's not going to be happy about that, as we know, because he loves to farm. He loves to always get those massive numbers in his favor. Now down here to defend is Zahi. with Jack Attack, and BMA is here to respond as well. Nice work following Zahi around this map.
Following, Zahi actually was able to get a really smart ward into the upper bush above the tower, just making sure that there wasn't going to be a dive coming through as the Lee Sin was moving down the river. BMA obviously looking to be really, really aggressive and push this early game advantage that he has picked up in regards to levels. Zahi looking like he wants to just defend this turret out and make sure that it doesn't get taken down early.
Yeah, and it looks to me like YSC are really committed to having sort of a regular laning phase, sending Zahi down instead of wanting to fast push the top lane where they've got the lane swap, making sure they come down to defend. Do you think this is better or worse at this stage of League of Legends, considering the meta, than it would have been just to fast push that top lane?
As they sent their duo lane top, it actually doesn't make that much sense, given that you give away so much early dragon control.
Yeah.
But what I think they are relying on is the fact that Trundle's ultimate has so much more impact in the laning phase that maybe if they can keep Intrepid down on this Shyvana, wait till they hit 6 and then swap it over to get rid of the ability of Intrepid to really push this Trundle in, that Jack Attack will be able to go up to the top lane and maybe 1v1 Intrepid straight away instead of having to go through the really rough early laning phase.
Yeah, and as you were talking about as well, as we just watched, that Pink Ward was then just destroyed by BMA, but I feel like Jack Attacks would have said that that one paid for itself. Sonic Wave actually being followed through here, a bit of Lee Syndrome coming through from BMA, but not going to be able to follow that one through, considering the fact that he has a little bit of a now equalized level discrepancy, but this tower taking a lot of damage.
So much damage, and it looks like Team NV have actually really gone for this fast push now, even though they have the 2 melee characters, and it looks like it is being mirrored by YSC in the top lane, with Shyvana now having to back up. Intrepid doesn't want anything to do with that, but the first tower does go down on the side of Team NV.
Yeah, nice little bouncing bomb onto Heavens and the short fuse there, doing a fair bit of damage, but is going to be able to heal himself back up. Being that Soraka sort of having the most heals in the game, Wish being there as well, and all of these creeps actually going down, so YSC looking to try and deny as much as they can, but it's giving NV time on this Dragon.
And such a good early game Dragon team they do have, with Mattress being able to pop that W, absorb so much damage, Heavens being able to heal up the team, and of course give that bonus armor, able to take the first Dragon of the game and get themselves a slight gold lead, even though they gave up first blood, just because of the fact that they pushed that tower a little bit early. However, we do have YSC rotating to this mid lane.
Yeah, everyone being forced to go back after that really, really early Dragon. This is really intelligent from YSC, noticing the fact that everyone had to go back after doing that objective, and really, really putting a lot of pressure on this mid lane.
And 4 ranged champions, they're going to be able to burn out so much of this mid lane, especially with Denian's double Light Slinger passive coming through, which of course double shoots the tower. Little Cutie Cheeseroni being able to wave clear so early in the game. They've nearly got that turret to about a 5th health left, maybe even less.
Yeah, I don't think we even need to worry about the fraction. There is just not much health on that turret. That one almost being taken down here. Really nice rotation from YSC and making up for the fact that they did lose that early Dragon. But as it stands, it's only 200 gold the difference, 1 turret apiece, 1 Dragon going the way of Team NV. And this is a matchup between these two teams where YSC actually lost quite handedly to this team in the Autumn Regional. And so far, I think they're going blow for blow here with Team NV.
Yeah, such a close game early. Jack Attack actually getting ahead of Intrepid on this Trundle, able to go back and pick up his Cutlass, which will just put him in really, really good stead in this lane. Unfortunately, Intrepid is trying to fast push this into the turret, but it looks like Jack Attack's going to be back for a lot of these minions, so just look for this lead to grow even further in the favor of Jack Attack. So things really looking bad for NV in the top lane at least.
Yeah, Intrepid actually managed to go back and buy a Giant's Belt as well, so in response to that, Cutlass does have that Giant's Belt. Of course, Jack Attack having a little bit more money was able to pick up the slightly more expensive item, but looks like Intrepid's opting to go a little bit tanky earlier, and you were stating before that that might not be the right idea.
It just means that maybe Intrepid isn't looking to 1v1 Jack Attack in that top lane, maybe going for a more team fight oriented team with this Soraka, which will be able to keep him alive a lot, because what it means is if you go tanky against a Trundle, he just gets really, really beefy mid game, which can definitely be a really big downfall, especially when you have these team fights that as I said, these team compositions that rely so heavy on their team fight potential.
Yeah, Sonic Wave barely grazing Flying Dew there. And that pink ward going to be utilized in order to clear out the vision here for BMA. So he's just going to skulk back to his jungle as well. And as you were saying, Jack Attack has solidified that lead to about 15 creeps now here. Doesn't want to push too far in though, just with that early game power of BMA on that Lee Sin. And as Denian tends to do, he's sitting by himself in a lane, freezing and farming to his heart's content.
Denian's creep control, as you mentioned, is really, really good. He pulls Flying Dew back to his lane to share some experience, but this wave is going to keep pushing the longer they leave all these caster minions up, which means that NV really need to make a play on this mid turret, but it is so hard with little cutie Cheezeroni on that Ziggs, of course. Just so much wave clear now that he has that blue buff, and that Chalice going to be able to wave push 4 days, so really, really look for NV to try and make a strong move, but I don't know whether they'll be able to push this mid lane in.
Yeah, as you can see, those bouncing bobs, only one little caster creep made it through that wave, as there were 4 members of NV in that mid lane, and Denian's still able to sit there in the bottom lane. So just the strategic play on both sides has been really, really strong this game, and as we can see, it's meant that there's only 100 gold the difference, even though there is a turret lead in favor of YSC.
The turret lead, of course, equalized by that early dragon.
Yeah.
So I think it's more that YSC are getting the damage in the places they really want to. This bot lane from Denian is really going to put him in good stead against this Twitch going into the mid game. Of course, being a more AD caster Lucian really does pack a really good punch in the mid game. And look for that to really transition into what could be a very heavily contested second dragon when that does come up, because as you can see, it's just so hard to push into that Ziggs.
Yeah, and when Ziggs is around a dragon fight as well, just because it's so much about area control, as Intrepid goes quite aggressive onto Jack Attack here, but he's just going to walk out, does have that subjugate available, isn't going to get baited into this 2v1 situation that he may have had the opportunity to, had he been a little bit more aggressive.
BMA keep him following, even though Flying Dew is up there. He has got Mattress in support, but
4 members of NV actually here in the top lane. As Heavens still continues to push out, they're really making use of the fact that Denian is just stalling in the bottom lane, and Flying Dew has been caught out. Does manage to get out of that one with a flash, but not going to be enough. Really amazing Tibbers stunning up 3 members, but he is going to go down for his trouble. Bouncing bombs are coming through. Hextech Minefield not going to be utilized at all. I wonder if they are going to be able to get them off this turret, but really nice rotation around here by Little Cutie Cheezeroni, even though it does give a little bit of time to Heavens in the mid lane.
So really, really smart rotation there from Team NV. They realized that the mid lane was so hard to push in that they rotate top as 4 and they pick up a really, really important kill, which unfortunately it's less Denian in the bottom lane, where he has picked up a 25 CS advantage and potentially a tower. And once again, we just see how hard it is to push into this Ziggs, and the amount of wave clear he brings in the mid game just provides so much map control.
Yeah, it's turning into a game of tower defense here on the side of YSSC. And with Ziggs, it makes it a lot more easy for them. And Denian managed to secure the last outer turret here. And the objective game so far now in the hands of YSSC. Yeah,
although it's going to be potentially matched in this mid lane where Heavens has been pushing against Zahi. So not much turret health left on that at all. And it looks like Jack Attack may even be forced back out of his lane. His ultimate isn't up. Of course, Intrepid's isn't either. So he's a little bit hesitant to dive because he can't see anyone else from YSC on the map, with apart from that support player Flying Dew on that Annie who's sitting mid lane.
Yeah, Annie just wandering around, trying to charge up that stun by putting that Molten Shield down with no one in the vicinity. And Jack Attack going to be heading back to base. Does have that teleport, so might be able to actually get back here in order to defend this turret. Has a Giant's Belt now to his name on top of that Bilgewater Cutlass that he originally picked up. We'll see whether Intrepid can get enough damage onto this turret. Hasn't gone for a high damage build, as we said. He does have that Giant's Belt, but is still going to be able to whack that one a few times, and that Twin Bite really does help him out. But YSSC now trying to look at this dragon. They are going to clear out this ward, and I don't know whether they're necessarily going to start it. Of course, both Lee Sin and Elise really great dragon controllers.
Yeah, especially with those Spiderlings able to tank it up, taking absolutely no damage there. There is a fantastic
oh my goodness, that stun was incredible. And then straight away the Zenith Blade coming through. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb doing a lot of damage onto 2 members, but is it going to be enough? I'm not entirely sure. BMA manages to get out with his life. Jack Attack now finds himself in the middle of NV. Not going to be enough. Another Zenith Blade coming through. Mattress just really channeling some Erect Gymnast here. Heavens, wrong place, wrong time, does get cleaned up, but that's more of a consolation prize than anything, because I feel like NV really took that one.
So all in all, YSC does come out ahead because they got the dragon, but what a important team fight from Mattress to really show his dominance in this bottom lane on support as First Mate picks up the red buff. Little bit of miscommunication from Team NV with Heavens heading upwards as opposed to following the rest of his team down the river. Unfortunately, does give the return kill and maybe even a mid lane turret if YSSC can play this right. Although Denian has been hit with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, might have been a little bit of Lee Syndrome to come out there, but BMA, as we've said, is a very seasoned player. Not going to be getting too hot-headed at this stage.
But once again, YSC with the wave control has lost absolutely nothing from this fight. A massive wave in the bot lane has just been picked up by Jack Attack. And Little Cutie Cheeseroni, of course, has that blue buff, so can just go back to playing tower defense against the mid laner, although 2 people are heading top for Team NV.
Yeah, Zahi at half health as well, and this mid lane turret very, very low. But here's the replay. Let's see what happened. So
Hamilton Mattress really hitting a nice stun there, follows it in with the Zenith Blade, and at this point we see that Jack Attack is just too far in. A really, really nice Dragon Rage gets him back out of range, and now he's just in the middle of his whole team. Unfortunately, at this point, Heavens looks like he wants to re-engage and tries to get a heal onto Mattress. However, he runs the wrong way and gets cut off by the rest of the team. Denian and Little Cutie Cheeseroni able to take him down there, and they've pushed through to also secure the mid lane turret finally off YSC to try and mitigate this goal lead, now down to 300.
Yeah, and the top lane turret was taken as well, so it's evened out. All outer turrets this game have been taken, BMA stealing away, but there's the cocoon landing as well. Zahi manages to get the double Qs, safeguard away, but instantly followed with the flash. There's the repel onto the Baron, mega Inferno Bomb, but it's actually going to be Zahi that takes the kill.
Not even an assist going over to Little Cutie Cheeseroni. Really, really well played from Zahi. Flashes over the first wall, repels the second wall.
Yeah, after the safeguard over the first wall and flash the second wall. So much dodging over walls.
Not even the highly mobile Lee Sin can outrun this Lee Sin. Picks up a really, really important kill for his team.
Yeah, really, really fun to watch as well. It was just a great passage of play. But we've got Intrepid and Jack Attack doing top lane things in the bottom lane, as Jack Attack actually proves me wrong and heads around. And we've got Flying Dew trying to get a little bit more vision for his team here. As you can see, NV has quite a few wards in their own jungle, playing a little bit defensively and in the top side of the enemy jungle as well. So are going to be able to provide a fair bit of vision. Dragon not going to be up for another few minutes, even though there is a fair bit of extra vision being provided here.
And we have Twitch maybe going for a submarine on Jack Attack here.
Yeah, there it is. And the cast comes down as well. Nice pillar in order to stop that aggression. We did have the Dragon's Descent available, but Jack Attack with that Subjugate would have been able to nullify that one fairly effectively.
And really, really good map awareness from Jack Attack there, realizing that he didn't know who else was there. Doesn't even turn around for the wave, just heads straight out of that lane. Wants nothing to do with this Twitch and Shyvana convo.
Yeah, and as soon as Twitch is seen in the bot lane, YSC just really turn on the aggression in that middle lane as well. And with this massive lane, wave in the top lane, they're just having so much pressure on the map, YSSC.
YSSC really look like they've got control of this map, as BMA does hit the Sonic Wave onto the Trundle. Doesn't really want to engage onto that target, however. The only Team NV are really matching them around the map, with the exception of that Lucian, who has started to really build onto this lead now, up 30 CS, so maybe look for Denian to really be the focus part of these team fights from Team NV, as it looks like Mattress is posturing for an engage.
Yeah, this could be where the Solar Flare does come through to try and get another perfect stun through. We'll see whether YSSC manage to stay spread out and as to not get caught by that one. Hextech Minefield is just doing fantastic things in this lane just to make sure that the creeps die and as well zone out the enemy team from engaging.
And so the wave has finally been pushed in. We see Mattress come around, maybe looking for that gauge, in on Jack Attack.
Really, really nice, lands right onto Zahi. He gets locked up, but is that enough CC being landed? The culling comes through. Intrepid takes a lot of damage, and the health bars of NV are dropping considerably. The Wish has been used by Heavens, so trying to make sure they mitigate a lot of that damage, but that worked out really, really well for YSSC, even though Zahi only just survived.
Yeah, Zahi getting away by the skin of his teeth. Heaven really, really important in that team fight. Able to keep everyone alive and potentially able to defend this mid-game turret, which is just so important for map control, and YSC has to back away just because of the amount of heals that are coming out of this mid-game Soraka.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, it was a nice piercing light coming out from Denian, causing a lot of damage onto his enemies. There's the Ardent Blaze following the rest of the abilities from Lucian, doing a lot of burst damage onto Heavens.
But you just see the importance of this as Soraka and the armor buff that she gave herself, able to walk away, not much doing there. Denian trying to flex his muscles, going for this Bloodthirster into Trinity Force build that we see a lot of the time on Lucian. Might be really important though for him to get an early Last Whisper just because of the amount of armor that Soraka can give to anyone on her team.
Yeah, that Ancestral Blessing just being massive as far as giving health and extra statistics. But Little Cutie Cheese managing to pick up this blue buff, which is instrumental as well.
I think Zahi just got that blue buff actually with one of his
really?
Spiderlings.
Unfortunate. Yeah, he does have one. And yeah, Little Cutie Cheese didn't have that one either. So a little bit unfortunate. It does have 20% cooldown reduction from that Athene's and has a fair bit of mana regen as well. So not going to be the end of the world. Cocoon just going wide onto Heavens there. That could have been a bit of a start of a fight. But we do have all of YSSC starting this Dragon off now at half health here. Got the pillar coming through for a bit of zone control. BMA is there, but it's going to be secured by Zahi. Very, very nice work. There's another Solar Flare onto Denian. That's the AD carry. He's not the one that wants to get CC'd early, but First Mate has been cornered. The Wish comes through. There's the Repel. He's going to be finished off by Zahi. Really, really brilliant focus by YSSC, and they're not done yet. Heavens gets cocooned up. There's the double tap from the Light Slinger, and he's going to get forced to flash over that wall, and they get a couple of kills and a Dragon. YSSC looking so strong.
And really, really smart move there from Jack Attack at the end to go get the top wave. Little Cutie Cheeseroni uses his Mega Inferno Burn to get the bottom wave, so losing out on none of the resources in the map, and now they fly down the middle lane. You can just see the difference in the styles from the team as Mattress goes solo onto Denian to try and lock him up as support. As soon as First Mate gets caught on the other side, everyone on YSC turns around and focuses him. So as opposed to on the side of Team MV where only Mattress went onto Denian, everyone just mobbed First Mate and absolutely took him out of that fight, not able to do any damage.
Even with all of these heals as well coming through, I mean, we saw the Wish, we saw the Ancestral Blessing as well coming from Heavens, and he manages to pick up the blue buff, so kudos to him not getting that one stolen, but here's the replay.
So as we come in, we see BMA land a really, really nice Q, but unfortunately not able to secure it. Here we see Mattress just sitting on Denian, but none of his team really helping. And now everyone just jumps onto First Mate to try and get him out of the team fight. The culling comes through. Able to pick that one up from Zahi. Also another kill picked up on BMA who jumped into the middle of the team fight. This is where Heavens has to flash away, so it's a 2 for 0, a Dragon, and able to secure so much farm around the map, which is just so important for YSC at this point in the game.
Yeah, and converting that one to the mid lane inner turret as well that they prepared earlier by doing a fair bit of damage to that one has really opened up the map for YSSC and created this almost 4,000 gold lead in their favor, which is something that you would not have expected, especially considering the matchups that we've been seeing over the last few months between these two teams.
Once again, just some rotations from YSC are really, really impressive. Denian has jumped into the bottom lane to pick up that wave as we now have a pause just coming through. Just the control that YSC are actually exerting all over the map is just leading to them not wasting any resources. They're picking up so much farm. They're rotating really, really smartly as a team, coming together for Dragons really, really well. Just look really, really coordinated and performing really, really well in this match.
Yeah, and it's actually really, really interesting considering the fact that YSSC, I thought, were known for more of this sort of wombo combo team fighting team where they just want to get into these stages where they have these big, big team fights and win the game that way, not in this sort of slow grind of strategic play, which we've been seeing is just so, so strong coming out of them this game. With their wave control especially, they've made sure they've got as much of that gold from the minions, not letting almost anything get stopped by these turrets all game long, with these Mega Inferno Bombs being placed really, really well, and Jack Attack splitting exactly when he needs to. So it's been really, really great to see this transitional effect from YSSC as we do have the game unpaused. We're going to pop off our little faces momentarily, although I'm going to pause it again. We're just going to make sure that everything's sorted out here, Spawn. I do apologize. And yeah, it's been brilliant to see this transition from YSSC.
Yeah, so what we're talking about here when we mean the rotations is that they're just channeling farm onto Denian so much more effectively. So Denian is actually up to 180 CS in the game, whereas First Mate's only on 124, which just shows how much more farm they're channeling into the important members of the team, whilst the rest of the map is staying relatively even, which just means that the AD carry is going to be so much more effective in these mid-game fights and be able to dish out so much more damage.
Yeah, that's really, really true. And yeah, that's exactly right, because there's only a 5 creep advantage here for Jack Attack in the top lane, and it's incredibly even in the mid lane as well. So precisely, it's just Denian being able to soak up as much farm as he feels like.
Yeah, and what is in the benefit of Team NV is that their team will scale extremely well. Soraka is such an annoying late game character.
Annoying is the perfect word.
Yeah, really, really annoying. And Twitch is just so much damage. If they can get some more farm onto First Mate and start locking up Denian with Mattress, which he did perfectly last fight, but maybe get a couple of people to help him out this time, it could be really, really detrimental if Denian does manage to go down early in one of these team fights. Just so much damage.
Yeah, so much damage. The thing that I'd really like to mention is Tibbers is there, but so is the Mikhail's Crucible. Sorry, I keep getting them confused because they both have similar abilities. But yeah, the Mikhail's Crucible, able to cleanse off the stun from the Tibbers coming out from Flying Dew. So it's going to mean that Mattress can help First Mate even further with that little bit of an extra heal on top of it.
Yeah, so what it also means is that if First Mate, if they try and peel Mattress off Denian, he can actually stick to him. He can use it on himself, and he can keep chasing this Lucian through because he looks like he's diving into these team fights. So it looks like a lot of peel will have to be used to try and get him off. Whereas we see a really, really aggressive build coming out of Flying Dew, opting for that early Morellonomicon, a little bit more of that cooldown reduction, a little bit more of that AP, and of course that really important debuff that will help try and shut down this Soraka into the mid game. Of course, that healing debuff is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and it can go on to so many members with that Tibbers burn damage in a team fight.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly right. That Tibbers AoE damage that is, of course, the aura around Tibbers will apply to everyone that he walks near.
That's
so
incredibly
really,
smart.
really smart pickup here from Flying Dew.
Yep. And we've been saying, Flying Dew, we thought that maybe this is going to be an uncomfortable pick for him, but Morellonomicon offers so much to Annie, on top of the fact that it's so important in this particular team comp as well. So really, really intelligent pickup. He might need to actually opt for one of these Mikhail's Crucibles as well, though, just considering the fact that, A, he's going to need to waste a lot of mana trying to get that stun up as much as possible. And also, if Denian gets locked up by another Solar Flare, there's a chance that he could just get removed from the map.
Yeah, and I think that YSC got really, really lucky with the amount of moves that Mattress was able to consecutively land on Denian and still able to flash away and also use that dash, that relentless pursuit to actually get back on top of First Mate and in the middle of his team again. He was caught a little bit out of position at the start of that fight. Yep. So props to Denian for correcting his positioning error, but he probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. So maybe look for a little bit of a better collapse next time. Of course, Heavens needs to really start impacting these team fights. He's really starting to ramp up and get into that mid-game power spike that is Soraka. And look for also Shyvana to now really start making an impact because, as we know, the longer the game goes, the stronger Shyvana gets.
Yeah, Shyvana just scales so incredibly well. Trundle does as well, though. So in a 1v1 situation, you could imagine that Trundle's going to do a little bit better towards the late game. But yeah, the disruption ability from that Dragon's Ascent is just so, so powerful.
Yeah. Another interesting point, we touched on the key matchup of this game, which was Little Cutie Cheeseroni against the Soraka, which is Heavens in the mid lane. It's actually a really, really even matchup so far, but Little Cutie Cheeseroni has just been able to really help his team by protecting objectives. So whilst they've nearly equalized the turrets, I think it's currently 3-4 with they're just getting the tier 2 mid lane on the side of YSC. He's delayed that for so long, and that's just allowed them to channel farm onto Denian. So he's really, really doing a really good job of protecting his team's assets and making it as hard as possible for this team, NV team, to get some good objective control.
Yeah. And this pause has been going on for quite some time. I'm trying to work out whether there is any issues on the end of the players. But the other thing to note as well is the Blade of the Ruined King from Jack Attack is brilliant as well as far as his split pushing is concerned. And I just really want to get back into this game and see what's going on.
Yeah, so Jack Attack opting for that offensive item first on Trundle because of his ultimate just gives him so much defensive stats. Also allows him to really compete against this Shyvana in the top lane, winning most 1v1s. It's also, it's an argument that I hear a lot of the time whether they should go Blade or whether they should go for a more split pushing, say, a Hydra build.
Yeah, Darian over at Gambit Gaming likes to opt for a bit of that Hydra instead.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's a really style choice from the players, but what it does do is it allows him to be really, really sticky if he does get onto this Twitch. So what it does, of course, the activation from Blade of the Ruined King, stealing some movement speed that Twitch might get, and might just be able to get him to stick on top of the Twitch a little bit more and get into First Mate's face and maybe disrupt this Twitch, especially if he goes for his second item, Randuin's Omen, making the Twitch hit him first to slow down that attack speed.
Yeah, and the movement speed as well, of course, from that Randuin, so you can activate it and slow everybody down. So really, really strong item, especially against this Twitch that really wants to be sitting out back and doesn't have as much movement displacement in order to get away from the team fight situation, especially this Trundle situation that's going to be glaring down on him. But Denian just going for the regular Trinity Force after his Bloodthirster build, which is what's going to be happening there. Not going to want to go for that Blade of the Ruined King, which has been picked up here by First Mate as well. So, I mean, I guess they're going to be blading each other here as far as the Jack Attack First Mate switch up is. And opting to go for that one. We did see the Bloodthirster being picked up on the Twitch in the previous game. But I think the Blade of the Ruined King probably an intelligent move this time.
Yeah, I like the Blade of the Ruined King on the Twitch in this situation, especially if they keep sending Denny into split push. There is going to be a chance in the game for First Mate to actually 1v1 this Lucian. So maybe get a little bit of those catches going from the position of First Mate, of course, being able to use that stealth and get a little bit of a surprise attack in there. And hopefully maybe start equalizing this farm and be able to split push back against this Lucian that's been such a terror, just gathering so much farm in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's been monstrous. And the thing I'd like to talk about as well is the fact that Little Cutie Cheese, as we're actually going to be able to get back into this game, of course, everything is okay. It's all sorted out, and we're back in. Thank goodness 4,000 gold is the lead. We're back into this. We actually have a little bit of aggression coming through here. The Solar Flare landing on a Little Cutie Cheese. He gets blown up instantly. Flying Dew doesn't manage to get the stun off in time, and now he's the target. Gets Dragon Rage kicked out of the fight. Jack Attack now finds himself in a really tricky situation. Thought he might be able to get First Mate, but First Mate gets all the heals in the world. And he's going to be absolutely fine. Flying Dew now finds BMA, does have a stun, but there's the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike into a Cocoon, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done, and the inner turret now is under siege by Team NV. Mattress now gets healed up again, and my goodness, this Soraka pick has been instrumental in NV's successes.
Yeah, we just saw how important the Soraka pick is when Jack Attack was trying to dive onto First Mate, and all the heals came out. And all of a sudden,
so many
the
heals.
Mikhail's Crucible was popped, the heal, the ultimate from Heavens was popped, and from having no health whatsoever to absolutely full health, Jack Attack was just confused at that point and tried to run away. He was a little bit scared. So massive outplay there from Team NV coming out of the pause. Really, really strong. Obviously, really decisive. They wanted to get some action going back into their favor. And once again, it's a 1k gold lead.
Yeah, 1,000 gold in the favor of YSSC. Of course, they did have that 4,000 gold lead previously, managing to pick up that dragon and a couple of inner turrets, but has squared off the turrets. Completely even, sort of mirrored maps here as far as the turrets are concerned. So very, very nicely played by NV to organize evening that one up with that really, really nice pick onto Little Cutie Cheese, which is a really intelligent first target to try and get their surprise burst out on, because otherwise they can just potentially get kited around by the Hextech Minefield.
And so much consistent damage that comes out of that Ziggs with the bouncing bombs. And just the lane control also, being able to defend turrets after a losing team fight if he still is up. Really important for objective control to get him off the map. As we have Heavens clearing out a couple of wards, looks like NV may be focusing on this bot lane for their next move.
Yeah, we had the ambush actually being used in that bottom lane, but Denian didn't have any of it. He is actually hiding underneath that inner turret, sort of cowering with all these members of NV coming through. The Dragon's Breath is there, and Denian able to clear out these creeps as well. Flying Dew coming through with the infamous Tibbers under his belt and a stun ready, so he could possibly start a fight. Banshee's Veil being finished up here by Zahid. Does have that blue bubble to stop one of those abilities from coming through and dealing damage or CCing him up.
And unfortunately, a little bit of a positioning error here from Team NV has meant that they have to blow their teleport to actually defend the tier 2 inner turret, with Intrepid doing that, whereas Jack Attack has been able to keep his available. So I expect Jack Attack Dragons up in a minute to really try and push that wave out, make someone respond to him in that top lane, and then be able to join the fight from there with his teleport, whilst Intrepid unfortunately will have to walk across the map.
And that is so important as well, considering the fact that Intrepid decided to go for this team fighting build, trying to get as tanky as possible and get into the face of YSSC, when now he's sort of been forced into this split push position without his teleport available. So Unfortunate move for NV, but we'll see whether YSSC can correctly capitalize. With 45 seconds on this Dragon, you could imagine that's where their mind's at.
And they took the last one, so they know exactly when it's up, although NV were right there watching them do it.
There was
so
a fight as
think,
it went down.
I think that we're going to see a lot of action around this Dragon really, really shortly, and we have seen Intrepid actually push the wave out really far and try and join. So now the ball's in YSC's court. Do they push out the top lane and try and take a tier 2 and potentially trade a Dragon, or do they go for this team fight and really try and take control with another decisive team fight victory?
Or do they take control of the area around Dragon and try and stall out with this Ziggs with the Hextech Minefield? So it might be an option as well.
Yeah, so it looks like NV's going for a bit of a pick.
Ooh,
Solar Flare does come out.
It gets the land, but not the Zenith Blade. It's a little bit too far. Satchel Charge tries to get Little Cutie Cheese out of there. First mate with the spray and pray right on the edge. Really, really nice. Intrepid has found his way here. Dragon's Descent mostly for safety. Dragon's Rage gets the triple knock-up. And there's the flash forward as well. Intrepid now taking a lot of damage. Flying Jew's health bar is flashing red. He has to get the heck out of there. Wow, Little Cutie Cheese, that was right on the edge of that Rat-a-tat-tat.
First mate coming up huge in that team fight. Twitch so strong in these jungle encounters, able to get that Rat-a-tat-tat across a huge whole team. And BMA, that Dragon Rage kick, just perfect knock-up. Able to get Flying Dew out of everyone's face, had another stun charged up. So really, really solid team fight from NV. Able to rotate into the Dragon and finally get their lead back.
Yeah, well, it's almost completely even at this stage. 100 gold is the difference. Nothing to write home about at all. And this is one of the closest series I've ever witnessed, let alone in comparison to the one that we had earlier. It's a very, very different situation. And we'll see which team manages to make the decisions that are going to be able to get them ahead, because it's just going to be all about strategy at this stage.
And maybe a little bit of a misplay coming out of YSC there, electing to actually fight that after Little Cutie Cheeseroni had gone down. They called Jack Attack in to use his teleport when he was already halfway down that top lane, so maybe able to, with that attack speed from the Trundle W and the Blade of the Ruined King, put some extra damage on that tier 2 turret and maybe try and take some overall map control, because of course Dragons respawns. Turrets do not, especially tier 2 turrets, so important at this point of the game. If you get one team fight able to race down a lane and potentially take a key objective like an inner, really could have been a little bit more beneficial from YSC as opposed to fighting a team fight when they were one man down.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, YSSC don't have any vision of this Baron as well. They might have a ward inside the pit there a little bit, but NV able to scope out that one fairly effectively. They are pinging down onto it as well. I think maybe they're going for a potential bait here with only a 500 gold lead. They might feel a little bit further ahead just considering the 8-5 kill score and the evenness on those turrets. But we'll see whether they do try to opt for this Baron, because it might be a little bit of a throw situation.
What it did do is it dragged Denian out of that bottom lane. So there is a massive wave in that bottom lane that's about to crash into the turret in one more wave, and Denian really wanted to farm it. So by baiting this Baron, it's dragged Denian away from that, and they might even get an engage
here as well. And BMA going for the flash, kicks Little Cutie Cheese back in. He's going to get taken out instantly, and First Mate picking up that kill again. I'm getting some deja vu here, Spawn. Zahi forced to flash over. Nice stun from Flying Dew, but that could definitely mean the Baron, because that's all of their AoE damage gone.
BMA so decisive in that team fight, knew exactly who we wanted to target. We thought it might have been Denny, and it was Little Cutie Cheeseroni. Now we are going to see the Baron start up, and maybe
there's a Zenith Blade onto Zahi as well. He does have the repel available. We'll see whether he does that. Manages to get a turnaround kill, but he goes down instantly. That's going to be another one for First Mate. This Twitch is going huge in these fights. There's the Sonic Wave, followed up perfectly by BMA. His Lee Sin is amazing this game. Denian now sort of wondering where the heck his team's gone, and he's trying to stop them from doing this Baron.
And with this Soraka able to heal up and even restart the Baron. Whilst this all happened, that massive wave in the bot lane crashed into the turret, and Denian still trying to contest this Baron with Jack Attack coming in.
Yeah, BMA actually went down incredibly low. That was a heal from Soraka, and Denian has single-handedly stopped this Baron.
So really important from YSC to stop that Baron from occurring. Getting a little bit of map control back, but such a decisive team fight from NV, able to get the initial engage, and then the re-engage from Mattress, so important. His Leona this game has been on point, even though he went down in that last team fight.
And that's 3 times in a row that Little Cutie Cheese has been targeted and obliterated instantly. And that's exactly what NV need to do. If these prolonged team fights are so easy for NV to win with the Soraka when the Ziggs is not there for the burst.
Yeah, so Zig's so important, as we spoke, for the control of the team fight. He just sets the whole pace with that minefield, with that satchel charge, and both times they've just been able to get onto him straight away.
Yeah.
So maybe look for little cutie Cheeseroni to wait a little bit further back, let his tanks go in a little bit more, and hopefully no more positional errors from the side of YSC.
Yeah, there's also the prospect of a Zhonya's Hourglass being built up potentially in the future. I think he wants to get his Void Stuff first, but that would be a brilliant item as well if he's going to get focused like this so heavily by Team NV.
Especially if it's BMA going onto him. There's nothing worse as a Lee Sin following one of your Sonic Waves in and finding a Zhonya target that you want to kick back into your team.
Yeah, that's true. It's very hard to kick an untargetable target. I think that's something that only Chuck Norris could do at this stage. And even then, he'd struggle a little bit.
So we see First Mate now from being so far behind, now picking up all of these kills.
Oh, Cutie Cheese hit tagged by another one. Satchel Charge coming through. Really, really nice work by Little Cutie Cheese. He does not want to get obliterated again.
It's so important for him to get out of the way of that one. That would have been disaster with how the wave was pushing up and the amount of items that First Mate has managed to get now on this Twitch. Just so much attack speed with that Phantom Dancer, with that Blade of the Ruling King.
Yeah, and he's about 1,000 gold away from that Last Whisper as well, sort of that trifecta of Twitch items just creating a monstrous amount of damage with that Rat-a-tat-tat. We've got YSSC coming through, trying to get some vision here in the jungle. We're going to clear out this pink ward as well.
Okay, so really good wave control following this into the bottom wave. Unfortunately, Heavens is there. He has now finished that Rylai's Crystal Scepter as Mattress engages once again.
Yeah, and that's just taken out instantly. No Tibbers available now either for Flying Dew. There's the Culling trying to do a bit of damage back, but I don't think it's enough. Jack Attack down, has the Subjugate down. Intrepid is right in the backline, and the health bars from YSSC, they're being forced to get the heck out of here. Star Calls are coming down left, right, and center. There's the silence onto Danian as well, but they haven't taken down Little Cutie Cheese, and their kite potential is working out for them.
And there you see the benefit of that Ziggs pick. You just cannot chase through all that AoE damage. Even with the Soraka continually slowing with that Starclaw, not able to get through. So able to rotate to this Dragon now, maybe pick up a little bit more of some of the objectives that they've let slip in the last couple of minutes, but that team fight just showed how important it is to keep Little Cutie Cheese alive in these team fights.
Yeah, and that move down into the bottom lane as well, that rotation to the inner turret really shows that YSSC are not afraid of Team V in the slightest. I mean, it was an aggressive move. They could look at the scoreboard and see 12-6, but they are not hindered by that. Little Cutie Cheese still confident after getting picked off so many times, even though he's backing directly on a ward. Not sure whether any NV members are going to be able to catch him up in time, and he makes it back to base to finish off that Void Stuff as well. So he is doing a lot of damage.
So much damage now coming out of this Ziggs. Really look for him to be the deciding factor in these team fights. Danian still hasn't finished his Last Whisper, although he is going back to base now, so look for him to pick that up next and really hitting a good power spike when they look like they might have been falling a little bit behind, able to claw back a little bit of that gold advantage.
Yeah, clawing it back a little bit, but we have to look at First Mate, who has always been sort of the main damage factor. I mean, you've got Heaven's Curse here being sort of the star player for NV, but the consistency of First Mate to do damage in team fights has always been there for this team. He's just been fantastic. Came down from that top lane into the AD carry role, and as we can see, 4-1 and 7 with those massive items for Twitch and scaling so well into this late game is just really, really doing great things for his team.
The bottom lane for NV have been super impressive this game. As you see, YSC just trying to get some advantage.
There's the Solar Flare onto Flying Dew as well, and he's going to be taken out. Does flash out of the way, but First Mate does manage to take that one out. Mega Inferno Bomb now managing to hit a few members of NV, but the heals are coming through, and there's the Dragon's Descent on top of everyone. The Culling in a nice corridor, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough. The heals coming through from NV are ridiculous. Mattress's health bar ridiculously low. Denian trying to come back, might be a little bit over-aggressive. He is a little bit known for that. Has actually flashed forward. This is what he generally does. The flash is followed here. Another flash. The Cocoon doesn't actually miss. The Sonic Wave does land. Not going to be followed up there by BMA. Might have been okay to do that, but the health bars on NV are low, even after one team fight.
So NV do win the team fight, and they pick up 2 kills. Denian in that top lane once again, really trying to get his farm up, and just got caught completely unawares. Once again, Mattress on point on this Leona, straight into the Solar Flare, locking up Flying Dew on that Annie, unfortunately. Not very tanky, so just getting absolutely demolished at the start of that team fight, not able to get any of their abilities down. And when that happens, Heavens can just keep everyone so healthy with these heals because they're relying on Flying Dew, and in particular that Tibbers, to put this Morellonomicon debuff on everyone to get the effectiveness of these heals away from this mid-game Soraka.
Yeah, and if they take out the Annie, then they're not going to be able to have that option at all, and then those heals just, as we saw, just so good. The bouncing of the health bars coming out from NV was just really confusing. As you probably heard, my voice got quite confused as I was trying to think about these champions that were going to die, but they actually didn't end up doing so. Nice sweep out of the wards here. Zahi just trying to solidify a little bit of this vision back, but as we can see, the vision is just in the hands of NV at this point.
Yeah, NV really showing their map pressure. Little Cutie Cheeser only was picking up his blue buff, so he has picked that up on Ziggs, which may allow them to get a little bit more control around this Baron at the moment. First Mate is absolutely terrifying at the moment. He has picked up his 3 core items. Looks like he's moving into an Infinity Edge next, which is just going to amplify that Rat-a-tat-tat so much more across the whole team. Denian has also picked up his last Whisper, and he's still a good 70 CS ahead, so Denian's still a really big threat in these team fights, but late game Twitch is just so terrifying, and we're getting to this point now where if First Mate can position correctly, although he's about to get caught out, he may be able to swing his fight by himself.
Yeah, nice pillar in order to stop NV from being able to rotate to this mid lane all that effectively. There's the Solar Flare as well. Denian manages to use that Relentless Pursuit, but there's the Dragon's Descent Intrepid right in the middle of everything, and Denian gets taken away so incredibly fast. Zahi now is the next one to be potentially taken down. He does manage to repel, but it's going to be First Mate with the Poison Tick taking him down. First Mate now just so much damage. Jack Attack, double kill coming through, that Poison just ticking down. Would have been one of the last ticks, and Little Cutie Cheese now the next one to fall. My goodness. First Mate has just put this game on his back. Triple
kill for First Mate, and we just saw how strong this Twitch is in these late game team fights. NV streaming up the mid lane, and once again that fight all off the back of Mattress's Solar Flare. This Leona has been so on point, sending up Intrepid for some really nice Shyvana ults. Leads to a 1 team fight, and once again an objective, which is the mid game turret, and now the inhibitor.
Yeah, the inhibitor's going to follow as well, so easily takes that one down, and this is exactly what you need to do. Catch a Ziggs team in a team fight, and then follow through once they're all dead to try and take these objectives, because it's so hard when he's there, and if you're going to try and siege that turret. So really intelligent work, and NV going to rotate straight to this Baron and take that one down as well.
Yeah, and really great rotation there from NV. Mattress just zoning off the team as best as he can. Might look like YSC are coming in here to contest, although Little Cutie Cheese a little bit further away, but Flying Dew may be in a position for a Tibbers.
Yeah, Denian gets caught by the Solar Flare again. Mattress not surprising us with another amazing one of those, but Zahi is right in the middle of this fight. Subjugate does go down, Jack Attack doing a fair bit, and that Mega Inferno Bomb has not hit anyone. Wish comes through now, and NV is looking so much more healthy. Look at the health bars on YSSC. No one is surviving. Denian with the last tick of that Poison is going to be enough to take him down, and First Mate picks up that kill as well. 11, 1, and 8 on this Twitch. He is a monster. Hextech Minefield is here, but it's going to be Heaven's Curse that secures that Baron.
So once again, First Mate for his team, absolutely going huge. The positioning on this Twitch has been absolutely phenomenal. But the star of this whole show is Mattress. 1, 1, and 13 now. He has led to every single team fight, just catching Denian and really sticking to that AD carry, not allowing him to get any damage off, and they now rotate around for a Dragon, and this is just going to shoot their gold lead, which was a second ago only 4K, up to about 12,000 gold.
Yeah, the other thing I'd like to mention as well is the fact that First Mate has participated in 19 of the 20 kills for NV. Well, which is just incredible. 95%, I think, kill participation is not bad. I'd say that's pretty good. So this Twitch is just so strong. Now we'll be able to probably go back and finish off that Infinity Edge outright.
Probably going back, as you said, picking up that Infinity Edge. Double Negatron cloaks come out from Mattress. I think that was a little bit of a gold miss by. So he does refund that one back to the store, picks up his cowl instead. Now the game really gets interesting from here, because we have a really, really beefy Shyvana, which can head into this bottom lane and potentially win 1v1s against this Trundle, even though it's not a favorable matchup, with the rest of the team able to head top potentially and really force in this YSSC team. And I think that's what needs to be done, just to make sure that Little Cutie Cheese can't wave clear on this Ziggs for a prolonged amount of time.
It's the counter siege from Ziggs is never to be underestimated, but with the Baron buff and with a lot of extra money that's come through, it's now almost exploded to an 11,000 gold lead for NV after those incredible team fights coming through. Intrepid maybe a little bit caught out here, has been cocooned up, has to Dragon's Rage out of there.
Okay, so Intrepid getting a little bit caught in a rotation by Jack Attack. Really nice pillar there, but I don't think it's going to be able to save this turret. As you can see, it's on very, very little health, and looks like NV are just pushing through. Dragon's Ascent was burnt, so don't look for them to team fight straight away, but able to pick up another
Find you with the Flash Tibbers, though. There's a Mega Inferno Bomb instantly taking away First Mate. All of the damage. That massive Rat-a-tat-tat is not going to be there. We'll see whether they can finish off this fight. All of the heals coming through from Heavens are fantastic, but Denian, as we can see, so bloodthirsty. Cocoon going wide. Not sure whether they can find anything else. Jack Attack very, very low on health, but nicely played by YSSC.
So brave by YSSC, engaging onto a Baroned up team on nearly a dead turret, which was only a tier 2.
Flying
to
through nerves of steel.
Go straight in on that. What a team fight, and what a way to get a shutdown onto First Mate. That was such a critical team fight.
So critical. And as well, this Infinity Edge had been finished up as well. He was ready to rat-a-tat-tat on everyone's face instantly, but not going to happen. If he's dead straight away, then that's 0 damage for that Twitch, so it doesn't even matter that he's got ridiculous items. So YSSC clawing onto this game, but I'm really, really scared for next time this is about to happen. When Little Cutie Cheese is possibly caught out, there's the Dragon's Descent as well. We'll see whether they can do anything. The Hextech Minefield doing a great job as the kick comes through as well. Little Cutie Cheese almost finished from that Dragon's Wage, and Zahi now the one that's trying to hold off the enemy team, but this inner turret is going to get tanked up and taken down.
So Little Cutie Cheese, as many Zig players really wanted to defend his blue buff there, did not want that taken away, and nearly got himself and Denian killed in the effort. But luckily they escaped with no deaths. The health bar is so low in that team fight, but Team NV rotate. They're going to pick up this blue buff. They picked up the bottom tier 2 turret, so really exerting their map pressure across the whole board.
Yeah, they really are, and 10,000 gold is the lead now almost perfectly here for Team NV, so they're just almost waiting for their in order to finish this game off. 10,000 gold is a lot of gold. Of course, there are a lot of big items being finished off here, but when you've got a Twitch on the side that has such an advantage, it's just really, really scary. Yeah,
really hard, and now that he's picked up this Quicksilver Sash, QSS, he has his own cleanse, so he's got that of Mattress and his own, so really look for him to be instrumental as BMA is getting chunked.
Yeah, he got completely chunked out there. We do have the follow-up from Intrepid. Brilliant ultimate coming out from Mattress as well. He has been so good, and the health bars from YSSC are just drifting away. We'll see whether the wish comes out. It has been used by Heavens. Mattress manages to take down Denian. Deserved kill there. Hextech Minefield trying to do some work. Bouncing Bomb not going to be enough because the heal comes through from Heaven's Curse as well, and that inhibitor is killed again.
Heavens Zenith Blades onto the tank and then Solar Flares the carries. Sticks to Denian after the team fight and really ensuring a lot of this damage isn't coming out from the AD carry from YSC. Such smart support play as they go on for the bottom game.
Double stun coming through on Team NV members. The ultimate from Heavens isn't available for the heal, so we'll see whether YSSC can make use of that and get some work done. Mattress might actually go down here, but not tanking the turret. There's the pillar, brilliantly placed to stop that one from happening, and the slows are coming through. BMA now on the run. There's the bouncing bomb. We'll see whether YSSC can chase. Zahi really does want this one, manages to repel in, but there's the slow from the cask coming through there from First Mate, and that's going to stop all the aggression.
And Team VanV once again overstaying their welcome a little bit, maybe trusting a little bit too much into this Soraka's heals, but the damage is done. The mid inhibitor once again taken down from YSC, and they're really at the point of the game where they need to get on top of this Twitch. As we saw in that team fight, Twitch just does so much damage at this point of the game, and Soraka is just holding everyone up with that Rylai Starfall.
Yeah, and BMA as well deserves a massive mention this game. I mean, this is the first time that I've seen him on Team NV in this competitive setting, and his Dragon Rage kicks have been some of the most impressive that I've ever seen.
Yeah, BMA going absolutely huge. He's got 20 of 21 kill participation as well. So you can just see how much this Team NV really wants to team fight. And as you said, his Dragon Rays have been huge. He's peeled for first mate when he's had to. He just seems to be really aware of where he needs to be at each part of the team fight.
Yeah, and that just comes from being such an experienced player as well. I mean, has been around the traps for so incredibly long. Was a manager as well for Team Dignitas, so just really, really strong player and really, really knowledgeable player as well.
Yeah, he got chunked out at the start of that fight, but maybe we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll call it a bit of a bait.
Yeah,
gave him a little bit of false hope in there.
Yep.
From here, Team NV looking to maybe set up for another Baron, got really good control of that top part of YSC's map, and maybe just going to send first mate to pick up a red buff, pick up a dragon just to extend that gold lead, and then, as I said, hopefully set up for another Baron and then maybe a late game push.
Yeah, it seems like someone needs to make some sort of a decision because we've sat at this moment for quite some time, no one really being able to make a decision, and Envy is just going to potentially let this inhibitor respawn and allow some more pressure being put back in the hands of YSSC, but the Baron has respawned, like you said, so Envy looking to make sure that they claim that objective as much as possible. We do have the Pillar actually aggroing onto the Baron for a little bit of free damage. Jack Attack, that was pretty cute. But they are going to utilize this opportunity to start this one up, potentially.
They're just so worried, YSC. Not YSC, Team NV. And the reason is that YSC's builds are some of the ballsiest builds I've ever seen. They have not gone one defensive item on their carries. Looks like Little Cutie Cheese has gone full damage. Now he's picked up a Blasting Wand and that Haunting Guise.
A real late game Haunting Guise. It's an interesting decision, but I respect it.
Very interesting decision. And also, Denian on Lucian has picked up another BF Sword. So no defensive items coming out whatsoever. Really trying to keep themselves in the lead. So it's only the defensive items on the carries that's really separating them at this point.
Yeah, we'll see whether that's going to mean death or life here for YSSC. As this Baron is started up for NV, YSSC trying to... They stun up Intrepid, seeing whether they can make something work. And it's been stolen! Zahi picks that one up over the wall, manages to repel. He will probably pay for that one with his life, but Intrepid forced out of that fight with the Dragon's Descent. And YSSC say, thank you later. See you later, and thank you. I'll take that one, and we'll be on our way.
So Zahi just kicks down the back door and goes in to steal away a nice Baron. Also pick up a tower in the bot lane, although it looks like they're going to respond with this one in the top lane. First mate going in.
With a surprise kill there, does actually get forced to flash out of there, is scared of the burst here of Little Cutie Cheese. Flying June out, manages to use the Mikhails, but it's not going to be enough in order to save his life. And the turret going down in the top lane as well. So Jack Attack only just managing to find his way back to Baron buff. Not sure whether it's going to be enough here for YSSC to hang on to this top turret, and nice little submarine play by First Mate, and it may not be over yet.
Not over yet. Looking like they're going to get the second inhibitor of the game. Unfortunately, won't be able to push. Okay, so they're going for the mid inhibitor as well with Mattress and another Zenith Blade
coming through and stunning up Denian, as you say, but First Mate going to get taken out by that culling straight off the bat, and now it's going to be the chase down here for YSSC. Double kill, triple kill coming through for Denian. He's a monster, so aggressive on this Lucian.
Massive, massive turnaround in that fight. And Trundle, in the meanwhile, has teleported bot lane to take out the turret, and now is on the inhibitor. Intrepid trying to stop him.
Oh my goodness, it's just ridiculous the to and fro in this game, and YSSC have just had the last few minutes go all their way. That steal from Zahi was absolutely fantastic, and Denian now trying to get onto this inhibitor.
And YSC have taken down the inhibitor. They're looking to end the game. There's 30-second death timers on the other team. It is so late. Intrepid really needs to do something to stop this right now. If they can get rid of Intrepid, they will win this game, and Intrepid just died.
That is ridiculous. I have no idea how that turnaround happened, but it's almost as Skara said, you know, they were winning until they lost. That was ridiculously well turned around by YSSC.
Definitely. Denny and Little Cutie Cheese in that last team fight went absolutely massive. That Mega, the culling that came across did so much damage, and it was just those builds. They didn't even look like they were going to go defensive at all, and they just did so much damage.
And Denian just has no fear in these team fights ever. I don't think I've seen him use a defensive flash in a team fight ever. It's always flash forward trying to kill everybody, and it worked out so well in that last team fight.
And then that teleport from Jack Attack into the bottom lane to secure that turret. Such a big wave had built up. Intrepid couldn't do anything with that pure tank Shyvana.
Yeah.
Really well played in the end there by YSC.
That just took me so by surprise as well. I didn't see the fact that that bottom minion wave had just done so much work for YSSC with this top focus that was going on so much from NV, and they just let this wave build and build and build, and then that turret went down, and that was just the end.
So if we go into the replay, I think this is the last team fight. So as we can see, NV really, really confident because it's a 3v5 and they're all relatively healthy with
and they got a couple
team.
of kills as well, remember?
Yeah, so it's a 3v5 at this point. And, Heaven's trying to keep everyone up. Mattress hits a nice Zenith Blade here, but unfortunately the team can't follow, and the satchel charge was huge. And here's this massive culling that came through and just took so much damage. And now they're just all chasing them down. BMA gets taken out by Denny and just doing tons of damage. And there's the teleport into the bottom lane. Jack Attack just takes out the turret, takes out the inhibitor, and from there it's just a really, really big push down the middle to end the game.
Yeah, it just ends the game, and Intrepid was forced to teleport to follow up as well at half health, and he's, as we were talking about earlier, is just unable to 1v1 Jack Attack, let alone the fact that the rest of the members of YSSC were coming down. So that was such an intense match, and I just don't know how they can follow up that game and that level of excitement again for this next one, but I'm willing to let them try. What needs to happen here on the side of NV? Because I feel like everything that happened in that game went NV's favor after about the half hour mark. So do they need to change anything, or do they let that happen again, just try and be a little bit more controlled with their play?
So yeah, I think it is a control issue. They look like they were overstaying a lot, and they were a team that were really dependent on their ults. That Rat-a-tat was on cooldown, unfortunately, for the second team fight where they got aced at the end there. Heaven's ultimate was on cooldown as well, so he wasn't able to keep everyone nice and healthy on that Soraka. So I think it was more of a clear up the comms. Let's forget this game happened, because they were in control. They were playing really well as a team, and let's be really decisive and not overstay our welcome. Let's take objectives, let's recall. Let's not hang around in this middle of the pack and try and push our advantage to the point where I think they did it twice, really, once at the end of the game, and the other time when they had the Baron buff and just got engaged on by YSC after
Zahi's Baron steal as well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was so instrumental.
Yeah, so after Intrepid had to ban that Dragon's Descent to get out, they stayed again, and then they got another team fight turned around on them. So what they need to take from this is do not fight unless you have your ultimates up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But I really want to get into game 2. We're going to have a quick break, but come back. Make sure you're here, because next game is going to be so exciting. Don't go anywhere, guys.
beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Time for 9 o'clock. Ha! 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I'm, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn, and my goodness, that last game was out of control. I just do not know how these teams are going to be able to follow up after that.
Yeah, let's try and catch our breath. Let's take a
Yeah,
moment to
I know,
just
right?
try and revisit
Whoa,
what
whoa.
happened in that game,
Yep.
because it really looked like Team NV were in control, and then all of a sudden...
They were winning until they lost, I think.
yeah,
is what
winning until
you'd
they
say.
lost with Zahir with that massive Baron steal.
Monstrous.
So Zahir, on that Elise, managed to get a Baron steal. Although he died, and Team NV took a little bit of overconfidence into a fight there, Danian and Little Cutie Cheese came up absolutely massive. Jack Attack
Yep.
teleported into that bot lane and just ended the game out of nowhere, really.
It was only Jack Attack, Danian, and Little Cutie Cheese against the world at that last stage of the game as well. So they just played it to absolute perfection. Of course, Little Cutie Cheese hitting so many abilities and bursting everyone out of that fight. First Mate took the brunt of that burst and then just got culled to death.
Yeah, so that was a massive culling that came through, and the item builds that came out of YSC showed how really aggressive they are as a team, and it really came through in that last team fight with just so much damage going out on the board. And unfortunately, Heavens didn't have that ultimate up and just wasn't able to heal his team through it.
Yeah, just didn't quite manage it. And I think that's going to bring us to our first matchup as well, which is what we can have a look at here of Heaven's Curse versus Little Cutie Cheeseroni. El Cutie Cheese. He's changed it just a little bit, but we're going to say Little Cutie Cheeseroni because it's way more fun to say. And Heavens, Jake, just take us through this.
So Heavens is a really heavy mid laner, and he played Soraka there, and he did a really good job of it. He really controls the pace of the game for Team NV, but Little Cutie Cheese, as we saw, is just ridiculously aggressive. And it looks like it's really starting to play on the mind of Heavens because he's keeping his team around, and Little Cutie Cheese just isn't backing down. When they have two people dead, a normal team would withdraw from those inhibitors and just give them up. They stand there and fight, which is really, really unique. Little Cutie Cheese, of course, famous for that Swain. Didn't pick it up in that fight.
No.
But the Ziggs was so huge, and we saw that when they did poorly in team fights, it was because Little Cutie Cheese got caught, and when they did really, really well, it was because he was dictating the pace with that minefield, with that satchel, and just so much consistent damage with that bouncing bomb.
And that's how NV got back into that game. Of course, YSSC at about that 20-minute mark had that 4,000 gold lead, but then Little Cutie Cheese was just caught time after time. I think it was about 3 times that he managed to get caught, and that got NV into this really commanding position, and eventually, with about a 10,000 gold lead, and then somehow YSSC just pull it back with just an amazing teleport from Jack Attack and that just really, really lucky exchange in that in their base from NV.
Yeah, definitely. I think that what NV can also take away from that is the dominance of Mattress on that support. He was so crucial and landed so many good initiations for his team.
I don't know. It's Leona night tonight, I think, as well, because Erect Gymnast was fantastic on that champion as well.
Look for YSC to just get that off the board. If that goes back to Mattress, I will be shocked because he was absolutely on point, both in lane and around the map.
He was ridiculous. It can't be overstated at all. But what could also happen as well is, considering the fact that YSSC is blue side this time, they could ban away whatever they feel like and first pick away that Leona that Flying Jew definitely enjoys as well. But we can find out instantly because we are, of course, into that champion select. And Draven being taken away first up, of course, First Mate, probably never going to be able to play that champion.
And he had a fantastic game on Twitch. I think he started off very, very slowly, but then in the team
Jinx is phenomenal as well, actually. You could just ban AD carries here.
Yeah, definitely could throw a lot of bans at First Mate because, as we saw, when he's getting going, he is really one of the carries on the team. Kassadin going out and Lulu also being banned again. Ziggs being taken off the board from Team NV. I think that dictated the pace of the game. So that was taken away from Little Cutie Cheese. Maybe we'll see him on his Swain. But yeah, as I said, really, really interesting pick ban phase so far.
Yeah, we'll see whether this Morgana stays up, see whether the Leona does get banned out, of course. I think YSSC are debating whether or not to ban out that Leona or pick it up first pick, but Elise is going to be taken away here. So Zahir doesn't want to play it, and they don't want to let BMA play that one either. So I think they're either forcing a Kha'Zix ban here, or possibly Elise in first pick.
Yeah, maybe Elise in first pick, but that's very interesting
Yeah, I thought it
because
was very,
Zahi played a
my brain sort of
really strong game on Elise, and Elise is definitely someone that you can first pick. Kale being the last ban taken off the field, so now the ball's really in YSC's court because there are so many strong champions still open, and Kha'Zix is one of them.
Yeah, Kha'Zix taken away, and you would have assumed that that's a really, really intelligent decision, but the Twitch is available, the Morgana is available, the LeBlanc is available. There is so much strength still available here, and having Elise, Draven, and Kale banned out, as well as that Ziggs, who aren't necessarily always going to be banned, means that, my goodness, there are just so many things that could be picked up.
And so many carry top laners have been left open. That Rise, which we've seen a little bit lately, especially Jack Attack maybe on that Rise, or Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
Also, the Jax is left open. We've seen how devastating he can
completely.
be. So a lot of these carry top laners that we're used to seeing taken out in this ban phase have actually got through. And Twitch Morgana, a really, really strong bottom lane, looks like it's going to be picked up for Team NV first round.
Yeah, the scary thing about this Twitch Morgana being picked up, though, is the fact that, yeah, you can immediately answer that with LeBlanc Jax and have just ridiculous strength already coming out of YSSC. And that means that there's not going to be that Leona for Mattress either.
And Twitch is such a good teamfight champion that they can actually just go a 1-3-1 split push here. So they can just pick up the Jax, split push with him, pick up something like maybe a Caitlyn for a siege, and pick up a really, really aggressive mid laner and just 1-3-1 split push with Kha'Zix and Jax being in the solo lane. So
yeah, there's also the fact that Jack Attack plays a lot of these aggressive top laners. That Kha'Zix could go into the top lane. Zahi can pick away that Lee Sin as well, and without that Elise being there, it could mean that they could take away a lot of the jungle choices here on the side of NV, but they are going to secure their bot lane as well, and they really enjoyed having that Annie Lucian.
Yeah, definitely, and it worked out well for them in the late game in particular. They got through a really nice lane swap for YSC, which they initiated, so maybe we will look for that again, and look really, really comfortable on these ranged carries.
Yeah, the other Cassiopeia being hovered over here again, but now it just hands over to NV the possibility of having this ridiculous late game team comp with a LeBlanc, which is one of the champions that Heavens is most proficient on, and also that Jax that Intrepid can play, and that with a Twitch and a Morgana, my goodness, I would not want to get past 30 minutes against that team.
Yeah, especially because we saw how close the last game was up until about the 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
Just swaying back and forward. Really equal map control from both teams. If they do get a late game team come through, it might actually be pretty terrifying for YSC.
Yeah, it's going to be scary, but NV haven't quite made their decision just yet. 5 seconds to go. Lee Sin is looking like it's going to be the lock-in, and Shyvana being taken away as well. So those are Jax LeBlanc picks. I think we might be just throwing a lot of excitement on, and maybe not necessarily what we need to be worrying about, but Shyvana being locked in, and that's a strong pick as well. Yeah,
and what it does say is that Team NV were happy with how last game went, and they think that they just threw it away at the end. So they're like, let's just repeat what we did and not overstay our welcome. Let's just close it out stronger. So let's go for pretty much the exact same team comp, with the exception of that Morgana for a little bit more peel for our Twitch.
That's true, and they get to do it without having to worry about the Ziggs as well, which was just so instrumental on the side of YSSC for keeping those leads. The Mega Inferno Bombs being fantastic to try and clear waves and make sure that they really had exactly what they needed. But YSSC looking to round out their lineup now, and we'll see what they decide to go with.
Okay, so Little Cutie Cheese's Swain's still up. They're also potentially picking a top laner or a jungler here. Lee Sin has been picked up, so I would expect for that Kha'Zix to be in the jungle. Looks like we're hovering over a Jax pick here, so it is possible, although Shyvana actually does fine against Jax in the early game particularly. Of course, outscales later on. And it looks like it's going to be Jax Orianna, so a really strong team fight coming out of here from YSC also.
I really, really like this team fight comp as well. Having that leap with the ball for the massive shockwaves on top of Jax would just be monstrous. And you've got, or the leap strike, of course, and then the leap is going to be on the Kha'Zix, who can do exactly the same thing as well with that damage reduction that they both have. So YSSC changing it up a little bit from last time, but we've got the Syndra possibly being looked at here by Heavens.
So we saw how annoying Syndra can be with their long-range initiations, and especially setting up some of these picks, which BMA seems to really excel on, especially on this Lee Sin, with a couple of really nice insects during the mid-game of that last game. So Syndra may be a good pickup here. Does fine against Orianna in lane. In fact, actually has a little bit of an upper hand, especially with some of the bursts that can come out of a Syndra. with especially a really aggressive jungle. Looks like actually Heavens is
my,
going back
what?
to Karthus, which is a really big throwback pick. Has played it a lot in the past, definitely.
Yeah, damn right he has.
But Season 2 happening all over again here. So Karthus,
Karthus and
ultra,
Twitch, both of them
late
the
game.
ultra late games from old.
Yeah, so Karthus, of course, farming machines. Heavens love to farm. I'm really happy with that pickup. It looks like we have a really two strong team fighting compositions that are just going to bump heads all game.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen, but I have to say that having this Requiem scaling up ridiculously into this late game, and the fact that he always gets his damage down regardless of whether he dies or not, means that Envy just... They've put YSSC on a timer here this game, and when their team comp spikes so late anyway, it's going to be really, really hard for YSSC, and I think that we're going to go to a third game, which is what I really want to get to.
Yeah, it would be amazing to see a third game here.
BM-azing.
Wow. So we have the Jax on YSC, who of course scales into that super late game carry, and it's been mirrored by the Twitch and the, of course, Karthus on the side of Team Envy. What will be interesting is who they send to split push against Jax late game.
That's true.
Because will it be, of course, the Karthus that can just sit there and wave clear, and if he dies, Jax can't really push into him because he can just die under the turret and then he can impact the fight with his ultimate?
Yeah.
Or is it going to actually be Intrepid that has to keep up with this Jax and potentially build pure tank again? So what happened last game is Intrepid went pure tank, did the team thing, but then in the last rotation wasn't able to defend the inhibitors. So maybe look for him to go a little bit more aggressive this game, a little bit more damage, and really try and even out that 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can make that work. Of course, it's hard to build full tank against Jax just because you have to build sort of mixed defenses against him. So we'll see whether he manages to do that one or whether Jax attack gets out of control this game. And Zahi on this Kha'Zix as well. I mean, this is one of the first times that we've actually seen Kha'Zix be allowed through the pick ban phase. And we'll see whether whether Zahi can make the impact that a lot of teams expect from a Kha'Zix pick.
Yeah. And the reason the Kha'Zix pick is so potent in this is because of the Orianna coupling. That invisibility into an evolved wings leap can put Kha'Zix on top of all your carries. And potentially, if Orianna can get really, really going, could stop Karthus from being on top of the team when he dies. Because Kha'Zix jumps on Karthus, gets the Orianna rolled off, can blow him up at the start of the fight. They can then move away, back off, and then wait for the Karthus passage to expire away from the team, and then re-engage on top of that. So really, really nice pickup with this Kha'Zix, I think. Could potentially be a really, really key part of YSC if they're going to win this second game.
Yeah, that's really, really true. One thing I'd like to think about as well is the Shockwave with against Heavens here on this Karthus as well. The Shockwave with its displacement being able to potentially move a Karthus out of its dangerous position and possibly put that Defile somewhere that you wouldn't be optimal for Envy might help these guys in a team fight, but everything else that I look at here means that Karthus is probably going to be in your team regardless of what you do. You don't move that far with the Shockwave, and I think it's a really, really intelligent pick here, but really ballsy as well.
Yeah, well, Karthus is prone to getting camped. So Heavens needs to be able to get him through the early game, first of all, to even be able to make this impact. Because if the game ends in 20 minutes, the Karthus pick will be... Heavens will be blamed for the loss, I think. So I think that the key for Heavens here is if he can get through laning phase and get himself really, really going with some good farm, just take Wraiths, come back mid, take Wraiths, come back mid, just really try and get himself going. Lee Sin is a really good jungler if you want to money starve a jungler. He performs really well with low resources. So get this Karthus really, really going, keep him out of harm's way, and I think that going into late game, he could be terrifying.
Yeah, it would be absolutely ridiculous. And coupled with the Twitch as well, which we saw the things that First Mate could do with that champion, of course. 95% kill participation by about 25 minutes into that game. That was 11-1 and 8 at that stage. Completely ridiculous, so we know exactly what can happen, but they weren't as strong in the early stages, so we'll see whether YSSC can really force the engagements that they want early on and get ahead far enough in order to close the game out.
Yeah, and I think First Mate did the really teaming thing last game, and he allowed a lot of the farm to be channeled onto that Soraka and onto Intrepid and really grouped up with his team. That's why his kill participation was really high.
Yeah.
Whereas Denium was doing the really split push heavy, go clear out bottom lane. So just different playstyles coming out of the AD carries, and it allowed Denium to really power up towards the late game.
Yeah, that's true, but we're going to be getting into this game very, very soon. Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back, everyone. Of course, we are onto the Rift. Your red side now will be NV, moving over from that blue side from the last game, and YSSC picking up that blue in the second game here between these teams. And the last game that we saw, the first game of this matchup, was ridiculous. YSSC taking that one out in such a close match with almost a backdoor, you'd say, after a failed team fight from NV. So we'll see whether NV can bring this one back and have the dominance that they had throughout the game, throughout last game, and close it out actually in their favor this time.
Yeah, so look for NV to really try and regather, try and repeat their mid and early game where they were ahead by up to 10k, and then really try and solidify it into a solid closeout. They just need to really focus on closing out this game and not let last game affect them and put them on tilt, which it can happen.
Yeah, it really, really can. The thing that I'm a little bit worried about on the side of NV is the fact that Mattress was so instrumental on that Morgana. Wow, Zahi with a really nice dodge out of the way of that Sonic Wave. But yeah, he's not on that Leona that he was on last time. He is on a really, really strong champion in Morgana and does have that black shield for the Twitch so that he can't get CC'd. But I just feel like that Leona was so strong coming out of Mattress.
Yeah, and I felt that he really was a person that was starting the fights off for his team. So he was just really important in that way. As we see a little bit of a late invade coming in here from Team NV, unfortunately they are on top of a ward, however, and it looks like they're going to be doing the lane swap again, but it's going to be mirrored this time by YSC.
Yeah, really, really nice work getting that ward down in that top little brush. And that lane swap's going to be noted very, very early on. And with the change to Morgana, does that mean that Annie fares better in this lane or worse?
I think that Annie always did fine in the lane against Morgana. You just have to
here's
see
the
as
fight,
there's a level 1.
Piercing Light doing so much damage, and there is the counter-strike across 3 members early on. Intrepid taking a fair bit of damage, but they are going to get out, and I got incredibly excited, but not all that much happened.
So everyone just walks away from that Jax after he flashes in. Unfortunately, having to skill up that stun, didn't get to use his leaf strike. So he just teleports bottom lane. Zahi takes his own blue buff. And in the end, BMA is just going to walk over to his red buff with some help from Intrepid. Be able to pick that up, and we just have standard lanes with the bottom lane in the top.
Standard lanes and some pretty interesting auto attack animations coming from these caster creeps as well. So that's always going to be fun. We'll see whether that gets too frustrating, whether we're going to change that one. But to be perfectly honest, I think it's kind of awesome.
I think it just adds something a little bit special to what's already a really special game. As Flying Jew goes a little bit aggro onto this Morgana level 1. Annie, of course, having a really good level 1. And unfortunately, Morgana doesn't actually have a great level 1 if she doesn't hit her bindings.
Yeah, so as soon as that Dark Binding is on cooldown, she's pretty much going to be useless in that lane, of course. And a lot of... Oh, there it is. He actually does hit it this time. Does get it followed up there by a little bit of follow-up damage from Flying Jew, but at half health at this stage. First mate also fairly low. So just going to be fighting one another just as usual. So standard lanes just in opposite sides of the map. Yeah,
so opposite sides of the map, which lends itself to maybe a switch up at about the 11-minute mark, just so we can get some dragon control back from these teams. However, it does go well for YSC because it does give this Jax the standard lane, which ensures he can farm up, and he is getting this wave pushed in early to get a nice CS advantage over Intrepid.
Yeah, it's working out quite well in their favor, but so far just farming up the Storm. And this does probably suit Heavens, doesn't it, as well, because he's going to be able to just sit in that mid lane and just farm away. Although these junglers are going to be present, so we'll see whether he can survive. It is very, very even down there, but a lot of aggression coming through from Little Cutie Cheese, as we'd expect.
Little Cutie Cheese, as we saw last game, a really, really aggressive laner, and landing another dissonance onto Heavens. Unfortunately, took a tower shot, which evened out the trade. But I actually think the lane swap not happening impacts Heavens the most out of everyone, because it means that the junglers can visit middle lane. As the binding lands from Mattress, not much happening there. Although we do have Zahi coming in.
Flash leap there as well. There's the red buff coming down. Dodges out of the way of the slow with that black shield on him as well. So Mattress forced to use that flash.
I just can't believe how aggressive YSC is. That flash into leap so early in the game, just to trade flashes with the support as BMA comes into the mid lane.
A little bit of a miss there. The Wall of Pain does go down, and BMA is keeping that red buff applied. He is going to safeguard out of there. Thinks that Little Cutie Cheese not going to even need to blow his flash there either.
Yeah, so unfortunately Heaven's just running out of mana because of how much trading was happening at the earlier part of that game. Getting forced off that wave, but very, very even in the mid lane. Jack Attack doing extremely well in this bottom lane, even aggressing onto Intrepid there. He's got a 10 CS lead already.
10 CS lead for this Jax as well, and BMA is coming around. It might actually change. We'll see. Leap Strike is there. Sonic Wave hasn't been used. We'll see whether he can make that one land. It does hit. Resonating Strike comes through. Forced to tank this turret. One last auto attack, but no, it's not enough, and BMA almost gets taken down for his trouble. Yeah,
so what it does do, though, is it forces Jax to walk back to his lane because it doesn't look like his teleport will be up in time. Really good gank there from BMA to just get this Jax back behind as we have more aggression in the top lane.
Gets the stun down, the Black Shield too late, and First Blood going over to Zahi, and that is monstrous. Getting it on this Kha'Zix who scales so well, my goodness.
As we have Little Cutie Cheese in heaven.
Fighting in the mid lane as well.
Trading in the mid lane.
To wander out of that fight. My gosh, already just so much aggression.
Yeah, so a much more fast-paced game than what we saw last game, which was very, very controlled at the early parts of the game. Yep. Zahi looks like he's picking up where he left off from last game and just going super aggressive in on this duo lane, really trying to get Denny in a better spot, and he's up 20 CS over first mate already, just continuing that dominance from last game.
Yeah, they didn't actually have, they had, of course, the lane swap situation as well last game, so this is the first time YSSC and the bottom lane from NV have actually managed to go up against each other, and it seems to be working out really, really well for the aggressive play style here on the side of YSSC, and as well, we do have the mid lanes actually farming up very, very evenly, despite the fact that they've been fighting so much. So we'll see what does come of that one. BMA coming through, lands the Sonic Wave as well, the Flash coming through. Actually, wasn't the Flash, it was the Relentless Pursuit trying to get him the heck out of there, and it's the wet noodle fight in the bot lane continuing as Jack Attack has pushed this wave quite far up onto this turret. So with our BMA in that top lane as well, he's going to feel free just to keep this passive up and keep whacking on as many things as possible.
So Jack Attack doing a really good job of forcing the Shyvana to farm under the turret, whereby burnout might affect some of the CS, as we just saw there, really good example. But just so much aggression from YSC, pushing up all their lanes. BMA is being pulled all over the map, and it's allowing Zahi to really, really use this Kha'Zix well and farm up a little bit extra, and it's such an aggressive early game.
Yeah, it's really, really aggressive. Denian has taken a fair bit of damage in this bottom lane, sidesteps that Dark Binding quite nicely. Flying Dew doing his best to try and get rid of that Black Shield with his abilities at the same time. So we'll see whether YSSC go back to base. But there is a nice Venom Cask as well as the Dark Binding landing for amazing amounts of harass here on Denian. Yeah,
so Denian looks like he might have to go back, maybe call up Zahi for a little bit of a hold in this top lane, get some pressure back. So this just gives First Mate a little bit of a respite. He was down by about 30 CS earlier. Yeah. He's now halved that, so he's only down by 15.
And Heaven's now taking a lot of damage. Forced to flash, followed up flash by Little Cutie Cheese, and there it is, the last command attack going to be enough. There's Requiem coming down. Is Command Protect available? It's not going to be enough damage, and he walks away.
So Little Cutie Cheese avoided that last Skittle by about 2 millimeters on the screen, and then walks away with about 7 health, I think, in the end. So really, really calculated from there. Took the 2 turret hits just for a little bit of a bit of a bait, but gets that ultimate out of the Karthus and goes up in the first early game exchange.
Yeah, really, really nicely played, and still even in this mid lane as well as far as CS is concerned, so that Catalyst being able to be picked up here by Heavens, going for that Rod of Ages early on, for that scaling into the late game potential that Karthus always wants to do, whereas the Athene's Unholy Grail are going to be gone for here by Little Cutie Cheese, only needs another 900 gold to combine that one up. And in the meantime, Zahi going to be starting off this blue buff for Little Cutie Cheese as well. So both blue buffs being handed over to their respective mid laners as an empowered strike smacks Intrepid in the face.
So this is Jack's first power spike of the game, and I really like talking about it because you auto attack 2 minions, and then you can just go ham on your opposition, and your passive and your the passive that you get from your ultimate just ensures that you do so much damage in these auto attack trades. Luckily, Shyvana actually does a lot of mixed damage early game with that burnout, with that E, so able to trade quite well without having to rely on the auto attacks that, of course, Jax dodges out. But we're just seeing how confident Jack Attack is on these aggressive top laners.
And what do you think the item build for Intrepid is here in answer to this Jax, with a bit of mixed damage himself and the fact that he's probably going to be wanting to build this Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King combo?
I think the most important pickup is going to be when he gets his Ninja Tabber, just because he can cut out a couple more of the auto attacks, and then when he does get auto attacked, it does.
BMA has actually discovered Little Cutie Cheese playing a little bit aggressively. Dark Binding does go wide, trying to get that movement speed, but there are 3 members here. The Shockwave pulls in Heavens just to bring a little bit more defile damage into Little Cutie Cheese, but he knew that he was dead. There were 3 members, and we'll see whether the duo lane of YSSC can capitalize in the top lane, which they can't, but Rat-a-tat-tat was used to clear the way.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure put on Little Cutie Cheese there. He was pushing Heavens around a little bit, and Team Envy responded really, really well. Gave their mid laner some breathing room. Unfortunately, not able to pick up the kill. It went across to BMA, but really, really good job from Mattress there, realizing when he can roam down and give Heavens some hand assistance.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, what happens when a bully is treating you real bad? You call all your cousins and you say, we're going to bash him up. So there it is, and Little Cutie Cheese pays for it with his life. And he's going to head back to base, a reformed man, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And it will be interesting to see if he keeps up this aggressive mindset.
Oh, there's the flash. Tibbers coming through, and there's the piercing light. Forced to be flashed away from by First Mate, and there's the culling for a bit of extra damage, just forcing Envy out of there. And BMA, in the meantime, in the bottom lane, also creating some aggression. Jack Attack forced to back off. Does have the teleport. Yeah,
so Jack Attack not even forced to flash, just backed off. Has the teleport, so he can get back to the lane nice and quickly. I don't even think he's actually going to go back at this point. Interesting to note, he's actually starting with what looks to be a Phage Rush, so potentially a Triforce before a Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, strange.
So
he thinks he's Aurelia.
Yeah, maybe thinks he's Aurelia. I know he does a lot of damage as soon as he can pick up that Sheen, because of just the empowered Sheen strikes do so much damage. And especially with Little Cutie Cheese getting caught again.
BMA is here. He's going to have that Sonic Wave. Make sure that he gets as much nice Sonic Wave and not... I'm sorry, Shock Wave. But Tempest Cripple is going to be able to pick up that kill for BMA as well. So nicely safeguards to Heavens and make sure that he is easily going to secure that.
Yeah, so BMA really putting a lot of pressure now across this map, showing how strong Lee Sin is in this early game. Heavens getting a lot of damage on down to Sahi as well. Potentially going to pick up this mid-game turret. No, they're not going to get it this wave, unfortunately. But so much pressure being exerted in the mid lane now. And Heavens is starting to really gear up towards this mid-game, what will be a really scary Karthus potentially.
Yeah, really, really could. And of course does have those Sorcerer's Shoes. He's going to be trying to get that... Rod of Ages as soon as possible, but first turret does go down, and it's the one in the mid lane as well, so a lot of extra map pressure being earned from that particular tower going down as well, often being prioritized quite heavily in the Chinese leagues as well. So Flying Drew now looking to try and get a stun down, does have that Tibbers available, and here's Zahi as well, flash jumping in at quite low health. And Flying Drew not managing to get much down either, so a little bit of a fruitless game.
Just exchanging ults with Mattress, so not a bad thing at all. No summoners were burnt, so nothing much happening in the top lane. What this does do for Karthus though is it gives him this time to push out his lane and then go farm the jungle. So he can potentially push past that turret, not have to go up there and pressure the second tier turret, but just go farm his jungle, putting a lot more potential CS in Heavens' reach.
Yeah, and Jack Attack was forced to use his teleport there as well, and Intrepid is going to be available before that as well. So look to see whether Envy try to make any moves as soon as Intrepid does have that teleport. But again, we've got very, very similar CS in the mid lane. We'll see whether Heavens does start to pull ahead by taking that jungle. BMA is back again though, does get the kick, but not going to be going too far, doesn't quite get round far enough, and Zahi is here just to protect his mid laner, saying, yeah, BMA, you're not the only one that could do this.
Maybe a little bit of miscommunications. Heavens was actually on no mana on in that gank, so may lead to actually an early drag in here by YSC, although I think this is dangerous because it looks like Team NV is actually closing in.
Yeah, they're closing in. We do get the Venom cast down, but it does get taken really, really fast. Jack Attack doing a lot of damage now that he does have that Lizard Elder, and NV trying to secure a little bit of map pressure here in the mid lane, but that outer turret had already gone down, so it's going to be a dragon for nothing here, as the flash was burnt by Mattress as well, so a little bit of an out of position situation.
Heaven's sticking around for a long time with no mana as well. If he wasn't going to contest that dragon, maybe he needed to just go back, because now there's going to be a lot of pressure put on this mid lane. Jack Attack is just becoming a beast as well in this, what is the bottom lane with the two top laners in it. Just showing Intrepid that he's not scared of him at all. Really, really welcoming a fight here.
Yeah, he really is. He's saying, just come at me, bro. I've got a lot of damage. And you just, as you were stating, I mean, getting that 1-2 punch onto him as well with that, the passive from his ultimate is just fantastic damage, and something that I would definitely be scared about.
Didn't pick up that Sheen second, which is, I guess it's a little bit of a itemization. Maybe he didn't have enough gold, I'm thinking, because that Sheen just really excels Jack's early game damage, especially if you can use it with First Mate.
Maybe he wanted the movement speed because BMA has been all over the map as well from the Zeal. But he didn't buy boots, so you can imagine that would be a cheaper option.
Yeah, maybe boots would be a cheaper option. Zahi clearing out this ward. BMA looking to try and defend it. Very frustrating as a jungler when that happens to you. Junglers both going aggressive items though in this early game. Very.
Yeah, the stun actually going down onto Intrepid, and there's the third strike and the Empowered Strike coming through as well from Jack Attack. So nice dueling potential.
So it looks like Jack Attack really has the upper lane in this 1v1. Maybe even look
Nice
for Envy to try and swap this over, because the further ahead this Jax gets, the sooner he's going to reach his mid-game power spike, and he's farming really, really well at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Heavens hasn't actually been back to finish off his Rod of Ages yet either. He's going to try and get back as soon as... There's the flash. There's First Mate getting locked down. Does have the Ignite on him. Denian gets immediately kicked away for the disengage. Not going to be enough on that Ignite in order to secure that kill, but Flying Juice so aggressive on this Annie.
Yeah, that was a 3v2 in Team Envy's favor, and they had to burn all their ultimates and a flash to get out of that.
And again, First Mate forced to use that Rat-a-tat-tat in order to play defensively. Intrepid was forced out of that lane as well by Zahi rotating down here, and YSSC, they just want blood tonight.
Yeah, they're so aggressive. Even with this mid lane turret down, as soon as Little Cutie Cheese sees the jungler in another part of the map, just straight away pushes up, and we see Denian putting so much pressure on this top turret, and the bottom turret's about to fall.
Yeah, bottom turret getting taken down by Jack Attack. Zahi is there in order to help with that one as well, and Jack Attack just going to continue up, and he's looks to me like Jack Attack not scared of anyone right now.
Yeah, so Jack Attack so comfortable on these carry top laners, just as Little Cutie Cheese once again chunks Heavens out of this lane, still hasn't had a chance to go back and buy that Rod of Ages, so just delaying his power spike even further.
Yeah, and as we were just looking at the money as well there, Jake, I mean, look at the amounts of cash on these players. 2.4 thousand gold on Heavens, and you've got the 2.1 on Little Cutie Cheese as well. I think that's ridiculous that Heavens didn't go back and get that Rod of Ages when he could.
Yeah, definitely. It just, especially with an item like Rod of Ages that needs to power up, it's just really, really confusing why he wouldn't do that. As they move in on this mid turret, and Intrepid forced to teleport to defend.
Yep. Just YSSC just so aggressive up in the face of everyone. The blue buff was on Heavens, but he just didn't have enough in order to get them out of here. He is finally backing to spend that gigantic wad of cash that he had in his back pocket. And he's going to be able to try and get this Karthus rolling. Does have that Rod of Ages now with a Blasting Wand as well. So really has hit a fair bit more, and he's going to have a bit of tankiness on top of that, as well as that Catalyst passive really giving him some sustain. Little Cutie Cheese, on the other hand, is going to go back eventually, and he has enough to build a Void Staff outright. Yeah,
so maybe look for him to go a little bit more aggressive than that. Maybe go for his Sork Boots to maybe try and get himself in a better position to shove Heavens even further out of this lane.
Yep. Because
just how slow this Karthus can feel.
Ooh,
we do have BMA
in
actually coming into the top lane.
Yeah, really, really scary. Zahi has actually read this fantastically, though. He's coming up behind the turret, and as you can see, BMA is waiting in the wings, ready to safeguard to that ward, even if there is vision available for YSSC. So, Dark Binding does go wide. Mattress not showing quite the prowess with these Dark Bindings, as we saw with the Zenith Blades in the last game. But this is tense, tense times, with Heavens coming up as well. Dark Binding going wide then again, and there's the Soul Shackles as well. The kick coming through onto Flying Jew. There's Tibbers coming down, but Heavens really wants blood. Zahi not afraid to go early, but First Mate slays Denian, and I have a feeling that this Requiem not going to actually be needed, because First Mate does manage to secure that one with the poison. So this is the beginning of the First Mate train, and if I was YSSC, I would be scared.
Yeah, so First Mate able to pick up the double kill there with a really nice Rat-a-tat. Mattress whiffed all these binds and then just went super aggro with the ultimate.
Oh, I don't care anymore. Soul Shackles, see him.
Yeah, BMA, really nice kick over the wall with the flash. So really well set up gank there by Envy to try and swing this top lane, which was going further and further into Denian's grasp. But what is happening is Jack Attack is just bullying Intrepid, who's even had to use the Blade passive there to try and get him away from the turret.
Yeah, that's just really, really scary for Intrepid at this stage.
Okay, so here's a replay. So Mattress gives up, just goes in with a Soul Shackle. BMA, nice flash kick with the double knock-up. Heavens comes in, and this is where the damage just starts coming in from First Mate. Rat-a-tat gets the 4 poison strokes up there, able to kill Flying Jew, and Zahi not taking much damage from that ultimate from Heavens, but just really well-coordinated ganks from the side of Team Envy.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to steal away this blue buff in response as YSSC. They do take that one out. Zahi secures that one. Little Cutie Cheese taking the tower in the mid lane, and they're going to start off this dragon. So YSSC saying, okay, you can go and kill a couple of us in the top lane, but we have got this dragon again, and we'll take your objectives. Nice attempted Dark Binding, but Mattress hasn't really been playing this Dark Binding game quite as well as we were expecting.
Yeah, so not able to open up, obviously, with that Solar Flare like he is on Leona, which is a much easier skill shot to hit than a straight line target Dark Binding. But really good use of knowing Heavens doesn't have his ultimate, knowing that they don't really want to fight if they don't have ultimates up at this point of the game, and just rushing down 3 objectives. So the blue buff, the mid lane turret, and the dragon all going in YSC's favor, and giving them a 1,000 gold lead at this point in the game.
Yeah, really, really intelligent. Even though, we do have the stealth in. There's the shockwave as well. Heaven's taking so much damage. The ignite is there, and the flash forward from Zahi to secure that kill. I think the ignite probably would have been enough to take him down, but Death Defy now is there, and not really much going to happen from that one. And my goodness, is this going to be a no, it's not going to be Baron. Sorry. YSSC have been so aggressive that it just wouldn't surprise me in 20 minutes.
Especially with the Jax on the team, just does so much damage to that Baron. Once he's got that Trinity Force built up like he does, just move around and secure their own blue buff for Little Cutie Cheese. Looking into the jungle here, Jack Attack does need to be a little bit careful because there are 4 members of Team MV in this top lane trying to repel his push.
Yeah, Jack Attack not too worried. Does have, of course, the Phage passive on that Trinity Force and the extra movement speed, plus those Boots 1 that has been picked up now, but my goodness, Jack Attack is just becoming monstrous on this Jax, as we were sort of expecting, but judging by the early game that had happened here as well.
And it will... YSC now have the hard choice of deciding, do they funnel farm onto Jack Attack, or do they funnel it onto Denian? They funneled it onto Denian last game, and he did a really good job in that late game, going super huge and coming out really aggressive. However, this Jax just looks like Jack Attack is so comfortable on that champion, and really needs to get into that split push mode. So look for Denian to maybe group up with his team a little bit more, and for Jack Attack to really be that solo lane carry in this game. Yeah,
we'll see whether Denian can actually handle relinquishing some of that farm. We do know that he loves to get into these side lanes, but as you said, Jack Attack might be able to use that one a little bit more effectively. But when he gets that Blade of the Ruined King as well, when he can jump into a team fight with a Randuin's on top of that even, it's just going to be ridiculous to see. BMA now in this top lane, but Jack Attack no longer scared of 2 people.
Yeah, and he had Flying Dew and Little Cutie Cheese coming up for some support. So able to get that tier on top lane turret, and it looks like they're going to keep pushing because they have 4 members up here.
Yeah, and there's Wall of Pain, not really being all that painful at this stage. Just going to be able to use that pink ward to clear out the ward of Team NV. And this inner tower now has been a little bit more exposed. And as you can see, look at the vision control from YSSC in this topside jungle of NV's base. Flying Dew getting caught by that Dark Binding, has been leveled up. Sonic Wave going to land as well, but nothing really going to come from it.
So that's a lot of damage out on that Annie, just showing that they do have nice pick potential if they do land their abilities, with another nice Soul Shackle, Dark Binding coming out there.
Mattress is just showing us that he can land them because he's had a little bit of trouble.
Just getting his eye in.
He's getting his eye in, yeah, exactly.
You miss 100% of Dark Binds that you don't take.
That is true. The Blitzcrank old Creed. So fantastic. Just
rotating through the jungle, seeing if they can get any picks here. Nothing much happening. They've actually grouped up in this middle lane, so not even sending Jack Attack to split push. Teleport isn't available, and Intrepids is. Maybe that's why they just feel a little bit more comfortable as 5 at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're just making sure that they're not going to get caught out in a terrible situation. They do have a 3,000 gold lead that they're attempting to solidify here as well. Mattress getting his ward taken away straight away, and they are going to take a 3rd one as well. Dark Binding does land, Zai gets caught up there a little bit, but we'll see whether they do have the siege potential. No Ziggs on each side, but these Skittles coming out from Heavens are actually quite useful at clearing out these waves.
Yeah, and Intrepid's at the point of the game where to dive Team NV is really, really dangerous, just because the amount of peel they have with Mattress. You don't really want to dive a Morgana. That Soul Shackle does so much work under turret. The kick, of course, coming out of BMA, and then that ultimate from Mattress, so from Intrepid, sorry. So maybe just going back to a little bit more standard lanes. Jack Attack is getting farm channeled onto him, so we can see that Denian's had to head into the jungle because Jack Attack's actually taken his bottom lane away from him. So it looks like we are going to have a lot more farm channeled onto this Jax, who's actually gone about plus 30 CS in about the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's done really, really well. Not to mention the fact that the Dragons have been held in control by YSSC as well. So global gold going in their favor, 1 extra turret being taken by those guys as well. So a little bit more money generally going to be on this Jax in the hands of Jack Attack, which would scare any Team NV member at this stage of the game. Going to almost have that Blade of the Ruined King available very, very soon. In fact, we can have a look at the money here. Does have 2,300 gold. Only needs another 400, 300, something like that stage from a Vamp Scepter.
Well, it's 1,800 off of 1,400, so 3,200 in total. So
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I have no idea what that maths is.
Yeah, so it needs 2.6.
Yep, 2.6k.
Another 200. Regardless.
He's
gonna be
really
able to find each
close. He's really, really close. So
we said a
do
lot of
actually,
numbers and people hopefully were impressed.
we have Heavens actually securing his blue buff. So the last one was taken away. That's really important on that Karthus, just to make sure that he can farm continuously. So close to that death cap that's now being picked up by Little Cutie Chews and moving straight away into that Void Staff. Such an aggressive build again.
Yeah, it's just the general trifecta of items that Little Cutie Cheese does like to go for. Get that mana regen and then just go full damage. Who cares?
We have seen a lot more Zhonya's Hourglasses being picked up as second items on Orianna.
Yep.
Maybe could be a good pickup in this because of the potential
especially against
insect
a Karthus
and a
as well.
Karthus as well.
Yeah.
However, it does look like they're setting up for a 5-man gank rush.
Yeah, 5 seconds on this dragon. We'll see whether Envy did actually know which time it was coming out. Ooh, First Mate was fairly close. BMA now sort of skulking around as well. Darkbinding going to go wide. And YSSC just going to start off this dragon. Of course, they're not exactly the patient bunch, and they just want to start things off as soon as they can. Tibbers comes down. Heaven's not able to get into this. Flash is just going out everywhere. Shockwave going to hit only Mattress at this stage. Requiem coming down as well. And the members of YSSC seem to be melting at this stage. Envy managing to get off that Requiem early on in that fight. Sonic Wave landing on Azahi as well. And there's First Mate managing to kite people back and then picking up the kill in response. And that's 4 dead for 1 on the side of NV, and they might go for this Baron.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for the Baron. Jack Attack in that team fight just tunneled so hard on First Mate and chased him halfway across the map. Unfortunately, not able to pick him up in the end, and it looks like Team NV has turned around for this Baron, and maybe it's up to Jack Attack to see if he can 1v4.
Yeah, does have the ward there. He's going to try and do what he can. There's the Counter-Strike coming out. Heaven's taking a fair bit of damage, but he's going to have Death Defy. Jack Attack, I think he was focusing the Baron there. Not sure how he thought he was going to spike that one down above a Resonating Strike and a Smite, but interesting decision.
Maybe he just wanted to help out. Nice guy. He does so much damage to Baron, as we see the replay here. So we have a really nice Flash Tippers here onto Heavens to start the team fight. I think it happens in about 2 seconds.
There it is.
I wasn't even a flash. It was just a nice around the corner. This is where it starts going sour. We see Zahi and Jack Attack jump onto First Mate, and the Shockwave really not doing much from Orianna, and Intrepid's just so huge at this point, chasing down Flying Dew, and Heaven's able to come back into the team. And at this point, Jack Attack's kind of like, yeah, you guys are winning the fight, aren't you? Because I'm not there. And unfortunately, they were not. Turn around, rush straight towards Baron, and able to swing this gold lead into their favor and pick up the Baron buff. Now potentially a dragon as well.
Yeah, Envy going to be able to secure this dragon as YSSC tries to take a Constellation red buff. And that has really swung things all the way back around here for Team NV. They managed to pick up the Baron and the Dragon, and now they are firmly in control. And we were talking about this before. It's just terrifying to have this Team NV lineup with a lead. And
so many important items were just picked up. The Rabadon's Death Cap, the start of the Zhonya's Hourglass, of course, that Seeker's Arm Guard. It looks like Mattress is actually going for an Aether's Wisp. I'm looking forward to a Twin Shadows coming out.
Oh, it is. That's the makings of a Twin Shadows.
So 80 ability power, movement speed, and your Ghosties that return to you, I think, in this patch. So really, really good item pick up there from Mattress. And now you just look at First Mate getting massive on this Twitch, has the red pot, has his 2 items in the Phantom Dancer and the Blade of the Ruin King. Just going to do so much damage.
Actually kicking out Flying Dew. He's going to get just taken off this map straight away. There's a very odd Shockwave just going onto Little Cutie Cheese's face. I think it was a little bit of a desperation situation. Unfortunately, Ardent Blaze actually being caught out onto BMA as he runs away, but does have the regen of that Baron buff, and First Mate doesn't have his ultimate anymore, but it seems to me like this tower is going to go down, but Jack Attack answering in the top lane pretty nicely.
Yeah, so Jack Attack cancelled his recall, and they're actually defending this turret really, really well. With the Requiem coming in, maybe enough to pick up Denian? No. He must have survived with so little help. Maybe a nice ball on him from
yeah, he had about 100 health left over, as we can see in that flashing screen, but everyone is forced out of the way. No minion wave here on the side of YSSC, but it doesn't really matter, says NV. They're just going to tank it up as much as possible. And Heaven's going to clear out that wave with the Defile as well. So inner turret going down in trade for the top inner turret as well.
So good trade there from YSSC. Able to trade turrets even though they are behind this Baron buff and a little bit of gold at the moment. Yep. Jack Attack also able to take away that red buff on the top side of the map, it looked like. So using this Jax to split push, because that is one area that they still are definitely stronger.
Yeah, they really, really are. Of course, The two items that really make Jax a monster in this split push with that Blade of the Ruin King and the Trinity Force have been finished off. It's probably looking, yeah, there it is. The Chain Vest and the Merc Treads now finished off as well, so not going to be able to get locked down by these Dark Bindings and Soul Shackles quite as easily with that tenacity.
Yeah, and that's the first time I've actually seen the Twitch animation on his rebuild.
Really?
Yeah, when he sprints out of base. It's actually quite cool to look at there. But so the other thing they really need to focus in on, we saw the whiffed Orianna ult underneath the turret, and we also saw the one-man Orianna ult that only hit Mattress in the last
there were some
team fight.
flashes that went out of that first one, but yeah, the whiff under the turret seemed to be a little bit like Little Cutie Cheese not quite as confident on this Orianna as he was on that Ziggs.
Yeah, so what I'm
Although
looking...
we've seen him on a few times.
Yeah, just get the ball onto Zahi. Zahi generally finds the middle of team fights very, very early. So get the ball onto Zahi, maybe try and get him closer to the Twitch that is just going to do so much damage now, 4-0 on 4, and look to get some really early bursts down onto Team NV, because it looks like the more protracted these team fights are, the more that Heavens can go to work and the more First Mate can go to work on this Twitch.
Yeah, and that's exactly what needs to happen. We'll see whether it's going to be enough, of course. As this game goes on, the Death Defy that Heavens does have means that these team fights are going to fairly easily go in Team Envy's way unless the fancy footwork of YSSC is going to be up to the task of trying to get out of that infinite defile for those 8 seconds, just because he doesn't need to worry about mana at that stage. So the turtle has begun here for YSSC, just trying to wait out this Baron buff. It has now gone, so look to see them try and push out some of these waves and become their aggressive selves once again.
And if a team can turtle, it's YSSC. We've seen how well they juggle minion waves between their carries, and as soon as people started moving, Jack Attack backed off, and it gave Denny a massive wave in the bot that he could just go farm. So the turtle looks like it is actually going really, really well. Of course, Orianna with that wave clear, no problem at all charging that out, but we do have First Mate coming down.
Out Jack Attack, and there's a Requiem as well. Oh, really nice counter-strike, but not going to be enough. There's the Venom cast. Is flashing out of here, does have that Grandmaster's Might ultimate, and leaps to the next wave of minions. Not sure how he managed to get out of that, but he did. Not too bad, but Jack Attack.
Just throw 3 ults and the Randuin still couldn't take down that Jack, so he's just becoming an absolute terror split pushing. And what this also does with Dragon and Baron only a minute 30 away means that if they really force these fights, they might be able to get NV without some of their ultimates again, which is really critical. Yeah,
and that Requiem's now on cooldown, so if YSSC managed to force a fight soon, things might go a little bit better for them. Of course, no one is grouped up at all, and there is not enough pressure on this map from YSSC in order to do that. But when these big objectives come back up, we'll look to see whether YSSC are ready to try this out again.
So First Mate now picked up that last Whisper. Really important to note, Heavens now also has that Zhonya, so going to be even harder to get him out of these team fights. On the side of YSC, it looks like Denian has actually had to pick up a defensive item, so that's a bit of a shock, but this Heavens Karthus is just doing so much damage that Nagatron Cloak is really going to help. And Little Cutie Cheese has, of course, finished off his Void Staff, so going to be a lot of damage coming out of this Orianna.
Yeah, and look at this inner turret as well, going down so low, of course. Getting a little bit out-rotated. The culling coming through, and there's the flash Tivers onto 3 members as well. The leap in from Zahi. There's the first final shockwave coming through on top of everyone. Zahi now going very, very low. There's the Defile doing so much work. Followed by the Zhonyas, but shut down instantly. That was very, very ungraceful by Flying Jew in order to stop that one from coming through. But the Skittle does come down, and that Death Defy, and Heavens manages to pick up a kill. But we do have the split push going on in the meantime, and Flying Jew flashing does get taken out eventually by First Mate in that bottom lane, and the double kill coming through from him, and the Spray and Pray being activated a little bit late because it was on cooldown from that gank in the bottom lane.
So even without the Requiem from Karthus, able to go 4 for 2 with First Mate coming up huge in that team fight, just not able to get him off the field. They did really, really well with that engage, but unfortunately Intrepid was able to stop the teleport from Jack Attack with his Dragon's Descent, and that really swung the fight in their favor. Yeah, really, really nice use of that ultimate in order to stop that one, of course. Jack Attack then got very, very angry with Intrepid and almost managed to take him down under that inner turret. But we'll see whether YSSC managed to make a play around here to this Baron buff. Of course, BMA is back in base at this stage. They knew it was a little bit low. They do manage to get some vision down, but things are looking dangerous for YSSC because I feel like even though they do have a strong late game comp, the Karthus Twitch factor of NV is starting to become a massive problem. Yeah, just starting to become that ticking time bomb of these 2 hyper carries in the late game. Of course, YSC does have Jack Attack, but you just have to wonder how long he can split push with the threat of this really, really strong team fight coming out of Team NV. Also, Intrepid has been able to keep his teleport up, which means that he can split push bottom lane at the moment with the threat of Baron on the map, because both teams have such fast Barons, whereas Jack Attack does have to sit in this top lane. So unfortunately, they will be able to pick up a Dragon for free and possibly rotate to a Baron here.
Yeah, so they do manage to pick up that Dragon eventually. I think BMA might be able to finish that one off. Smite was actually used, so there might be a little bit of a window here, but the Ghosties are heading back to Mattress as well. I really love that new mechanic, the fact that if they don't find anyone, they just run back to their master. It's adorable.
And Jack Attack feels like, I feel like he's getting a little bit frustrated with Intrepid here, because Intrepid just refuses to fight him. Intrepid just wants to clear the minion waves and then just runs away from this Jax. And
doing a bit of a Seraph.
Yeah, it looks like he just keeps jumping in trying to fight, and here we go again. Intrepid just runs away.
Yep. That being said, I mean, at least Jack Attack knows that he's the bigger man, you know. Of course, Intrepid always running out of the way of that one. Well, Ambush has been used by First Mate here. Was looking for a little bit of a pick, but not actually going to come from that one.
BMA looks like he is trying to clear out this Baron here, maybe setting it up. Jack Attack's teleport still not off cooldown. BMA is absolutely petrified of this Jax. Just wants nothing to do with him.
Yeah, now he thinks that he's got something with a couple of his mates around. Of course, it's the whole bully factor all over again. And the Dark Binding going to go a little bit wide here as well. So we do have the Baron Dance starting up. Command Attack Dissonance coming through. Tech trying to get him away from some of those Skittles, as well as this Wall of Pain coming down. So we'll see whether the NV push through to this turret, the inhibitor turret now, which is the last one available. Oh my goodness, that damage coming through. Now there's another needlessly large rod on the side of Little Cutie Cheese. Things are getting insane. Oh, there's the Wall of Pain. The kick onto Little Cutie Cheese is available, but BMA gets shut down before he can do it. Command Protect going to mean that it's going to save his life and instantly taken away. We do have the Zhonya's being popped by Heavens, but he has to get the heck out of there. First Mate is still alive. This is the big deal. Amazing Shockwave. Ridiculous. Instant double kill almost coming out. Intrepid now has to run the heck away. And my goodness, we were saying Little Cutie Cheese had some whiffed ultimates. That made up for it.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive. Swinging the fight completely back into YSC's favor. They go 4 for 3, unable to pick up their minion wave. That looked like NV were going to run completely over the top of them, with First Mate absolutely obliterating Jack Attack. And all of a sudden, Little Cutie Cheese just Shockwave and fight back in their favor.
Yeah, no worries at all. I'm just going to delete that guy and it's fine.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. And what it also does is it makes sure that, once again, all these long ultimates that Team NV are relying on, this Rat-a-tat, this Requiem, back off cooldown, as we have the replay of this fight coming through. So what we're seeing here is Mattress getting ahead, trying to get a Dark Binding. Unfortunately missed.
Sidestepped.
Yeah, really nicely sidestepped. And we see BMA actually initiate this. And what's really important to note is whilst he gets the kick onto Little Cutie Cheese, straight away Flying Juice stuns him up there with that ultimate, and not enough damage came through. This is where First Mate, though, starts doing so much work, just absolutely tearing the team apart. And then Little Cutie Cheese, with this Orianna Shockwave, just absolutely takes out so many people. Unfortunately, Intrepid does get away, able to flash over, don't want to chase through that Karthus, but really good team fight by YSC.
Yeah, that 3-man Shockwave at the end there was just absolutely instrumental, of course. The Ghosties coming, going to see Zahi here in the brush. So we're going to have an extended cooldown on that one because they didn't run back to reset that one. Really, really cool. So still a 5,000 gold lead here on the side of Team NV, just because they have been able to starve out YSSC a little bit, utilizing the fact that they have a lot more pressure here. Picking up that Baron was absolutely huge. Flying Dew taking a Sonic Wave to the face, but BMA not going to opt to do too much there. Dark Binding going a little bit wide as well, and Wall of Pain going to be used. So nice ability to really disengage here on the side of NV, but YSSC might find themselves collapsed on at this stage. Zahi might be a little bit too far away from his team as well. We'll see whether they decide to go in. Massive wave of creeps in the top lane to watch out for.
Yeah, so this is the first time that YSC has let a really big...
there's a Sonic Wave. Jack Attack actually gets kicked into the team. Not sure that's the target that they want, but here is the double dive. Zahi there. There's another double Shockwave. I don't think it's going to be enough because it doesn't hit First Mate. There is the Zhonya's being popped there by Little Cutie Cheese, but he's going to get taken out as soon as he comes out of it. Double kill now for Heavens, and this is going monstrously wrong for YSSC. Team NV still all alive, managed to take down 2 large carries here. And here's the Requiem, and he manages to take down Zahi. Thought there might be another couple of kills from that one.
Yeah, and such an
Denian going
team
so
fight.
manly.
Denian still not scared. 3 for none, and Denian still wants to fight the whole of Team
Is this
NV
going to be
by
a
himself.
single-handed zone out as well? But no, there's First Mate and Intrepid still at massively high health at the same time. Does get his blue buff, so there's a consolation prize, but the second Baron of the game going over to NV, as did the first one, and they're going to solidify an 8,000 gold lead at the same time. So really nicely played from NV, and they're playing this super late game comp really well, and they made it through this early game quite effectively.
And now we're seeing how strong Heaven's Karthus can get. We said if he could get it past the 25 to 30 minute mark, that he was going to go absolutely huge, and you just saw how much damage that Requiem did at the end of that team fight.
Oh yeah, now has the Void Staff finished off as well.
Nearly even killed Flying Dew there at the end. Able to pick up another minion turret just through really good minion wave control, YSC in the bottom lane. So that might help Jack Attack if he can get up into that lane with his teleport. But look for them to really have to stall now because NV are just really ahead.
That being said, YSSC, as we discovered in the last game, maybe they enjoy winning games when they've got a deficit of about 10,000 gold. So maybe once an extra 2,000 gold comes through here, it's actually worse for NV just because it seems to be working out for YSSC. It did in the last game.
It definitely did in the last game. There's a couple of defensive items that are really key that are starting to come through for Team YSSC. Of course, that Inspector's Cow coming through for Jack Attack now, maybe going to turn into one of those Banshee Veils, which will really, really help him out. I'm actually looking for a couple of those Guardian Angels to come through, especially one on Jack Attack and one on Zahi, just because so much damage is coming out of this Karthus that you really need to, if he dies, be able to come back after that Requiem, because it's doing so much damage now.
Yeah, it's a really, really good idea. I think he's looking to go for that Banshee's Veil and then might pick up that Guardian as the last item. And that would be a full items Jax, which would just be really, really scary. As we were talking, though, that Dragon was secured as well by Team NV, so they push it up to a 9,000 gold lead at this stage, of course. First Mate is almost at that 4-item stage on this Twitch. That Infinity Edge is only about $1.5 grand off as far as that gold is concerned. 8, 1, and 10 as well. I mean, the Mickey Whale special score from his first game, so my goodness, this First Mate has just been so instrumental.
And once again, part of 18 of 20 kills. So last time it was 19, this time it's 18. So we just see how well Team NV team fight. They don't they don't engage in this split push shenanigans at all. They just want to fight as a team. They're really confident in their team play, and you can really see that they just, they just got so much control in these situations.
Yeah, and they really should, especially with a comp like this as well. Ghosty's come down for a little bit of a slow and some discovery of YSSC. Oh, the Dark Binding does land. Wall of Pain coming down as well. They decide not to go through. BMA handily just holding off on that one. They do have this Baron buff, but they're finding it hard to siege. Is that because of First Mate being on this Twitch?
First Mate being on the Twitch, can't hit the turret. Also, the wave clear that comes out of Orianna is so important.
And look at the massive wave in the top lane.
The wave control from YSC just means that none of their waves are pushing in the right direction. Even middle lane, I think, is going to balance out in the end. So they've had to send Intrepid back without a teleport to actually clear the wave at top.
Yeah, Jack Attack could actually teleport to that top lane as well and possibly fight Intrepid and take that inhibitor turret. So doing really, really well stalling out this game is YSSC.
Yeah, definitely. And they're doing it through good wave control. Jack Attack really needs to be careful here.
Buddy,
he's
watch out.
Having a Mexican stare off.
I think he's actually doing a little bit of joking around.
I think
there.
he knows they're there. No, he doesn't. Jack Attack.
Jack
You're
Attack.
in a lot of trouble.
Interesting decision. Does have that flash. Flash is in an odd direction, but he's going to get taken out. Heavens. Why did he wait there for so long? Oh my goodness. In the vision range at the same time. Nice! Shockwave actually hitting 3 people. First Mate finally going to go down. Actually, Zahi finishes that off with a W. There is another double stun coming through from that Tivers. Little Cutie Cheese going huge in this fight, and Flying Dew as well. My goodness, they were waiting for that. It's like it was a counter bait. What is going on, Spawn?
Once again, YSSC just doesn't want to fight when they have an advantage. Every single time they have a disadvantage, oh, what, it's 4v4? Like, we just lost our hyper carry? Yeah, let's engage. Let's go, boys. We're in on this.
Yeah, this is
and
what we're doing.
Massive shockwave out of Little Cutie Cheese, just, catching Team NV completely off guard because they had no right to do that. And then 2 flash-ins.
Yeah.
One from Zahi on his Kha'Zix to get Twitch off the map, and then another one from the Flying Dew to get that 2-man Tibbers stun down, and they pick up the middle turret from it.
Yeah, there's the middle inner turret going down. Requiem now coming through. We'll see whether it does have enough boosted up damage. Nice command protect and dissonance to stop the extra engage, but I think they need to head back to base. Picking up the objective after that kill in those kills in the bottom lane. That was so far away, but they still get the objective. It's really, really admirable work.
Yeah, we're now at the point of the game where death timers are everything. And all it's going to take is one more team fight with these massive carries. And I think that we're going to see them really push into the base. It's 45 minutes in. These death timers are starting to get longer and longer. And Denian and First Mate are just huge. They're going to start tearing turrets apart.
They really, really well are. Of course, Jax is notorious for ripping holes in turrets. And a person we haven't mentioned too much here is Intrepid. He's 2-0-9, going huge on this Shyvana when he was getting bullied around so much from Jack Attack, who, even though we've been talking so much about him, is now only ahead by about 8 CS. And he's 1-4-3, so that score not nearly as impactful as Intrepid.
Yeah, Intrepid played that lane so smart. He knew exactly when he was weaker, and he just stopped fighting him. He didn't want to go anywhere near him, kept farming out the wave, making sure that he was just pushing back, not giving up any free objectives for his team, and making sure he didn't die against this Jax, which has really kept Jack Attack, I think, frustrated in this game.
Yeah, it really has. Of course, one thing that's a problem for YSSC is the fact that Heaven's Curse has now finished a full item build on Karthus. 8-4-12 on that massive late game carry. 350 CS as well to his name, which is monstrous. So Heavens is going to be doing some damages with that Requiem.
Also opted for a Banshee's Veil, which is a pretty unique pickup. You normally see Karthus go full offensive build just because of his passive, but I think it's because he doesn't want to get blown up by Little Cutie Cheese away from his team. So if away from when he's not on top of the team, sorry. So if Little Cutie Cheese can blow him up, which we saw he could last team fight, he's going to die where the ball is and not where he wants to be dying. So he wants to have a little bit more of that MR so he can flash in on top of YSC, cause a little bit more havoc and utilize his passive fully.
Yeah, and Little Cutie Cheese actually picking up this blue buff as well, which is really, really important. Going to make sure that he has as much mana in order to get these abilities off as possible. BMA just gets his Banshee Veil popped there as well, which might be a little bit detrimental, to be honest, because this Baron buff is coming up in 15 seconds.
Of course, the change to Banshee's Veil means that it's a certain amount of time outside of combat, as opposed to just a flat time on Banshee's Veil. So it can, if the fight extends, which it didn't in this example, but if it does, it can be a really long time before they actually come back off cooldown.
Yeah, so make sure that you're just poking around a little bit before, if that does get popped, if you do want to actually keep that one up. Intrepid now doing the same thing, just poking around, knows that he doesn't want to get caught by that one, and Mattress throwing out these Dark Bindings, but the Tormented Soil are going to be mitigated by these pretty nice Command Protects coming through from Little Cute Cheese.
So once again, the wave clear on YSC is really good. Oh, that bind was so close from Mattress. But just leaving Jack Attack to farm out this lane, but honestly, it's not really working that well for YSC, although they are stalling a little bit further into this late game, maybe to get this Jax to 6 items.
Yeah, well, they do have both of these objectives available, Baron and Dragon. Envy has moved around. They haven't cleared out this ward for YSSC as well, so YSSC know what's going on. And they have clawed back a little bit as well. It's not the 10,000 gold lead that it was. Jack Attack actually engaging onto Intrepid here.
Not much
Random Omen was used there.
Yeah, so key cooldowns being expelled there by Intrepid. Not going to be up for the next team fight. No, it will be. So once again, not really much doing. This game's just really stalling out now. So maybe let's take a look at the item builds. We actually have Denian. He heard us. He doesn't want to go further defensive. He's picked up another BF sword, so he hasn't even completed that Banshee's Veil. We also have Little Cutie Cheese now also picking up a Banshee's Veil. Once again, the Morello Nomicon, even though there's no healing, has come out on the side of Annie.
Once that cooldown reduction and just sort of cheap, effective statistics, I guess?
Yeah, really nice pick up there. And then, of course, on the side of Team NV, we have Heavens with that completed item build. Intrepid now getting absolutely massive, picking up a Warmogs.
Warmogs?
And
my goodness.
First Mate is also completed his item build. He's got a outright Banshees from somewhere that I completely missed last time, as well as his 4 key damage items. So really, it's getting down to the part of the, as I said, this is going to go down to the one deciding team fight, I feel.
Yeah, it's the next fight that comes in, of course. We do now have 21 kills on the side of NV and 20 kill participation coming through for Heaven's Curse as well. So this team has been grouping so much. Ghosty's coming down. Get a little bit of vision of where YSSC are at. And they're getting forced into their own base. A little bit too scared to try and get the vision around here. They still do have wards available in that river, so they know that our Team NV are around. We'll see whether they get engaged on. Dark Binding does go wide. Tormented Soil not going to be doing anything just because it is a support. Morgana's ground spell, which doesn't actually have any CC attached to it. BMA trying to get a Sonic Wave down, but not going to really find any targets. And again, the disengage comes through.
Yeah, and they once again send Jack Attack bot lane. Envy decide to stay teamed up, and they are going to go for this Baron.
They do see that the ward is there, but I think YSSC might be too late if they try and go for this one.
Yeah, they've just let this go. So really well played from NV there. Absolutely outmaneuvering their opponent and maybe scaring them off. They are really, really strong at this point in the game. So maybe YSSC, they don't want to give away that one team fight. Maybe they're waiting for a dive or something like that. For we did see that NV do get a little bit impatient. Like they stuck around last game, and that's what ultimately cost them the game. So maybe they're waiting for a slip up from Team NV as opposed to trying to take the game in their own hands. Yeah,
there's also fighting a Karthus and a Twitch in the Baron pit as well, which I could imagine would be ridiculously dangerous considering those Defiles and Rat-a-tat-tats, which are just going to be doing a lot of work in that small clumped up area.
Yeah, so here we see, once again, the tower defense game coming through. And once again, let's just point out, before it even starts, the bottom lane wave. So Jack Attack has got that as the flash comes in.
Kick onto Denian. Sort of didn't work out quite how he meant, and that was an enormous shockwave coming through again. The culling coming down from safe distance as well, but now Heavens moves forward. I don't think they've quite done enough with the initial burst. There are low health bars everywhere on this map, but it seems to me like YSSC defended that one quite nicely.
Yeah, Flying Dew, the only person in danger of Requiem, so of course that doesn't come out. And what I was actually pointing out is the bottom minion wave is reversed. So Jack Attack once again positioned that minion wave, so even if that dive had have like picked up one person, the minion wave still would have been in a position where if they kept diving through and it went a little bit sour, Jack Attack could just teleport straight away back into that bottom lane because it's slowly making its way back up the map.
Now we'll see whether YSSC can continue to thwart the efforts of NV in order to get into this base. We've been seeing the fact that they've just been able to use that attack dissonance combination to clear out these waves so effectively. As you can see, 400 CS now on the side of Little Cutie Cheese. It just shows the fact that he's been clearing out some waves with that particular champion. And even though their kill score and the gold just does not look like it's in favor of YSSC, as you can see, the turrets have been taken are completely even. There was 0 damage done to that inhibitor turret while they were sieging that top lane, and that bottom lane turret now will be at full health again as well. So YSSC stalling out really nicely. We'll see whether, the thing is, like, they're managing to stall out well, but if they manage to turn this around, are they going to be able to pull it back in their favor?
Well, it's to the point of the game where items are really starting to, gold is starting to not matter because everyone's equalizing on items. Once you get to 6 items, you don't really get much further than that, unfortunately. So Lee Sin has now got to his 6 item build. He can, of course, sell his Sightstone potentially, but that gives up a lot of map control. It's nice to have 2 of them. The supports are even starting to get to the near of their the end of their item builds. Maybe Zahir is the only person that can make substantial differences in his item builds if this game keeps going. But gold really isn't the issue now. Now it's about objectives, and it really looks like NV cannot get into the base of YSC.
Yeah, and if they overly aggressively dive, we can see, we saw last game just how fast YSSC can turn around these situations. So you can imagine that they're going to be very careful with the engagements that they choose. As we can see that's happening right now, there's Tormented Soil coming down, just trying to get a little bit of work done, but there's the Ghosties as well. Dark Binding not going to really work. BMA trying to enter this base a little bit, does have that Dark Black Shield on.
A lot of damage going down onto Zahir in this siege, so the culling does come out, so that's a little bit premature maybe.
Yeah, it does clear some Banshee's Veils as well, so if they manage to keep everyone in combat, things might go well. Banshee's Veil does get cleared off Jack Attack as well, so that's important to note considering this Requiem that could come down. Jack Attack forced into this top wave in order to defend from Intrepid.
Still really wants to fight as we have BMA going in.
Kicking Denny in the wrong way, which might have been a little bit of a problem. Ardent Blaze now doing a little bit of damage right back to him, but he didn't really pay for it too much, but I think that definitely went the wrong way.
Yeah, well, that was just more Denian with a really good draw E out of the way of the Dragon's Rays there. So well played by Denian, but we can really see that if a fight is going to start, it's going to be off the back of BMA and one of his insects.
Yeah, it seems like that's the case. He does now have half the cooldown remaining on that Dragon's Rage kick, so going to be up and available very shortly. Jack Attack does get that taken away from him again. His Banshee's Veil has been removed. And as you can see, it's just ridiculous. The counter siege coming through from YSSC is really must be really, really frustrating here for NV.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if they keep going for these initiations and they keep missing it, how long is it before NV just goes full man mode and tries to dive the turret?
I think that might be their only option leading up to the end of this game, because they do have Heaven's Curse. I mean, he can just flash forward, get the Wall of Pain down, and then defile straight through. And if anything, give First Mate some time to auto-attack that turret.
Yeah, I think that if Heavens goes in first and he's the one tanking the turret, it will actually be in the... I think it has to be Heavens or Intrepid that picks up the turret aggro.
Yeah.
Because Heavens' passive is going to be what does work for him regardless. And Intrepid is really, really beefy. He has like 5.5k health at this point and so much armor. So maybe look for one of those two to initiate a dive potentially. But it's just so scary because we saw how quickly YSC can turn these around.
Yeah, and we saw Heaven's Curse actually picking up that dragon by himself, so wasn't there in order to try and siege down that bottom lane turret. And now NV has tried to siege all 3 turrets, and they've discovered that they can't do very much work on any of them.
So they're just looking for their way into the base. Maybe it's time for Twitch to even pick up the 6th item, which is a Zephyr. I don't know. That's a really risky pick on an immobile AD carry.
Yeah.
But he has been seen to like stay a little bit further back with his Rat-a-tat-tat, so maybe a pickup. I'm looking for Heavens to sell his boots. Really, what are boots doing at this point for Karthus? Just get him in the middle of the team fight, let him die.
Yeah.
So yeah, all he needs is his flash up. Sell your boots, get another death cap. Let's really get this dive going.
Another death cap, fantastic. Doesn't have that Seraph's Embrace, so he could start stacking a tier now. I could see this going into the late game, so he might have time to stack that one up to 750 as well. So no worries at all. That's another item that can give him some extra damage. Denian does get that Banshee's Veil popped by that Sonic Wave that would have potentially spelt death if he was without that item, which is intelligent. But Jack Attack, he's looking to finish off this Guardian Angel as well, which is going to be really important when that comes through.
Yeah, I think that's the point where YSC feel like they're back in control of the game. Because as I said, up to about the 70k gold mark, that's where the items start evening out on the carries. So as soon as Jack Attack feels like he's got his full build and is really confident in that, look for YSC to maybe be a little bit more aggressive with how they're defending these turrets.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, there is a 15,000 gold lead, but that means pretty much nothing here at almost the hour point into this game. So Team NV trying to tap on the front door of this base, but again, no damage going down on any of these turrets. Twitch just not working out as far as being able to secure these objectives. And now YSSC managing to get out of their base. I don't think they're going to try and, I guess, maybe come for this Baron, but I think they'll just let that one go and then just continue to counter siege.
Yeah, I think they're just going to continue to turtle. I don't think the last Baron bothered them at all at the moment. Maybe Hamilton goes back and picks up his Zhonya's, which might actually be quite a big pickup for this support Morgana. But with the exception of that, no one else is getting any further items on this NV team. So everything.
Unless Jack Attack does get caught out here, we do have the Dark Binding does land. The Counter Strike is there, but they're just not going to go in. They're still scared, even with the Baron buff. This gigantic gold lead. Dark Binding's landing and no team members from YSSC. NV still terrified of what happened last game.
Yeah, so, and I think that's exactly what this is now. I think that Team NV has actually been strong enough to dive for about the last 5 minutes. Yeah. They just don't want last game to happen because
25 minutes, I'm not entirely sure.
Because this is, as you got, they're already 1-0 down. So if they make another mistake, that's the series over for them. So they're playing very, very patiently. Maybe even too patiently.
Yeah, based on mistakes as well. And I mean, and this is the situation, if they had have dived way too hard there's a massive minion wave in the bottom lane, and it could have been the same thing all over again.
Yeah, exactly right. So they're just playing it really, really slow, trying to wait for YSC to make a mistake, and YSC are doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, they are, but they're able to do it from the comfort of their own home, just sitting in their base and just clearing out these waves, just letting NV make the mistake, which is what won them the game last time, so who can blame them?
So YSC now is in the position where they're dancing together in their base. So they're just having a nice party. Annie wasn't invited. She's underage still. You can't drink Flying Dew.
Yeah, you go back to base. Stop watching this.
But we do have Intrepid in the bottom lane trying to get that pushed out. For those wondering how YSC, if we don't have any action, I'll explain it, are reversing the waves. The way you do it is you actually just kill the caster minions and leave the melee minions there, because caster minions do so much more damage. It actually lets your wave push, whereas the melee minions, they're your tank, so they're your top laners. So if you want to make a wave slow push, run up to the next wave, kill the 3 caster minions, leave the melee minions alive, don't take that 3 CS, and it will actually slow push in your favor. So.
Well, there we are. Lessons with Spawn in the downtime in this game. We have hit the 100,000 gold mark for Team NV. Still unable to quite make their mark on this game and finish this one off. Oh, a little bit of damage actually going down, being answered by the culling here. Denian does not want a third of his turret's health to go down, and they're going to have to defend this one out. BMA now split pushing in that mid lane as well. NV, I think, discovering an answer perhaps to their issues with managing to push into the base. A little bit of a split push might be the thing, but the slow push in the top lane is coming through as well, exactly how you just mentioned.
Yeah, so slow pushes in the top lane. It was actually happening in the bottom lane as well, but Team NV did cut off one of the waves, which will make it slowly push in their favor, of course. So Intrepid looks like he's going to go hurry that one along a little bit, and they're sending, of course, BMA top lane to get that pushing. I think they just want all waves pushing at the same time. This looks like they might be going for a dive, but I don't want to call it too early because it hasn't happened for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, 60 minutes into this game. We're an hour in. We're all veterans of this particular Rift matchup, and everyone finishing off all their items. Zahi, the only one with a slot available at this stage, and still the Guardian Angel hasn't been finished up here by Jack Attack. Wants to be able to finish that one off as soon as possible.
He must be so close now.
He looks really bored, actually, just standing under his turret.
Maybe he's gone AFK.
He might have just gone to get a coffee, maybe gone to the bathroom, because it has been 60 minutes sitting at his computer, so these things do tend to happen. Of course, you have to be a trooper if you're playing in an extremely long game of League of Legends, and sometimes when nature calls, you have to ignore it.
And Intrepid, just to draw the game out a little bit more, goes back to base, sells that Sunfire Cave,
my goodness.
picks up a Thorn Mail, so just going super tanky. Hopefully that is the item he needs to tank this turret.
Give him the confidence that he needs to take this one through to the next level. Guardian Angel has just been finished up by Jack Attack. That might spell the time when they really want to go into this one. Chain Vest taking the last slot available for Zahi, which could have been actually taken up by a Pink Ward or something like that as well. Of course, Elixir of Brilliance being picked up by Flying Jew as well.
So looking for a massive support play. He's, of course, got that Void Stack, got that Morale-Anomicon, going to be doing so much damage.
That it's this little Annie as well. Just, I can do damage too, guys. Don't worry, I'm here.
It's actually surprising me how little GAs have been bought this game.
Yeah.
That passive late game is so good. Of course, that revive, just especially with the Karthus on the other team, they're holding onto their Banshee's Veils, and they do have
so
Intrepid
many swirly
going
things around Jack Attack, doing the very best he can to try and hold off against 2 members here. Of course, First Mate being the main source of damage for NV. Wall of Pain coming down as well, doing a lot of slowing. But as you can see, this middle lane turret has gone back to full health. Inhibitor turrets do regenerate. So who is going to be the team that gets the most impatient first? Of course, all the waves are pushing in through for NV. Large one here in the top wave. We're going to need Little Cutie Cheese in order to... The flash from Heavens comes in. Zonya's a little bit at the wrong position as well. This might be a bit too much, but there's the whiff of the Shockwave, and that's going to be a real problem. First Mate coming through, managing to get a kill, but it's going to be Denian as well. BMA goes down, and Heavens does go down as well. Zahi has been the only casualty on YSSC, and look at the damage coming through. There is Mattress going down. YSSC actually pulling this one out in their favor, only losing 1. How is this happening?
So a 4-to-1 team fight, even though Little Cutie Cheese only hit 1 person with his Shockwave. This is just, Heavens got so impatient, flashed over the walls, got the fight going, and they just peeled back so well. Now they have 3 people rushing down the mid lane with a minute, and of course Jack Attack can join at any second with that teleport. Maybe YSSC are looking to get the first inhibitor of this game.
Yeah, we've got Jack Attack as well split pushing at this stage, and YSSC are very confused about where they are currently, just because they've been locked inside their own base. They're very, very sort of upset that they're so far away from home, but they are going to be able to take down this middle inhibitor turret, doing a lot of work. The fact that Denian is still alive is massive, and they take the first inhibitor of the game. I was never expecting to say that it was going to be YSSC doing this one, and they have rotated around. 10 seconds on the clock for Team NV.
They really need to get over there. This is overstaying their welcome. This is exactly what NV did last game. They really need to start to run because Intrepid has that teleport, of course. out there nice and safe. So GA didn't go down on Jack Attack, so that's the first advantage they got.
Yep.
The second advantage that they've got is now that they have the middle wave always pushing. But what that does mean is that the next team fight won't be Team Envy tower diving, I feel, because there's an open inhibitor for both teams. Maybe they can just charge through the open inhibitor and start a team fight by pure force of numbers, as they look like they're approaching this Baron for the 4th time this game.
Yep. And Envy looking to pick that one up, just I guess because they can, is their main ruling. And of course, this is the only way that they're going to be able to get any other stats as well, considering the fact that they have maxed out on those items. So with this Baron buff, things might look to be a little bit better here for Envy as far as moving forward in this matchup. Maybe the next flash in from Heavens is going to be a little bit more impactful due to the fact that, although he doesn't have his flash, due to the fact that they have that Baron buff.
Okay, so here's a replay of the last fight. So the Sonic Wave lands and Heavens just goes straight away over the wall, Zhonya straight away, which drops aggro to BMA, who unfortunately can't get behind Denny again. So he does take down Zah here, but this is where Little Cutie Cheese just solos out Heavens, and that culling did so much work to BMA. At the end of this fight, you see how aggressive Little Cutie Cheese still is. He flashes forwards and gets a command attack dissonance to kill Mattress, which leads to them pushing down middle lane and getting the first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, I didn't notice the fact that the inhibitor turret in the top lane did go down in favor of Envy. So missed out on that one entirely, so that's going to mean that the siege is going to be a lot easier for Envy when they try and get that one down. Denian, Relentless Pursuing into the team of Envy ahead of his entire team. So Denian still as aggressive as you like, considering the fact that this is a 65-minute game.
And Denian has picked up the Zephyr now. Maybe needs to get rid of that Bloodthirster and pick up a Blade of the Ruin King just for some extra attack speed. But more importantly, that passive that can help shred the tanks, because the tanks have just got so much health at this point of the game. Both BMA and Intrepid have Warmogs. I just feel that
it's just a bit silly, isn't it? Yeah.
Blade of the Ruin King really needs to potentially be picked up by Denian. And I think the way to do it is just to sell that Banshee's Veil.
The Banshee's Veil?
Yeah, just get rid of the Banshee's Veil. Just go 6 attack damage items.
My goodness.
Really start to rumble.
That does sound like something that Denian would not refuse.
Get him really in there. So there's just so much health on the side of Team Envy's tanks.
We'll see how much unused gold there is on each of these teams as well. Of course, 4,000 sitting in the bank here of Intrepid, 5,000 for First Mate. Of course, YSSC still managing to sell some of their bank, but as you can see, this gold lead means almost nothing, considering the fact that it's almost sitting in the back pockets of Envy at this stage.
Yeah, that is so much money, over 20,000. It is 20,000 gold sitting in their back pocket, so that is the gold lead right there.
Yep, so even playing field, as you like to say, as these games reach the 70-minute mark. And YSSC now looking to try and hold on to their inhibitor in the top lane that does not have the protection of a turret.
Okay, so Intrepid has his teleport, Jack Attack does not, and Jack Attack is in this bottom lane. YSC trying to defend their top inhibitor, looking for a Dark Bind from Mattress to maybe kick this one off. Jack Attack's gone across to mirror Intrepid. This last team fight, hopefully last team fight, seems that it's about to get underway with the inhibitor coming up.
A good 70-minute game, all right, Spawn, you know? These things are exciting. I'm still not sure who's going to be able to take this one. It does look like Envy is in the lead, considering the fact that they have 115,000 gold, but that does not mean they're winning. 20,000 gold lead, nothing.
Nothing at this point of the game.
No.
It means an extra item on the support. Not even anymore, just that the Haunting Guys has been picked up by Annie Flying Dew.
That does seem to be the item that means that YSSC wins, though, because as soon as that one came through on the side of Little Cutie Cheese, I mean, he started doing ridiculous damage.
Yeah, it just started turning all the fights around. So a couple of shots come through onto the inhibitor. BMA looking for a potential flank here. Getting chunked out by Denny and still doing so much damage.
There's the culling coming through onto Heavens, taking a lot of damage, actually. Half health now on the side of him. They do have that Baron buff as well, so Intrepid still forced to run away from Jack Attack, even with the Baron buff and full items, including a Thornmail. Yeah,
still does not want to fight that man. No matter how many items he gets, he's not going to want to fight this Jax, but Jack Attack might be getting a little bit over-aggressive with Mattress potentially looking for a rotate around. I don't think they can kill him regardless. Jax is so huge at this point of the game.
Yeah, all the items that he could ever want. Of course, hasn't enchanted his boots yet. Denian into that wall of pain, just going to Relentless Pursuit out of there. Still does have, of course, that Banshee's Veil. You would like him to sell, but I think it's okay to have it. know, just because it's a nice little defensive item. Stops him from getting Sonic Wave. The culling coming out on cooldown, I think, because Denian's a little bit upset of having to sit around in this base forever.
Denian's like the angry yokel with a shotgun on his porch.
Really
just
is.
saying, get off my lawn.
Yep, get out of here, man. We don't want to have none more of y'all. Just go away. And there's the Banshee's Veil being popped onto Intrepid. Jack Attack has his popped as well, so they're just trading them.
Nice.
This is exciting.
Back
The
and
tail of... oh, there's a stun going down as well. The excitement.
Oh, Mattress actually just got chunked by little cutie
BMA
cheese.
just
and
running
BMA. Wow, so maybe this is the time where YSC goes. 2 people on half health from the side of Team MV, but of course they're not going to go. They're just going to back off, maybe recall, shop around, pick up some more items at this stage of the game.
I think that's really good. They got to wait until they get the Leandry's Torment power spike here for Flying Dew before they make any decision that's aggressive like that.
Just taking away the blue buff, really key at this point of the game. Heavens, maybe before you buy, just pop your Requiem to get everything out of the way.
Yep.
And
really smart decisions coming through here.
Okay, so 70 minutes through, we have another reset.
Oh
Max, where does this game go from here?
I just do not know. Of course, the slow push in the bottom lane here for YSSC. NV, before they do anything, need to make sure that they get that pushing in their favor before they try and siege this one up.
Swing past Dragon, maybe pick up some more gold.
Yeah, they need to pick up some buffs in the jungle, definitely. You got to take those wraiths at this stage in the game. It's really, really important to make sure that, because they're worth a fair bit of money, and I mean, scaling maybe a little bit into this game as well. Thornmail has been finished here by Zahi, so he's going to be a monster tank, and when that spray and pray does come through, if they get a couple of those, maybe it'll kill First Mate outright.
Okay, so theory.
Yep.
First Mate sells his boots and picks up a Feral Flare. And then for the next 20 minutes, farms the jungle until he has like 50 stacks. And then comes as Twitch with a Feral Flare and wipes YSC.
He's going to be able to do his health bar in lifesteal for each hit, just because he's got that many stacks.
So that's where this team goes from here. Just so much map control from Team NV that they're just going to send Twitch into the jungle for a good 20 minutes and get his stacks up.
Oh my goodness. Of course, 600 CS now on Intrepid. He's intrepidly killing people over and over again. Maybe YSSC trying to wait until Intrepid dies of remorse just because of the incredible genocide that he's committing on these creeps in all of these lanes here right now. Of course, Jack Attack a little bit further away from that one, not quite at 500 just yet. And
at this rate, we might actually go into a server maintenance before this game ends. So they need to get a move on. Picking up the 6th Baron?
I'm not sure. One Baron bleeds into the next here, Spawn. 7 turrets each. 1 turret available for both teams. And this is going to be the next Baron. And the next chance for NV to try and make something happen here. Of course, First Mate going to clear out this one, and the slow push in the bottom lane going in NV's favor at this stage.
Okay,
no,
so
still out for...
Heavens has sold his Banshee's Veil, and he's picked up a GA. So good move, Heavens. I like it. We also see that they're now trying to pressure this top lane where the open inhibitor is. So this time it means they...
Zahi gets caught by a Dark Binding and a Wall of Pain, but Heavens does take a lot of damage in response. Zahi, quickly go back to base, man. You've got to make sure that you're at full health for this potential fight. Oh, Dark Binding gets dodged out of the way here by Little Cutie Cheese. Everything gets amplified here because we're so far into this game. It's the next wrong move that happens is really going to change. The Sonic Wave coming through. BMA actually gets caught by the Tibbers. There's the Zonyas as well. Zahi actually goes into the backline. First Mate now getting zoned out here. The Shockwave hitting 2 people. Intrepid taking a lot of damage. Heavens manages to pop the Zonyas really, really early. He does still have that Guardian Angel. Is he going to be finished off? They're instantly taken away. The Requiem is available. No member of YSSC is dead, and MV has 2 down. We'll see whether the work can be done. Jack Attack still alive after that, but First Mate takes the inhibitor. The objective going the way of NV, but there's the teleport coming out from Jack Attack into the mid lane. They're going to try and power up there. They have 5 members against the 2 of NV, and this is so exciting, Spawn. Finally, something happened.
So really, really aggressive once again from BMA, trying to get an insect. Denian expecting it, got the dash away once again.
My heart is going so fast.
And the Flying Dew, just the reaction speed of that man on that Tibbers locks up BMA and really turns the team fight. 30 seconds left before Heavens is up. Maybe we can get a win in this game.
We might be able to get a win. 20 seconds on Intrepid as well, and 10 on BMA. They need to make a decisive move, but they have so much damage. Look at these Nexus turrets. They're falling so quickly. This could be YSSC taking out Envy in the final game. 75 minutes. YSSC do it again. And how far behind were they this time? Almost 20,000 gold behind. They need to make sure they're behind by double the amount they were behind the first game and won in order to make it a proper victory. Otherwise, it's try-harding here, Spawn.
They're just practicing playing from behind.
They are doing it really well.
They want to make it, they're like in the hyperbolic time chamber trying to make it so hard for them to win. So they just get better and better.
I can imagine all chat would be just Kakarot over and over again. My goodness, that game was a massive, massive slugfest. Ridiculous back and forth, and then incredible amounts of pretty much nothing for about half an hour.
And Little Cutie Cheese, after whiffing a couple of the ults at the start of the game, was on point. After about the 52-minute mark,
he learned Orianna during this game.
I think he played actually really, really well. So a couple really on-point Shockwave turned that game around, and you can't forget Danny, and he is so good on that Lucian. He just absolute beast. And really, really went ham.
And what you said about the old man on the porch with his shotgun is so, so true as well, because he's so angry all the time. You don't quite know why that angry guy on the porch is angry, but he is. And Denian's showing that he's always angry, ready to flash in your face and kill you.
Yeah, so you also show Shuffer. As we go into I think this is going to be the final team fight. So what happens here is, as we start off, BMA hits really nice, doesn't hit the first one. I think he actually hits the second one. So Denian moves forward a little bit at the front, as always. Okay. BMA hits it and tries to insect Denian, but gets instantly stunned by the Flying Dew. A really big Cullen comes out, and Intrepid goes to the back of the team. But unfortunately, Heavens here gets absolutely smashed by that Shockwave. A really, really good Zhonya's there by Heavens, but not enough. Jack Attack comes in with the Counter-Strike, able to pick him up there, get out of dodge way. Little Cutie Cheese are only able to get the shield over onto Jack Attack. And this is where Jack Attack, really, really smart with these teleports, 2 games in a row, just teleports mid lane. He's like, okay, guys, I'm going to get this wave pushing. I'm going to race down mid lane, and ends the game.
And ends the game with his team following up really, really nicely as well. They take down the inhibitor and the turrets, and they just fall so fast at that stage in the game that's why they were playing this game of footsies, because everything is just so much more volatile. It's why I almost destroyed my voice in that last team fight as well, because it's just everything's hanging on a knife edge. And I think even that Dark Binding that was dodged out of the way by Little Cutie Cheese in that last just pre-engaged situation, that could have been what spelt victory or defeat here.
Yeah, so YSC so patient, just making sure they wait for their moment, making sure that Team NV comes to them and pick up 2 wins by playing really, really solid games.
Yep, just incredibly well played. So, of course, that's going to be YSSC going through. Team NV aren't out just yet. Of course, they are down into the lower bracket here for Group B. So we'll see whether they can make it back through and continue their reign, because, of course, they came runner-up in the autumn round of 4 as well, and they knocked YSSC out of going over to Supernova in the Gold Coast. So ridiculously well played from those guys. We're going to be back next weekend, everyone, with the next round. And if it's anything like any of these games, of course, we probably don't want it to go for about 75 minutes, but it's going to be super exciting. I hope you guys all tune in next weekend, and we'll see you then. Good night.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.